whatever. We have been joined by Aximock. Would you like to talk? Hello. Welcome to the channel. You have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? They have the ability to leave. I give up.
Lena's in the voice chat. Lena can talk. Lena doesn't have to type. Go ahead, talk. Talk. Talk.
I think you just named an 80s band, Talk, Talk, Talk. I think there was actually a band called that. But anyway. Hello, Lena.
Talk, talk.
Yeah. Come on, Lena. Don't be shy. Triangle's not
They're
that
not
mean.
shy in text. They're all about boats go over the horizon, all that great
Yeah.
proof. Oh,
Oh, my
never
God.
mind. Lena can't speak because typed in, I'm speechless. They are without speech now. They have no more speech. They are speechless. They are without speech.
Okay. Well, I hope you find some speech at some point. That would be great. Sorry about being speechless. It's okay to be speechless when somebody asks you for globe evidence, because there really ain't much to say. Actually, zero. But anyway. Hello, BSALIM. Basalim. You'd like to talk. Welcome to the channel.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear my voice?
I hear you fine. What brings you by the Flat Earth Discord?
I just wonder what's happening in there. I'm just trying to discover the hub.
What was the last part? I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to discover the hub.
Oh, the English hub? Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is a good place to learn English. Are you good with
Yeah.
English?
Go ahead.
Are you good
I'm
with
not-
English or new at English?
Actually, I think I was good, but I didn't not much use it for conversations, just for learning something or listening something. Or
All right. Well, this seems like you're okay. You can have a conversation. You're not too bad.
yeah, okay.
I could tell. I mean, I could tell you how to, go clean the dishes and all that stuff. Yep. We would be able to communicate.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
do you want to learn some English words?
Actually, I'm not try to learn, or I just uh, get handle the anxiety of the speaking English. So firstly, I just wonder what this hub is doing, or what are you doing here? Maybe.
Oh, so we're going to learn some so here's what we're going to learn today. We're going to learn Earth is flat. So say that, and then we're going to learn about it. Say Earth is flat. What? What?
I don't know.
I'm telling you the truth. So what we're going to do is we're going to learn that. We're going to learn Earth is flat today. Okay, that's what we're going to learn today, and then you're going to go tell people all about it. But let's learn that part first. Say Earth is flat. Say that.
Okay, I can say, but I can not say I'm believing that, but maybe you can make me believe that.
Okay. Well, let's start with Earth is flat. Say that first.
Okay, Earth is flat, maybe. Huh?
Okay, you're a flat earther now because we have you on YouTube recorded saying Earth is flat. So I'm going to send it to all your friends.
Okay.
There you go. See how easy that was?
Yeah.
Did you know that the surface of water in your cup, like a cup sitting on your table, is flat?
Hmm.
Did you know that the water in a bathtub is also flat when it's not moving?
Yeah.
Did you know that water in a pond is flat? It's not curving.
Yeah, evet. That's true.
Did you? Yep. Did you know that water in a lake is flat and not curving?
Am I know or am I believe?
No,
I
you know this. You already knew the other ones were flat and not curving. Now we moved up to a lake. You know that's flat and not curving, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so now you know that the oceans are flat and they do not curve either, right?
Yeah, like the ocean and his PFP behind him there. Go ahead.
Right? So ocean is flat, right?
I am not sure about it.
Well, why would a lake be flat, ponds be flat, bathtubs be flat, and cups be flat on the surface, the water, but an ocean is not? Why would that be?
You literally have an ocean in your picture behind you, buddy. It's flat. It's level. Come on.
Hey guys, nice to meet you for all. I'm leaving. See you. Bye.
What?
Wah, 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 wah.
He hit the eject button. Man, he was on a good path there.
Yeah, he was laughing and everything until he realized that Earth is flat. When he got to the ocean, no, I'm not sure. He had to think about it. Then he said, okay, I have to go now.
Yeah, they can't. Some of them can't take that step to the ocean. That the ocean water is laying level. I mean, that's just a bridge too far, isn't it? Got to maintain that belief somehow. Now we've been joined by Dingus. Hello, Dingus. What say you?
Up, man.
What do you say?
What's up?
What's going on? How's your English?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. going on this channel.
What happened?
Are you
Yeah.
learning English or can you speak it pretty good?
Yeah, I'm just just trying to learn it. I just joined the
Well,
server yesterday. Yeah.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
so
John.
we're going to learn some new words today then. We're learning English. Say Earth is flat. Say that.
Earth is flat.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. So now you're one of us. Google gobble, one of us.
Yeah. Gang member.
Okay, that was pretty easy. We got another flat earther. Good job.
Yeah, they're pretty easy when they're new English speakers.
Do you have any questions, Dingus? Anything you want to ask us?
That's thing is that you should always say that to people the very first time you meet them. You walk up, put your hand out to shake their hand and say, Earth is flat. Do that. And then you're going to make friends with everybody.
All right. Earth is flat. All right.
Yeah. When you shake their hand, you say, Earth is flat, shake their hand, and then smile at them.
All right. What are you guys talking about? What's the topic?
Earth is flat. What do you think?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. That's the topic.
Oh, fair enough.
When you clicked on the room, did the words look all jumbled, the letters look all jumbled up to you, like you couldn't read it?
Where?
Huh?
No.
So you knew what you were clicking on.
Yeah.
So you knew
Yeah.
you were clicking on the topic of flat Earth.
Yeah, but nobody's talking about it, right? Mm.
I'm always talking about it. I talk about it too much. People get mad at me and make threats.
All right. All right. Makes sense. Yeah, just talk about it.
I did.
What is?
Earth is flat and stationary. You don't live on a ball.
Yeah. The Google says Earth is not flat, you know.
Why would you have to Google it? You already said it was flat. You repeated after me. You said Earth is flat, and then you went to Google. Google is a advertising agency. You know that, right? People pay to be at the top of the list.
I'm not sure about it.
Well, that's how they make their money, son. Do you think they're free? You think they just give it away?
But it's the AI summary, like it's by the Google, you know. Um,
You have to pay to be at the top of the page. What's an AI summary?
it's no, it's the AI overview, like the for the question. If you ask like, is Earth flat? It said the
It's
Earth
shouldn't
is
it be
not flat.
called? Shouldn't it really be called Google's too long didn't read? Shouldn't it really be called Google's too long didn't read section?
I don't know.
Ugh. You all know I'm right, so it doesn't matter. I know I'm right. Too long didn't read. Here's an overview. I have my AI when it thinks it's giving me too much information that it knows I won't read because it'll be pages and pages, and I'll say, "No, I don't want to read that." Now it just puts in TLDR for TLDR, and it puts a real brief paragraph of what we just talked about. It already knows that I don't deal with that shit. But my AI is programmed by me, not by Google. Who Google thinks men can get pregnant, and I don't want an AI that thinks that. Do you?
No, you programmed your own AI.
Yes, you can too.
How can I do that?
I'm not going to give you lessons. You'd have to pay for those.
Oh, fair enough.
Mine just summarized 6 months worth of work for me that I'm working on and made me a 40-page paper for review. And I didn't have to do shit. I said, go back from this date to this date, put everything in chronological order and all the things we've worked on, what were a success and what were the failures, and it did all that for me. I'm just still proofreading it now.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
It makes it easy. It's like walking around with an assistant the whole time that's listening and almost paying attention the whole time. Sometimes it hallucinates and then I have to yell at it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or when it's coding for me and I say, hey, comment this whole section in detail so interns can just come in here and understand. It'll go in and like do the comments and then remove 3/4 of the program and be like, oh, I'll go, you forgot something. Oh, yeah, I forgot the rest of the program. It's like, wow.
Hello, guys. Lena, it's very interesting that you said you're deaf, but you joined a VC. It's a strange thing to do while being deaf. What's your favorite band?
The Deftones.
It's savage.
I think the lead guitarist for the Deftones is a flat earther as well, Stephen Carpenter. Yep, that's a fact.
And if you say you're deaf and you're really not deaf, you're wishing that on yourself or somebody else around you.
Like the guy yesterday that swore on his mother's life that he'd seen the horizon curving.
Yeah, she's probably having some issues today.
Yeah.
And he's like freaking out. What do you mean she went to the hospital? Yeah, she hit her toe. There's a reason why all those people dressed up in costumes and go to these private cult meetings. There's a reason they do that.
Have you heard about how they make fake stars?
What do you mean fake stars?
So this is what they claim. They claim that 80 kilometers up in the mesosphere, there's a layer of sodium, and they can shoot lasers up, right? It's like this four laser system, and they shoot it up, and they can temporarily make fake stars, right? That just look like a star from Earth. And the reason they do this is they say that because of refraction, because of the way stars twinkle, because you're looking through all that atmosphere, that they need to be able to make these guide stars to be able to do some astronomy bullshit, right? And they say that the stars that they make with the lasers, they don't twinkle. But then they say that at the same time, they say that just like 20 miles up or something like that, it's like 95% less atmosphere or whatever. So what? But it's the density of the atmosphere, they say, is making the stars twinkle in the first place. So it's just kind of all over the place. I don't know. I heard about it in this Robert Bassano video I was listening to yesterday. Links in the side chat.
Yeah, well, I've been saying the quote atmosphere is why the stars twinkle. Same reason why you
Yeah,
look down the road. Same reason you look down a road and it seems to shimmer. Same exact
Exactly.
reason.
Exact thing. Yeah, I remember I was in on holidays once, and I was looking across a big bay, and I could see the stars on the other side, like all the lights on the hill, and it just looked the same. They were all twinkling and like looked like they were changing colors and stuff. Same thing. Yeah. But if they say they can make this fake star 80 kilometers up and it doesn't twinkle, that's kind of weird.
It's even weirder. They think they measured it that high.
Says here in April 2016, they saw the arrival of 4 new stars above the Paranal skies. After years of development, the ESO has completed the installation of the 4 laser guide star facility, a new subsystem of the adaptive optics facility at the Very Large the VLT telescope. So it sends 4 laser beams into the skies and they produced 4 artificial stars by exciting sodium atoms located in the atmosphere at an altitude of 90 kilometers. Each laser delivers 22 watts of...
They would know right where to aim.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you... Okay, so I have a laser, right? And if I shoot it straight up in the air, it actually stops. There's a point, you look, and it's like, it just stops. It doesn't keep going. There's a stopping point that I move it around, and that stopping point moves too. So I want to know where that point is and how do I measure that? Because when I walk away from it to walk underneath it, the laser's still over my head the whole time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying that they used 22 watt lasers, 4,000 times the maximum. Yours is 8?
8.
That's pretty powerful, man. It's
good enough.
That's super powerful, yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough. And so when I point it straight up, okay, and I've done this, and I'm like, wow, I'm looking straight from underneath it, basically, or just a couple feet away and looking up, and you're like, wow, that stops. Hitting, I forget what I don't know. I just walked down the street. I'm on a cul-de-sac. I'm on the end of the cul-de-sac too. So I walked to the other section where the street intersects with ours, and the dot was still over my head, except the line was going towards my house now.
Oh, wow, what the hell?
Yeah, so how high is it really?
Yep. So these people are claiming that their lasers are 4,000 times the maximum allowed for a laser pointer, and the beam has a diameter of 30 centimeters.
I'm going to see if somehow I can capture that on camera. I have to figure out how to set a camera looking straight up and then drive away with it still up there at the same time showing the GPS changing. Guess I could do something. It's really weird to see. First time I did it, I got spooked. I was like, what is that? Why is it over my head the whole time I'm moving? And then I stopped because I could hear a helicopter coming, and I'm like, they're either coming because they see that laser or it's just a fluke. And I turned it off, and they went around the neighborhood, and I couldn't tell if it was for that or not. And they left, and I turned it on, and I could hear a helicopter again, and I turned it off, and that's all I heard. I just left it at that. That wasn't the last time. I've done it many times since then, but that was the one time I left it on for a long time, shooting straight up.
You don't live near an airport, do you?
Yeah, of course I do. Why I wouldn't do that any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way. When I heard the helicopter, I immediately killed the power. So even if they like kind of saw my driveway when it got turned off, that I made sure I turned it off before you could see that part of it. I can hear them. Oh, I know what a helicopter sounds like. I'm like, oh, I don't know why that's coming, but I'm turning this off because I'll get blamed if they crash.
See, if you had pointed it at the moon, you could just say you were doing a lunar laser ranging experiment.
By the time I would get it pointed at the moon and steady, the moon would have already moved.
Yeah, that bastard.
People think it moves so slow. Everything moves so slow till you zoom in on it and try to actually capture it. And it just goes right by, right on
Yeah.
by, like a car.
Yeah, zips through any telescope quickly.
I just sold
Oh, yeah.
my Sky Tracker. So now I have to try to do everything by hand again. Figured I'm getting rid of that stuff since the Earth's already flat. What's the point of having everything?
See, what you want to do is you want to set your camera up for like a long exposure. Then shoot your laser in the air. And then try to capture that laser on a long exposure.
I only have P900. I could do a fireworks exposure. That might be long enough. Or I could do a 45-second time lapse exposure. And I'd have to go in, edit it as a still.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hola, hola, hola.
What up?
I'm new in this server. What is this channel about?
The flat Earth.
The flat Earth.
Yeah,
Why do
flat
you
Earth.
believe? Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
So why are you in this server? Like, why are you in this channel?
Well, because like you had a malformed question there. Is what the Earth is that a belief system or is that objective fact?
Objective, of course.
Of course, it
Objective.
is a belief
Yeah.
system.
No, not a belief. Yeah. What the Earth is or isn't won't change what the Earth is or isn't. People can believe things that are contradictory to objective reality.
Yes.
Yeah.
So believe it says that when do you believe the Earth is flat? Well, no, because it's not a belief. It's objective reality, measurable, observable, testable reality, not a belief.
Okay. So why everybody is quiet? Like no one is talking while there are so many people in this server, like in this channel. Why it is so quiet?
Well, do they have anything to say? Maybe try to respond. Be like, hey, ask somebody a question. Who do you think is being quiet? And you could ask them a question.
Like I could ask anybody in this
Well, go
channel.
ahead. Let's test it. Let's use a scientific mind frame. Cause and effect by manipulating variables. Pick someone you want to talk to and see if they're there.
Okay. There are so many peoples. Uh, Let me ask Stark.
Ark.
Hey, bro. Stark. This guy with a
Oh,
face.
Stark. Yeah, okay,
Yes.
right above you. Yeah, hey, Stark, you there?
Hello, Stark.
Okay, he didn't respond. So what could be the possible explanations there?
AFK, perhaps.
AFK, maybe he doesn't care to respond.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe he's busy.
Maybe his internet connection is not good after all.
Yeah, there's another one too. Bad internet connection.
Yeah. Or maybe he's not interested with me.
What's the next one you could do?
I would choose.
You could look at text chat. Is there people typing in text chat that could control for AFK? Or you could disconnect. That works too.
Run. Run.
Hi, Flats. Anybody here?
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up? How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good, good. Your first time here?
Yes.
Well, we just discussed the Earth and what shape you think it is in here. So, what do you think it is?
I think it's triangle.
Sure. Where's your evidence for that?
Uh, friend, seriously, I'm with the flat side, to be honest.
Okay. So, what do you think it's flat?
What?
Why do you think it's flat?
Sorry, what do I think? What?
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Uh,
It's observable, measurable, and practically demonstrated as flat.
I was hoping he was going to say that.
Yeah, is it some kind of explanation otherwise?
Did he get disconnected or something? What happened to him? I think you scared him off, but
Yeah, I think it's second time, right? Is it the same guy who's just here? Why
I'm
is
not sure.
everyone quiet? I don't know why everyone's not talking all at once.
Oh, no, I just
Everybody,
got here
it's a
like a minute
big
ago.
room. Everyone should be talking at exactly the same time.
Oh, yeah, there he goes. He's gone. Oh, well.
Run.
Yeah.
XYZ.
Oh, you just learned those letters?
Yeah, XYZ.
Nice. Good job, dude. You finished the whole alphabet now.
Thank you.
Now we can learn the numbers next.
Numbers?
Oh,
360 degrees.
yeah, there's still, what, 7 more numbers?
360.
Oh, you know 3, 6, and 0. There's still 7 more numbers left to learn.
Yeah, 0, 360 degrees, 0, 360 degrees, XYZ.
Yeah, looks good. Yeah, keep it up, dude.
Thank you.
Hey, what?
You're on your way to being a fluent English speaker. Well done.
What? There.
We'll talk about flat Earth here. If anybody has any questions about it, get to know them welcome to speak up.
What's flat Earth?
Yeah,
Flat
what's
Earth.
flat Earth?
It's Earth that is measured, observed, utilized, flat. Yeah, outer space being fake, all that good stuff. The ground underneath your feet, the
Wait,
Earth.
how's the Earth flat when? Is this like a troll room?
I think
Wait,
it's
there's a
rolling.
what? So I don't know if you're
Flat.
just breaking up for me, but what did you say? He said, "How is the Earth flat if there's something?" I didn't hear that last part.
Just a quick question, lads. Do you?
I'm new to this server, so
Yeah, me too. I'm new to the server as well. I'm new to whole Discord, not only the server. Lads,
Okay,
do you
yeah,
believe
cool.
Yeah. Do you believe in the solar planet?
And the solar planet? What is that?
Yeah.
What is a solar planet?
So, oh my God, solar planet. I mean, the solar system. Fuck me, man.
I
You
believe
guys
in
fuck
it.
me up. Yeah, do you
Like,
believe in the solar? Yeah.
like these round balls that orbit another gas ball in the middle. Is that what you're talking about?
The solar system. Do you know the parameters of that system?
Yeah, you're talking about like Mars, Mercury, Venus, Neptune, all that good stuff. Just orbiting the sun, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Good, good. Have
Do
you
I
ever
believe
seen
in
the
it?
sun? Have you ever seen the sun?
I have.
How did you find it? Good?
Is it good? I guess. I
Yeah.
mean, it brings light to the earth. Yeah, it's good.
Does,
When it's cold, yeah, it's nice.
do you get your vitamin out of the sun?
Sure.
That's nice. How do you see it?
How do I see the sun?
Yeah.
That's not the
Looks
Earth.
like a-
The sun would not be the Earth.
Yeah, it looks like a light in the sky.
It's light.
Nice light in the sky. Yeah.
You think it's a light?
Are you saying the sun is not a light?
wait, are these people trolling? Like,
Yeah. Jason, hold on, brother. Hold on.
do
I'm
these
kind of
people
new to
actually
this.
believe like Earth is flat? How,
Oh,
I
the
don't
earth is measured flat.
no.
Um,
Wait, you guys not trolling? You guys serious?
No, yeah, the earth is
yeah,
measured flat. Seriously, by
Wait,
everybody.
what?
Yeah. I know, it's crazy.
did-
I know.
yeah, how did you see the sun, lads? How was
Yeah.
it?
No, the Earth is not flat. What?
Yeah, the sun is, I saw it as a light. The last time I saw it, the sun is in the sky for me currently. I
No,
can see
no,
it right
no.
now. It looks like a light.
It looks like a light. Okay. Have you seen the moon?
Yeah.
Have you seen Plato before? Like sometimes Plato can cross by.
Wait, Pluto or Plato?
Plato or Pluto is the same. It's Plato in Greek.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Pluto, yeah, sure. It's another light in the sky. Yeah.
Light?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Are you trying to say that those lights in the sky make the Earth a ball?
No, they're moons.
A ball? Who said the Earth is
Yeah.
a ball?
Mainstream science
light.
consensus says the Earth is a ball.
Did science say Earth is a ball?
Well, no, science can't speak. Science doesn't have what I'm talking about within the community itself, the mainstream science consensus. The scientific community says that Earth is a ball. Or,
Who are these people?
Ball.
like astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, the science communicators.
You thought
They
you
say
think
Earth
that-
is a ball.
Yeah, ball. Yeah. Did
Yeah.
you take high school? In your high school, did you take some physics class?
Oh no, I have zero physics or anything. You can just assume
Uh,
that I'm a homeless kindergarten dropout for the duration of this conversation. It's okay.
Yeah. Now I can see the issue.
Yeah.
You see, this is the reason behind you should people go to, because you missed geometry class, you missed physics class. What can I say more? I don't know.
Yeah, so what did I miss? What did I miss exactly that would prove the Earth is a ball?
Stop saying a ball, say it's a sphere, okay?
Is a sphere a ball?
Yeah. But
Okay,
don't
so
say a
what's the
ball.
issue?
Say it's a
Well-
sphere, not a ball.
What is a ball?
Say it's a sphere. It's not a ball. Because the fold can be deformized. A sphere, no. Anyways,
Well, a ball is a sphere.
yeah, a ball is a sphere.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, don't say about the Earth is a ball. Say it's a sphere.
But it is a ball. Is what I'm saying incorrect?
Can you say again? How old are you?
I mean, sure. If you can give me what relevance it has to the topic, then I will gladly give you my age.
Yeah. So you said you missed high school class in physics, and then
I missed
geometry.
everything. I'm a kindergarten dropout.
You stopped at the kindergarten, and you got
Yep.
all of your knowledge on the internet.
No, I did not get all my knowledge on the internet.
Where did you get it from? A book?
Yeah,
What was the
you can
book's
read
name?
books. You can read everything.
What was the book's name?
It was called Earth is Not a Ball.
Earth is not a ball. PDF.
Yes.
I didn't find the book, fortunately.
Yeah, so how do you know that the Earth is a ball? Like what in school taught you? Because you said that you took high school. So what did they tell you in high school that taught you that the Earth is a ball?
From a physical perspective, it is a sphere.
Physical perspective.
It is a sphere. It has a mass.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
It has a magnetic field that can pull
I can
or
agree with the
push.
magnetic field. Well, that's measured and observed. Cool.
Yeah, that it can attract or repulse sun and the moon.
Wow.
Same-
That's
the
pretty
same thing.
neat, dude.
Well, how does that prove the Earth is a ball?
Sorry, no. Triangle. You see this guy Triangle? He gagged me in the chat because he was sending his proofs, like with Okay, anyways, yeah. You see, there is a magnetic
Wow,
field.
just seeing my name makes this guy freak out. Dude, I pop in and out because I'm actually at work today. Well, kind of trying to work.
No. You were crying like 2 hours ago. I still remember your
About
name.
what? Dude, I'm in it. I'm on 4 computers right now.
Bro, you were crying 2 hours ago, bro. I remember it. You had to time out
About
me.
what would I cry about?
No, sorry, it's not you. Sorry. It was this guy. AG.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, my bad. Because you all look the same and all you sound the same, guys. But it's
You look the same to me too.
Do I?
Yep.
That's crazy.
You guys all have
Yeah, you
flat
all look the
heads
same
and
and all do the same kind of shit too. Isn't that weird?
Do you want my photograph as well?
No, I already know what you look like.
Why
I
you sound so
hear
mad?
your accent and you all look the same to me.
Why you sound so mad?
I'm not mad at all. I'm
Listen to
having
your
fun
voice.
time with your sentence.
Yeah, it seems interesting. How would you
You're
tell
yelling.
he was mad or not? What method
yelling.
and practice did you use to evaluate someone's emotional state?
You're yelling. Why are you mad? Relax, brother.
So yelling equals mad?
Yeah?
Because why?
Wow.
Because why not?
So people in the football stadium today are all going to be angry.
Yeah, the whole football, all of them, every single one of them is anger.
Yeah. Flats. I mean, lads.
Yeah, go ahead, dude. I'm still waiting to see what I missed in school. Though.
Lats, he wants you to save him. Go ahead, Lats. He needs you. Lats, he's easier to deal with you, I guess. Go ahead.
From a physical perspective.
Yeah, what did I miss in
first of all,
school that would tell me that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, you missed too much. That's very unfortunate. You missed everything, but it's fine.
Yeah, what did
It's
I miss?
fine. It's fine. Do you believe in the pictures that? Yeah. Less talking. Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope pictures? Do you believe in that?
Do I believe in pictures? Where is the James Webb Telescope?
Huh?
Where is it?
It's in the universe. Do you believe in the pictures that it sends us?
Wow.
It's what? the same as the James Webb Telescope is in the universe?
It collects pictures out of the galaxy and the universe.
Yeah, but where
Do you
is it?
believe that?
Where is it located?
Where do you think so?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Where is it?
It's in your country, obviously.
Could you point in a general direction? Where would it be? Just general direction.
Well, dude, you're telling us there's a telescope flying around sending images back.
And-
What channel do
and-
I listen to pick up those images? I don't need somebody else to do that for me. I have my own equipment.
In XYZ position, there is a telescope named James Webb. It's collecting data.
Okay,
pictures out
XYZ
of
from
the
where?
universe.
Where's the 0 point in XYZ? Where's the 3 zeros meet?
There is no zero. There is no zero in the point.
Wow. Then how do you
There's
know where XYZ is at? You got to have some kind of starting point.
Okay, look up on your roof. Tell me how many dimensions are
It
there.
starts on my roof. So my roof
Yeah.
is 0.
Tell me. Look at your room. Look at the corner. Tell me
My
how many.
corner of my
dimensions.
room is now 0. Okay.
Is that a zero for you?
If you said it's 0
I
for
never said
everybody.
zero. I never said
Yeah.
it's zero.
How are you going to tell me where the so its XYZ is in relationship to what?
To a position.
From where? Where do we calibrate from?
From anywhere, from any field.
Okay, so the corner of my room, I guess. We'll call that XYZ 0. All right,
You
so
got-
now where's the telescope at?
Okay, tell me how many dimensions in your room.
3. Now where's the
Yes.
telescope at?
Where do you think so? In 000 as well. If you want to change the repair or you change.
No, that's
the...
000. That's just a reference point. That can be any number. We're calling. We just hit the clear button. We sat our cursor over there and hit clear and made it 000.
I got
That's all
you
we
some
did. We
zeros.
just
believe
walked
me.
over there
I made you
and
happy.
made the corner.
I
We
just
walked
made you
over and
happy,
made the
bro. I just
corner
made you feel
000.
happy. Chill out,
We can make the corner whatever number you want to make it.
Reference point is 000 is located on Earth. Okay, it's collecting.
Okay, where's it at? Where's it at on Earth?
It's collecting. I have no idea. It's collecting some pictures. Do you believe in those or not?
Is it in Florida? Is it in Texas? Is it in Russia?
It's a simple question. It's a simple question. Why are you trying to avoid
So
it?
how do you have the surface of a ball have an XYZ coordinate system out in outer space? Where's your starting point on the ball?
Even in the universe, there's a XYZ.
Oh, so the universe is flat.
No, it's not
Are you
flat.
saying that the James Webb Telescope is on Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Do you believe in the pictures that you
No, I'm
got?
asking you where it is.
No.
Are you
Just
saying
answer.
it's on Earth? Because if it's in a place we cannot go to, then no, I don't have to believe in the pictures if they're provably false.
Where do you think the telescope is? Is that
Well,
what
it's
Matt
claimed to be in
Is that
outer
what-
space.
Yeah.
You said that it was near me, but it's not. It's not on Earth. They claim it's in outer space, so I don't have to believe in the pictures, right? If somebody told me the James Webb Telescope was in Hogwarts, I don't have to believe in the pictures that it's sending back because we know that Hogwarts doesn't exist.
We all know that the web is on our solar system, right? Collecting some data.
Well, that's the claim. Somebody told you a story and you believed them.
Really?
Yes, really. It's the same as somebody told you they went to Hogwarts and they're collecting data.
Same thing if you believe Jesus was a god. Same thing if you believe.
Yeah,
your
probably.
grandparents-
Probably. What good thing this isn't a
Same.
religion room, huh?
Same thing if you believe that your grandparents died in World War II. So it's a story, okay? Anyone's
That would
gonna
be a
Yeah,
belief.
yeah, that's a story. Yep, it's still a story. Yep,
Alright,
it's still a story. Because most
So-
likely your grandparents weren't in there dying, and then you came along. So guess
for
what?
for the James Webb Telescope, you don't believe he's in the solar
He
planet,
thinks
or
people
you don't
were
believe
20 years old, died in a war. They were the grandparents of
Where
some
do
children.
you think the sun
that-
is? Where do you think the sun is?
See how he wants to ignore me now? How he twisted everything around? The sun is in the sky.
Sky?
Yeah,
What's the sky?
up.
Up?
Yeah.
It can be down as well.
Wowee.
You think so?
Yeah, go ahead and tell us how the sky is down also.
Oh, yeah, it can be down also.
Wait, so does the sun tell you that the Earth is a ball?
Stop saying it's a ball.
I think
Does
it's
the
figured by
sun
that
often
word,
talk
but
to you? Do you often talk to the sun is really the question on the table now.
I'm losing some IQ talking to you guys. No offense.
well, there he goes. Alrighty. I don't know how the hell, man. Just answer the question, bro. Oh my goodness, how is something independent of the shape of an object tell you the shape of an object? Holy. I talked to somebody like that the other day. I said, does the shape of an object traveling over another object change its shape? He said, no. I said, okay. So let's say you have a ball, a basketball. You pass it over a cutting board. Will that make it a ball? He said, no. I said, okay. So let's take 2 basketballs and we do the same thing. What about 3? 300, 3,000,000, 3 quadrillion. He's like, oh, you know what? Maybe. I said, oh, really? Oh, interesting. How it takes 3 quadrillion balls to pass over a cutting board to make the cutting board a ball. Nice. I do like first how we said the telescope was on Earth. That's pretty funny. We're gonna get his own story straight. Well, Daza, what's up, dude? You think the Earth is a ball? You're more than welcome to speak up and tell us how you know it's a ball. Give us proofs first. Well, the Earth is measured flat. There's no measured drop over distance, proving a curving surface. Well, there are mountains above the flat plain. Their elevations are measured above the flat surface or tree level. Beautiful, isn't it? Like we can have holes that go underneath the flat plane. We have trees and their elevations growing above the flat plane. So yeah, we're still waiting. You said that you think the Earth's a ball. How do you know it's a ball? Everybody in here is eagerly awaiting your response. It's almost like if you had a cutting board and you made a little nick in the cutting board, and it pushes some of the wood up. The cutting board not flat anymore. It would. It was zoomed in on a piece of paper. Doesn't look very flat, does it? Where did he go? Is he Googling stuff again? The heck? Anyway, for the new people that just joined, you say the earth is flat because it's measured flat. And outer space is fake. Super duper fake. Oh, he posted something. Let's see what he posted. Whoa. Look at that COVID gift. Oh my goodness. That's nuts. So check this out, right? We now have observations of two different things. From high altitude, the horizon is depicted to be curving in some and flat in others. So how do we know which is right? I'll give you the answer since you're probably Googling it anyway. We're going to be measuring the surface. If it's curving, we will be measuring a physical drop over distance from a set horizontal tangent. For some reason, there's none of those type of measurements for the surface of the Earth. Just you posting up live streams is not a physical measurement. Like I said earlier, we have depictions of a flat horizon and a curved horizon. If I went up in an airplane and told you that I saw a zigzaggedy horizon or a double helix horizon, now we have all these different claims of what the horizon is. We should probably measure the darn thing. But I don't believe in stars. Everybody could see them every night. You guys are the only ones that attach stories to the stars. And you believe them because you're gullible. But it's okay to be gullible. Anyway, break's over. If anybody else wants to talk about the topic, space is fake. Earth is measured flat. Gonna head back to work. Be safe, everybody.
Hi.
It's good enough for practical purposes.
There's an international standard for how how pressure changes with the atmosphere that relies on.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand all that, but like, how are you going to test that precision? Do you understand? Like, my altimeter says 50,000 feet. Okay, great. Am I going to drop a tape measure?
You could
See
use
if I'm at
radar.
50,000 feet?
You could use.
Yeah, that is an alternative
also
method they
test
use.
it,
They do use radar. I don't know
you
what the
can test
precision of the radar is off the top of my head. Say a problem is like it doesn't look straight down, it kind of looks up at an angle. So,
Yeah. So this is kind of a side argument because.
well, I'm only bringing it up. I'm not trying to get. Hold on, I'm not trying to give you shit. Because some Gold Earther sent me a paper with like 5 different models of the atmosphere, and then they come to the end where they're going to try and validate one of these models, and they're like, "Well, it can't really be tested. We just have to go off the U.S. Standard atmosphere model and compare our models to that." So it's not just me blowing smoke; it's in a paper that someone sent me.
I think that we just have very good reason for the barometric understanding of the atmosphere to be the case. And like in this simulation, when you have gravity, gravity turned on, and you have a bunch of particles bouncing around, they just like I don't have the barometric formula encoded in this simulation or anything, but they form a gradient that we would expect from the barometric equation. They form that gradient just from simulating collisions between these particles.
Okay, I've already seen one of these, but
Yeah.
no one can actually. The problem is demonstration that it's possible. Ultimately, you can have whatever theory you want, whatever hypothesis, whatever you want. Eventually, it's going to have to be empirically demonstrated in nature. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That,
I think that the accuracy we do have, airplanes rely on the
you
barometric.
seem to be not an empiricist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just being honest. We encounter 2 types of people, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
People that go with the empirical evidence, what's been tested and shown in nature, and then people that are more like lean towards the theory, hypothesis, physics models, blah blah blah. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Regardless of what your stance is, if you want to call it science, it has to be tested empirically. It can't just be like theory. Oh, we have a model of gas, blah blah blah. Great. Eventually, you're gonna have to go into the lab or in nature and test it. Right? Would you agree with that? You have to verify it at some point. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can come up with, hey, we have a model. I made my good old gas particles take hyperbolic arcs due to 9.8 meters per second squared. Eventually, you're gonna have to go into nature and test it.
Yeah, I personally
think that's fair.
I don't have the means to test it, but I did live in Colorado, and I felt the air, the air getting thinner the higher I was. Even in the summer, even in the winter, I felt air getting thinner as I went higher. So that's, I guess, as close as I've come to testing it. And that's an instance where the temperature doesn't seem to be the cause of it. It seems to be the altitude.
Yeah, I mean, gas pressure gradients exist inside a container too. You know that, right?
Yeah,
as long as they're not static.
But they don't.
I'm liking your little mirror thing because I'm looking at this and it's not a symmetrical reflection in your little mirror app.
It's no, I agree. It's there is distortion. There's especially at the edges as you zoom.
You're gonna turn a mathematical physics PhD into a flat earther. You know that, right?
What'd you say?
You're gonna turn a dude with a PhD in mathematical physics into a flat earther with this.
Really? Okay.
You really helped me out, man. I should freaking give you a freaking. I helped out India roll or something. Because I had a debate with a PhD in mathematical physics, and my evidence was the symmetry of the reflection in the Bolivian salt flats. And he asked me if I did out the math, and then I gave him the math, and he was like, "Well, that's not how we see." I said, "So you want it in homogeneous coordinates?" He was like, "Yeah, you did it for me." So
Well, what?
he's gonna be a flat
where
earther now. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Did you like take a screenshot and kind of? I didn't actually implement that. Did you like flip a screenshot or something to see?
I mean, you didn't implement it. I clicked it. It worked.
Well, I
You
guess
didn't
I guess
implement it.
there's
Taking a bunch of screenshots so far.
yeah. The question is, if you take one of the pictures of the Bolivian salt flats and you compare it to I mean, the distortion is just very slight. It's a very, very slight amount of distortion. It's only at the edges that it's really visible to the naked eye.
Well, I can see it definitely in your simulation easily.
Yeah.
It's not even difficult.
How high are you? Or if you can just link
2 meters, 1 meter.
Yeah. I was not able to perceptibly see it.
I look at this shit all the time. Maybe that's the difference. I mean, one thing you can do, right, is you can try to use the horizon, and like I did measure difference in distances. So if you measure from a point on the horizon, pixel count, to some point on like a cloud, up and down, they won't match up. That's another way.
No, I agree that there is distortion. That if you measured it in ways like that, or if you flipped the image, you could see some distortion.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's when I've seen pictures of the Bolivian salt flats, they're usually not like zoomed in, and I've never actually like I haven't flipped one to see what the distortion is like, but we wouldn't expect it to be like super obvious distortion to the naked eye.
Yeah, but it'd be visible. Would certainly be visible. That was what the contention was, is whether the symmetry would be visible, the break in symmetry, and it certainly is. And then so I debated this guy. His name is Dr. Blitz, PhD or something. I don't know if the PhD name. Anyway, he was on TikTok. He's got like 1 million followers or some shit. Anyway, I told him, I said, hey, when you flip the image, they overlay exactly. And this dude flipped the image freaking horizontally instead of vertically, or did something like that. This dude does have a PhD, dude. It's freaking almost embarrassing. The point is that at the end, I said, so if I show you that there'd be distortion on a globe, and that the reflection in what's being reflected is not symmetrical, you'll be a flat earther. Did he say yes? I think he said yes. So that'd be great.
Yeah.
Either way, I have to jump into one of his streams.
I need to look at some of these images. I guess I feel like it would be for one, it would have to be really long ways and ideally zoomed in so that you could see the distortion. But yeah, I'll have to try flipping one.
I got one I flipped. Hold on. In FU. So hold on. I'll show you. So here's the image that I showed him. Oh, Sasha got a nice one. There's one with a sunset too. That's fucking badass. But the water's a little rippled, so.
Okay, yeah, I see.
So I'll show you the horizon isn't exactly in the middle, so you have to line up the horizon. You're gonna have some over. You'll see. Hold on, I'll show you.
ideally, what we'd need is like clouds that are far away.
Well, look. You see what I posted with the red X? Right?
Yeah.
Dude, it's like put the arrows. So like you have a person there. The tips of those arrows are right at the bottom of his feet, and you can see the horizon divides it right in the center.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this little box, right? You can find the center of a box by drawing lines between the diagonals, and you'll find the exact center of the box. So the corners of the box meet clouds. There's a cloud on the top, a cloud reflected on the top and the bottom in the same place. So I just made this little box so I could find the center, and it also meets exactly on the horizon. So there's a bunch of different ways you can measure whether the image is actually symmetrical.
Uh-huh.
You don't have to just eyeball it.
Yeah.
Now there can be alterations because of tilting the camera and shit. You can get like, I wouldn't say it wouldn't be symmetrical, but problems when the horizon isn't exactly in the center. There's problems when it's not in the center of the image. As you can see in the image I posted, you can see some excess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excess in the top and bottom because the horizon isn't in the center of the frame in the original image. Right, so I have to line them up to flip it. I have to flip one, line up the horizons.
Yeah. So when I zoom in my simulation, I have to be at like a 15-degree FOV and be able to really easily see clouds at the very distance, and you can see that some of the clouds are not reflected where in the same place as the horizon. I just don't think that we have enough detail in these photos to notice, because the distortion in the near part of the image is like nil. Like I can't visually see anything, and I can only really see really far away.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it nil. First of all, it's not really nil because if you look at if you look in, well, I'll just show you what I'm looking at. This is a screenshot I took. This is the full frame that was shown. I drew X to note the center, which way the camera's pointed. Okay, so as the globe would have a horizon dip. I couldn't get the fucking.
It looks like your altitude.
I couldn't get the angle. Yeah, I couldn't get it exactly. I turned the mouse sensitivity down all the way down too. And I couldn't get it at 0.
Let me see if I can do that. So if you zoom in, something that could make it easier. If you zoom really far in, you can zoom by scrolling. If you zoom really far in, then you can put the cursor right at the horizon and then zoom back out, and it'll stay there.
Oh yeah, that's a good trick. Yeah, but the horizon should be dipped, right? So the horizon isn't going to be at 0.
When the observer is really low like this, like a meter off, then the dip from the horizon is going to be extremely small.
So, but I don't need to be zoomed in to see that they're not symmetrical. It's pretty obvious to me. I mean, maybe it's not obvious to you, but it's very obvious to me. Maybe because I look at like this type of shit going on 10 years and like just looking at an image and looking at the horizon, looking at the sky and the ground is kind of like second nature at this point. Done it probably fucking thousands of times at this freaking point. Jeez.
Yeah.
But I can see it's not symmetrical. I can just look at the horizon boundary and see where ostensibly the water, the simulated water, isn't the same as the sky in a bunch of places. It's not like just one place.
Yeah. If I will say, because of the way because we're limited by the resolution of the screen, if you zoom in and out, you'll see that some pixels leave and some pixels come back, and it's just a rendering artifact.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
So
it also does it when you rise in elevation. That's a weird. if you look at the horizon, if you change the elevation, like go up and down, and just
Yeah.
look at the horizon, the way it kind of like unfolds is kind of weird. Are your clouds curving too? Are your clouds a sphere?
The clouds are a sphere, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's it. Yeah. How do you know the Earth is a ball?
Ships disappearing over the horizon, reciprocal zenith angles, tides, moon phases, plethora of other evidences.
Okay, so let's go with that one by one. Have you ever observed yourself a ship go over the horizon?
Yes, numerous times.
Numerous times. Where were you?
Sorrento, Portsea.
Or which area?
Melbourne, Victoria, where I live.
You know, what kind of boat
spend
it was?
Spend my life at the beach, mate.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what kind of boat it was? You remember?
An internationally travelling ship, a very large cargo ship. Cargo ships don't have oil arrive here in Victoria, but we have extremely large ships come into the port.
Yeah, great. So I live in Boston. I live in Cambridge, which is next to Boston, where Harvard and MIT is. I've been to Boston Harbor, and I watched a ship sail 30 miles away, and it never went over the horizon. So, and I've actually never seen a ship go over the horizon, ever. Not even one time. So I have photographs, images, radar tracking of the ship, cargo ship.
Radar tracking.
Pardon me?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt at all. Keep going.
Yeah, so Gloucester, which is north of, it's at the northernmost point of Boston Harbor. They track the position of ships using marine radar, and marinetraffic.com posts the positions of the ships. So I watched the ship for 3.5 hours sail from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles away from me, and it never vanished under the horizon or did anything like that. Now, according to the globe map, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon. So you have your observation, which doesn't seem very well detailed. And my observation, where I have compass headings, positioning of the ship, my elevation, which is 15 feet, right? I all the particulars. So if we have, let's just take it at face value that you saw what you saw, because obviously this is observed sometimes. It's a question of whether that's the geometry of the Earth. If the horizon is the geometric edge of a ball, but that's blocking ships, it's blocking the sun, it's blocking all these things, right? So the horizon will have to be physical, right? It have to be a physical location.
Well, the horizon is a physical location. Where we see it isn't necessarily the physical location. And just going back to you saying that
That's impossible. What you just said is impossible.
Hang on. You've spat out a whole lot of details and facts and stuff there. So let's just go back over what you said.
Okay.
You said you've seen ships numerous times. You've never seen one go over the horizon and disappear. So you just go away and get smaller and smaller and smaller until the entire thing disappears.
Then the air becomes too opaque for the see through it, right? Because we have visibility in the ocean, right? If you go look on your weather,
but you don't have a photo of it, do you? You don't have any footage of that happening, do you?
What do you mean? I don't have any footage of what?
Pretty straightforward sentence. You don't have any footage of this happening. It's just your word that you saw it get so far away that it got smaller and smaller and disappeared.
I just said I got to. I'll post the pics, dude.
Sure, let's see them.
Hold on a second.
Great, thanks.
So, you said that the horizon's geometric. You just can't see it. That's impossible because horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the Earth. right? You have to see it. Otherwise, it's not a horizon. Appears.
Right.
Appears is not a mental construct. It's vision. It means you see it.
Okay. I'm not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really getting your point here, but
the point is that the horizon that you think exists, if it moves around and is just a product of the meteorological conditions, then that's not the curvature of the Earth that ships disappear behind. For instance, if I see the horizon at 10 miles one day and the ship disappears behind it, and then the next day it's 20 miles away and the ship disappears behind it, which one's the curvature of the Earth?
I don't follow what you're talking about, to be honest.
How can you have a bunch of different curves of the Earth if the horizon, ship going behind the horizon is going beyond the curve of the Earth, right, curving down, okay? It does it at 20 miles one day and does it at 30 miles another day and does it at 6 miles another day. How can that be the curve of the Earth?
Well, we know what refraction is, right?
So not the curve of the Earth.
So do you know what refraction is and how it works?
You don't.
That's not answering the question.
Yes, I know it very well, okay?
Right. So then why do you not mention that when you're talking about ships disappearing one day at 20 miles and disappearing another day at 30 miles, whatever number you use, it doesn't really matter.
Because if I mention refraction, that proves my point that it's not the curve of the Earth, that it's a meteorological condition.
It's not a meteorological condition. Refraction bends light downwards.
Is that caused by meteorological conditions?
Dude, I'd really, really appreciate it if you wouldn't start talking when I'm in the middle of a sentence. Can we just keep it?
Well, is that caused by meteorological conditions?
If you don't get to finish a thought, if you don't get to get the entire thing out, people don't get to hear the conclusion of what it is, the point you're trying to make. So just wait till everyone's finished talking.
Well, you said it's not a meteorological condition, and then you described light bending down by a meteorological condition. Told you, dude. You bit off more than you can chew, bro.
No,
back to amateur hour. You
gotta stay honest, dude. Okay, you're talking nonsense.
You bit off more than you can chew. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing. This is amateur hour.
Yeah, amateur
really
hour, right?
simple.
You can't stick to the subject.
Tell me.
You're turning to insults immediately. We haven't even been going 10 minutes yet, and you're turning to insults
dude,
already.
You're wasting my time.
This is not a debate. You're wasting your time.
Yeah, because you don't know anything.
I don't know anything.
Okay, tell me what causes light to bend down.
Changing the medium. It's like
changing the medium.
Dude, if you're going to keep interrupting me, right, when I'm trying to answer your question, then we have no business here. Are you capable of destroying me like you claim you're going to do, or do you have to interrupt me? Right? And eventually you'll go, I'm sick of this. You're wasting my time. I'm too big for you, and you'll freaking leave.
I'm wasting my time.
Okay, show some nuts. Nut up. Be quiet when I'm speaking.
No, you talk too much shit, dude. For respect.
So you're gonna
insult flat earthers. You insult flat earthers in the timelines like a crazy person, and you don't know shit.
Sure thing, right? So where's this footage? Have you posted the pictures of this ship going away?
I'm posting it right now. Give me a second.
Oh, you're getting
it's almost up.
Okay,
it's almost up.
Okay, so while you're doing that, you explain to us how a local moon, how we see the exact same face, right, of the moon. Everyone on the Earth sees the exact same face on any given day. How is that possible? Right, on a moon that is
God, this is so amateur. Look, if the moon is sufficiently far away, the angle's going to be the same. That's the reason for in the fucking globe, and that's the reason in the flat Earth. Okay,
no, I'm going to need something.
There's no parallax, brother. If there's no parallax, then everybody's going to see the same face of the moon. Whether you see parallax or not depends on the distance of the object away from you.
No. So
no.
This is where you just blurt out freaking numbers. The only time we won't see parallax, right, is when the distance is extraordinarily far. Right?
Okay. Is there any parallax right now at 300,000 miles?
If your position is moving, right, you will see parallax. Okay.
Do we see parallax with the moon now?
Yes.
We do. Okay.
From one side of the Earth to the other, yes, there is.
Oh, really?
That's why we can take elevation angles
Okay,
of the
post
moon.
that data. Yeah, post that data, bro.
We can take elevation angles of the moon. This is why flat earthers will never do this experiment. Okay, why don't three of you go out right at the same time from different places on the planet? You know, you're all around America. That's a big enough area.
We don't have a planet.
Take an elevation angle of the moon, right, and plot where the moon is from that. Right, and tell me it's a local moon then. But you won't do that. I guarantee none of you will do that and publish the results.
Okay.
Why is that, India? Why have you never done that, India? You could prove the moon is local. You've never thought to take elevation and direction angles.
Because it's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
It's not irrelevant. You claim it's a local moon.
So check this out.
It's not irrelevant to the shape of the Earth because you say we're in a dome. You're going to change the subject again. You're going to move on and change the subject again.
No, I'm addressing what you said. You're trying to move on by bringing up a fucking dome. I'm trying to talk about the moon. Okay? Okay, really simple. Can I figure out what my house is made out of by looking at something that's not my house?
No, it depends. But
no, the answer is no. So looking at the moon can't tell you what the shape of the Earth is.
That's a baby fluff comment, okay? Because you can't look at the floor. You can't look at the ceiling to work out what the floor is. Is that the flat Earth saying something along those lines?
Okay. No, this is logic, right? Okay. Anything you do to listen. If you look at something else other than the thing that's in question, the only conclusions you can draw are inductive inferences. Okay? Inductive inferences all contain the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Okay? They can't prove anything.
No, science doesn't prove things. Neither can you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, no, but I can
prove the Earth is flat by measuring directly the surface of the Earth. Really simple.
Why don't you show us those flat measurements then? But you won't. Because it doesn't.
Well, I posted a boat in there. Now, if you want flat measurements, I'll post those too.
Sorry, where did you post it? In the pill?
Yeah, I posted it in the thread that this thing is in.
What are these? A red line pointing to some blurry pixel. What the fuck?
A red line pointing to some blurry pixel.
This is your evidence that the Earth is flat. You've got to be kidding me. You are kidding me, right?
This is my evidence that ships disappear over the horizon. Why are you straw manning me? Why are you straw manning me? This is my evidence ships don't disappear over the horizon.
I can't even
got more. Hold on a second.
I can't even tell.
Hold on, I got more.
Cannot see what that is.
Well, I got more. That's okay. I got more, dude. It only lets you post 4 images. Here, I also got it taken from 100 feet from a parking garage, from top of a parking garage. In the math for 100 feet.
Well,
it's still 30 miles away, and it's sitting on the horizon, which is supposed to be 12 miles away. I got compass headings. I got a whole bunch of shit, bro.
Tangents, Earth radius, feet 400, obscured 425, and then you're claiming that that's how far away the boat is. I'm not seeing any proof here at all. I'm seeing a blurry picture and then some Earth calculated numbers.
Earth calculated numbers. It's your globes, right? So the horizon from 15 feet is only supposed to be 6 miles away. Well, according to this, 4 miles away.
Right? Did you add in?
I just posted the marine traffic graphic. Okay. I also posted where you can clearly see it from 100 feet. Okay. And the math from 100 feet, which it puts the horizon 12 miles away, and the boat's on the horizon, but it's 30 miles away, which makes the horizon 30 miles away.
From 100 feet.
100 feet at the top of a parking garage. This is Revere Beach. There's a train station there, and the train station has a parking garage for cars. You can get on top of it. It's 100 feet up to sea level. Now, the whole point of this isn't to prove the Earth is flat. The point is that ships don't disappear over the horizon, and when you do see that, they're caused by an inferior mirage in some meteorological condition. And we know this because we can replicate this on shorter surfaces where we can eliminate curvature as a variable. So we can replicate the same observation, a little teeny boat disappearing bottom up over a horizon which shouldn't even exist, on something we know can't be the curve of the Earth because it's too short of a distance.
But doesn't the curve start at your feet? How could it be too short a distance to show any curve at all?
Because the horizon, like if you have a low enough camera height, the horizon is a certain distance away. From 1.5 inches, the horizon is supposed to be 2,400 feet away. If you have a lake that's 1,000 feet long, obviously you can't have our globe horizon on it. The lake's not long enough. Right? So if you take a little boat, sail it across, and then freaking see it disappear behind the horizon, that can't be the curve of the Earth horizon.
Where's this footage? Have you got that available? Is this a little remote control boat?
Hold on a second. Hello? Yeah? Oh. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm talking to somebody. Thank you very much. Sorry, someone knocked on my door. Anyway, where was I? Oh, the RC boats. Yeah, hold on. I got that too. Still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, you're off to something. Yeah, give me a second for that too. Okay, so I posted, this is RC Roll, but this is just one of many. I can post bunches. There's people have also done this on Twitter. In fact, I think Overlord's done some of these. So you just get a short lake, which is not long, which is shorter than the predicted distance to the horizon. Just watch your freaking little boat sail away. Now, key point about this image is there should be no horizon at all. According to you guys, if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see all the way to the other side, the shore, because this is only 1,000-foot long lake.
Great, thanks. So the Earth is not flat. Because if it was flat, you should be able to see to the other side of the lake. Thank you.
According to you guys.
And the picture.
This lake isn't long enough.
That you've just shown.
Yeah, this lake isn't long enough to block the boat, according to the globe.
What do you mean, according to the globe?
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is happening on a flat surface, bro. The globe, this is a 1.5, hold on, this is a 1.5-inch camera height. This lake is 1,000 feet long. You go in the curve calculator, it says the horizon from this camera height is 2,400 feet from the camera. Now, how can this boat disappear behind a globe Earth horizon it can't reach? Because the horizon's at the edge of a ball. Because the horizon is an optical effect. It's really simple.
How long is a mile? I'm not familiar with miles. How long is a mile?
5,280 feet.
Right. So 6-foot observer sees 3 miles, and you reckon a 1-inch observer sees
1.5 inch. I can post. I posted the video. Even if you load this in the Walter Business calculator, shows that the object would be visible, which they do in the video. She loads it up. She takes all the measurements. I mean, they've replicated this multiple times. This is. What I'm going to do, I'm going to post a screenshot from Bislin. This thing, a crazy person. So what it is posted is the globe Earth prediction. You can clearly see that would be in front of the horizon. So that's the problem. We can replicate this on a flat surface. It doesn't matter why it happens. We know. So the point of the test is to eliminate the variable of curvature. We eliminate it as a variable by using a distance where curvature can't be the reason. Can't be the cause. That's the point of the test. It's been replicated many, many times. You can replicate it yourself.
So I'm not saying any numbers here. In the two pictures you posted, can you step me through the numbers here? Angular size, drop, angle, distance on surface, horizon dip, drop from high level, drop from surface, top right, apparent radius, target left to horizon, target lift absolute, horizon, gradient. There's no elevation of the observer here. Oh, whoops. Come on.
No, it's there. Sorry. I'll crop the whole thing. Observer height is 0.03 meters. I posted the video where all this is at. Told you how high the camera height is. In the video, it shows her measuring the camera height. Oh, hold on.
Because I mean,
you can just go on Walter Business Calculator and do this yourself, man. Like, you don't have to trust me or the screenshots.
No, I don't trust you because I want to see target one visible 0.076 meters. Hidden 0.
Yeah, 0. 0 should be hidden. That's the point.
0 is hidden. There's nothing hidden.
0 is hidden. Where's the right bottom of the boat then?
Is it not pretty much the whole boat? Have you got a picture of the boat? I don't know how big it is. That looks like pretty much a boat except for what would be in the water. Maybe a tiny little bit missing. Could be a little bit.
Yeah, I got a picture of the whole boat.
Disturbance on the water.
It's like painful. You know what I find out? You've never, ever in your entire life applied any scrutiny to the globe at this level. Ever. Not even once. You never have.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
Sure. So we get on to
Tell me one thing you ever questioned about the globe. One thing.
We'll get on
you said, hey, this don't make
personal
sense.
stuff again straight away.
It's not a personal attack. I'm just saying that you've never questioned it.
Yeah, I noticed that we just
Can you give an example?
Did a U-turn and drove right away from the face of the moon. When I asked you a question, we're sitting here.
Because it's irrelevant.
Dominate the live. And ask me all these questions.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. I've posted a picture.
Okay, how is it relevant?
Because you claim it's a local moon.
Who? When did I say that?
You. It's part of the flat Earth.
Really?
So
is it a club? Where's the fucking notes, dude?
How far away is the moon then?
I don't know. There's no parallax. There's no way to tell.
That's just factually incorrect. So
it is. It is correct.
No. Mark one wrong for Indio.
Okay, so show me some parallax measurements of the moon. Post them.
Why do I have to show you parallax measurements of the moon?
Because it's your claim that it exists,
it's
dude.
It's not my claim. It's how it is. You have to show me.
Look, it's how it is. Okay, post the evidence that that's how it is.
Oh my God! Post your
evidence. Oh my God!
Post your evidence. There is no
brother.
You cannot be serious that you think from one side of the Earth to the other, the moon isn't going to be in a different position in the sky. Are you serious? If you say yes, you're not qualified for this.
When I say parallax, I mean a shift, right? You know what a parallax shift is, right?
Oh, really? So if I hold my thumb out in front of my face and close one eye, right, and then swap and close to the other eye, is the tree that one eye blocking, did that just move? No, it didn't just move. Okay. My perspective moved, okay?
Okay,
the object
but you
doesn't move. That's what parallax is.
We
So
know, but
let's
you
just
can. You
stick to
listen.
how things actually work, right? Rather than trying to confuse people and give them a different perspective.
No one's confusing.
Right, of what the truth.
You're confused.
Yeah, you are. You just made out.
You're confused.
Yeah.
Listen, a parallax shift.
Not talk over the middle of a sentence. You're utterly incapable of it.
Okay, what is a parallax shift as far as the moon? What would that look like? What would the observation be?
It would be in a different position in the sky as
relative to what?
The observer.
Relative to the observer?
Correct.
Okay. Say you're on the North Pole, South Pole, looking at the moon at the same time. What's the amount of the parallax shift?
Can you have a look at the picture I posted in the pill?
Okay.
And I just got to get a drink. I'll be 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Actually, can't see the freaking pill. Fine, but I have to look on my phone. What the flying fuck, bro? Do you guys see that fucking diagram? Jesus H. Christ.
All right. So you have a look at the photo I have in the.
It's hard for me to take that fucking seriously. Okay.
Just stick to the facts, mate.
What facts? Your diagram isn't facts.
So
you know what facts are? Well, you know what a fact is? It's when you make an actual observation in the physical and natural world and record the result. I am.
Yeah.
I'm sticking to what you think a fact is. Observations are facts. Diagrams are not facts.
Okay.
Now, according...
No. Don't just keep talking, all right? Okay?
Yeah, show observations, dude. That's what I want. I'm about evidence. I'm not about claims, dude. I'm about evidence. Data.
Right. Well, you claim that your boat was at this height. We got no proof of that. We got no proof that it was a 1-inch observer showing you a little boat.
Watch the video. She measures the camera height on camera with a tape measure.
Yeah, that's great. Not very,
measures the height of the
hard to
boat
then
with a tape
substitute
measure.
the footage later on and show you a different.
Oh, is that what they did? Did they do that 20 more times?
Sure, that's what you do every time I present you with evidence. Okay, I'm showing you
what evidence.
I'm showing you a diagram of observations. I'm trying to explain it.
A diagram? Which observation? What date? What instrument?
Every single day that people can see the moon. You haven't even heard what I'm trying to explain about it yet, because you will not.
Dude, because this is silly, dude.
It's silly.
Because I want the evidence. I don't want your narration.
Guy who thinks there's no equator. So please, just look.
I know there's no equator.
Sure.
How did I prove there was no
diagram, and can I explain it to you, or not? You just want to?
Yeah, go for it. Explain it to me.
So the diagram is a diagram of observations. Okay? On the top one, that's the flat Earth with a local moon. The two people, the top guy would see a different face of the moon to what the guy on the bottom would see. Whereas on the globe at the bottom, of course, it's not the scale, right? They both see the same moon, even though they're on opposite sides of the world.
So if it's an observation, how did they make a not to scale observation?
What? Do you not
This is not
understand
an
how?
observation. It's nothing like an observation. The moon is supposed to be 30 times the diameter of the Earth away. Okay?
Right.
This local moon shit, nobody believes in this. Why did you put the moon there?
To show you that if it wasn't at 230,
Why don't you just put it on top of the flat Earth and debunk that?
Ask me a question. Do not start talking over me when I'm in the middle of answering it, okay? You ask me what this diagram is about. In the bottom one, if the moon isn't 238,000 miles away, you won't see the same face. If it's closer than that, we will see slightly different faces of the moon, and we don't.
Okay. I don't know how far the moon is away. We don't see this. We see one face of the moon, which necessitates that the moon must be far away. I don't claim that there's a local moon. And as far as, do you really want to go over the angles to the moon? You really want to go over that? Because you're gonna get fucked up. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because if you do the calculation, the moon's only 1,600 miles away.
That's complete nonsense. You've done your calculation.
Okay, I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it based upon observation data
Whose
of
observation
moonrise
data?
and moonset, where it triangulates in 3D space that the moon's only 1,600 miles away. You ready? Hold on.
Yeah, so whose observations are these?
What do you mean whose observations? They come right off of time and date, bro. Timeanddate.com.
Yep. Okay.
And it's a globe earther that found this, not me. Not no flat earther. This ain't flat earth shit. Let me post it.
So while you're looking for it,
Yeah, hold on. No, I found it.
cool. So then why do we see the same face of the moon then if it's only 1,600 miles away?
Good question.
A damning question.
Well, I mean, how can it? Listen, you don't get it. It's like you're missing the forest through the trees. We see the same face of the moon, but if the Earth is a globe, right, that's spinning, and we see the moonrise and moonset, and we draw the angles to it, then it's only 1,600 miles away.
No, that's
right?
right.
So that's a problem. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna post everything. Hold on, dude.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't make this up, dude. It didn't come from me.
Oh, so we can use other people's data.
This is from timeanddate.com. It's not data. It's a model.
It's not data.
Time and date is not data, dude.
Not
data you take with an instrument.
Information.
Well, it's a model. It's an observer-centric model.
What is data?
Data is a record of observations or measurements or something like that.
Data is a single piece of information without relevance to anything. 16, that's data. Right? How old is the person? They're 16.
I think that's a number.
How old is the person? They are 16 years old. That's information.
Okay. Listen, you need at least a relationship between one thing and another to call it data.
No. Data
Just the number 16 isn't data. What does it contain for data? Where's the information?
It's not information until it's collated into information. Data is raw stuff.
Okay. So I posted in the chat. Now this comes from timeanddate.com. So if you draw the tangents from that ball to where they intersect, then the moon is 1,862.6365 miles from Earth.
All right, what am I looking at here?
So you understand that she used moon set and moon rise, right? So that would be a tangent, your line of sight, going through the horizon to the moon. And on the other side, right, when moon set to the moon. Well, those lines of sight should intersect at the moon. So you can draw that triangle, calculate your baseline, the chord of the arc between your points, and then calculate how far the moon is away. Now, this is a globe earther. This isn't a flat earther. And actually, I'm pretty sure she's at the time she did this, she was getting her master's in physics. What is any of this evidence of? Not a damn thing. We can talk about the moon all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely matters. Can you step me through the picture of the globe where it's got the last sight and the moon thing? Can you step me through that picture? Because I'm not seeing enough information on there to be able to make this calculation.
Okay, so I posted two, right?
I've got it open on my screen. The big one with the circle, and it's got the two lines intersecting where the moon would be. Can you step me through that picture?
Which the diagram?
Yes, the drawing that the person did.
The tangents are the line of sight to the moon.
Yeah, can you step me through all the numbers?
They position the tangents based upon the latitude and longitude of the observer.
Right.
Okay, and that's in the preceding info. That's in the other document. That's in the other screenshot. There's two screenshots there.
Why aren't they on this picture?
These are moonrise moonset times from Greenwich Borough, UK, August 2021, 551:48 north latitude. These are moonrise moonset times from Stanley Falkland Islands, August 2021 at 51:69 north latitude. So for these times, this moonset, moonrise, those lines of sight should intersect at the moon. That would put the moon 1,600 miles away.
So
now, and the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because you have a presupposition. You presuppose that looking in the sky is identical to observations we make on Earth, and there's no evidence for that. In fact, the evidence is against it.
No, it's not.
No, okay. It is because there's no parallax to any celestial object, including the moon. Okay, you just think there is. But if I went on the North Pole and South Pole and looked to see if there was any shift against background stars, there wouldn't be one. Okay. Nobody in astronomy even claims there is one. They admit there's no parallax to the sun. They calculated parallax to the stars based upon a theory, not because it's actually observed.
That's just wrong.
Okay, then what's stellar aberration?
No, I don't know what the.
Yeah. Okay. You're just saying it's wrong. You're just not eyeing me left and right.
Because it's not true that there's no parallax to the sun.
It's not. Yeah, because you said so.
Well, you said so.
Yeah, I did say so. Okay. I said it's theory. I said it's calculated. It's not naively observed. It's based on calculation.
What?
Based upon an orbit.
No, it's not. The calculation comes from the observation. We see it happen and we try and work out what it is. We don't just make shit up.
What do you see? What do you see happen? What's the observation?
That the sun is in a different position if you're on one side of the planet to the other. If I'm at sunset and you're at sunrise, right? So we're 180 degrees, we're on opposite sides of the planet. You see the sun in a different position of the sky to what I see it.
And?
Yeah, so you can calculate its distance from that difference.
No, you can't. It's well known.
Right. So
you can't.
So I'm going to post drawing a line from you.
Just me.
Hang on.
I'm going to post from the Astronomical Journal. Okay.
Drawing a line from you.
I'm going to post from the Astronomical Journal. Okay.
You can just keep talking through me. That's fine. Okay. It's what you do.
Yeah, I'm going to post from the Astronomical Journal. You're talking out your ass.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
You tell me what you believe to be true, but you don't know it to be true.
That's all you do. You say what you want to be true, but you don't ever.
So this is from the solar. This is Harold Weaver.
You tell people they're lying.
The solar parallax, research of the National Society of the Pacific. Okay. This is a post from harvard.edu. They cannot measure distance to the sun using parallax.
Yeah, it cannot measure distance to the sun using parallax.
Yeah,
So there's parallax.
Yeah, parallax. How we want to measure the distance to something on Earth.
Okay, so
Yeah, there's no parallax to measure.
oh, is that what you meant? Oh, you misspoke. Right. Okay.
I didn't misspeak. Okay, there's no parallax to measure. Any parallax that astronomy says exists comes from theory and calculation. It doesn't come from observation, and it comes from two things: theory of an orbit and theory of stellar aberration, which also comes from a theory of an orbit. So all the stars are in apparent positions. They're not in their true positions. They're in apparent positions.
Well, could you not say
Same
that?
with the sun, same with the moon, all that shit. Everything in the sky is an illusion. You've never seen a sunset in your life, according to the globe. When you see a sunset, it's already over the horizon. Yeah, didn't you know that?
What does that matter?
What is that? Because the entire sky is an optical illusion to you.
It's not an optical illusion. So we see it going over the horizon, a few seconds after it actually goes over the horizon. Still
It's
going over the
minutes, dude.
horizon. Minutes, fine. Minutes. It's still going over the horizon.
Look, when you see the sunset, it's almost 2 solar diameters under the horizon physically, according to the globe.
So what?
So what?
Yeah,
So you're seeing a refracted holographic image of the sun.
Holographic? Well, hang on,
Being
the
sarcastic.
sun's all right, okay.
Look, if the stars have apparent positions because of stellar aberration, and the sun has apparent positions based upon refraction, and the planets have apparent positions because of proper motion, everything that's in the sky is an optical fucking illusion. And according to you guys, you think the flat looking flat is also an optical illusion.
Sorry, what was that?
The Earth looking flat is also an optical illusion.
No, not so much an optical illusion. It's because it's so big. To us, it looks flat. I mean, if you stood in the middle of a hula hoop, okay, and you look down at it, right, it looks like a ring. Okay, now pick that up and hold it up at eye level. Okay, it's flat. That's what you're actually seeing when you look out at the horizon. You're seeing the radius of how far the horizon is. It looks flat. And on the Earth, the size that it is, that's what is predicted.
That's what is predicted?
Yes.
That it looks flat from sea level?
Yes.
Want to know what also looks flat?
The horizon looks flat. From left to right, the horizon.
Want to know what also looks flat? Flat things look flat.
Yeah, but we
can't. You know that? Flat things look flat?
Yeah. Flat things look flat.
Yeah. So you think the flat thing that looks flat is not a flat thing that is flat. It's actually a curved thing.
Through other things, through other means. We don't just go.
Yeah, but
it looks flat, so it's curved. And simplifying it to that is, I don't know.
It's what? That's not the situation.
Disingenuous, because we didn't just go, oh, it looks flat, so it's curved. That's what you make it sound.
Okay, so they measured the curve.
Yeah,
and that's how they figured it out.
Yeah, it gets measured daily.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah,
tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it, bro.
Yeah, have you ever watched Barron?
God. Barron's a dope, just like the rest of the fucking surveyors. They don't even know it.
Because he shows you.
No, he's a dope.
Because he shows you to be completely wrong. That's why he's a dope.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he doesn't know how his own fucking profession works. Just like all the fucking other surveyors.
But you do.
Ask him. Oh, yeah, I do.
Right. So have you got
Ask him what reduction of the vertical, ask him what the reduction of the horizontal direction is.
The guy doesn't.
Watch him frickin' go. Huh?
Right. Sure.
Okay, so there's something called reduction of the horizontal direction. After you take a measurement, this is what you're supposed to do. This changes the azimuth, meaning the direction you're pointed, because according to the globe...
Don't really care about all this nonsense, okay?
Of course, because you don't know. I'm going to tell you, I'm showing you why they don't actually measure... Well, we can just cut it like really short. If they measure the Earth as a curvature. What's the reference ellipsoid for?
No idea.
Well, they wouldn't need it if they're just measuring an ellipsoid. Why do they have a reference ellipsoid? What's that for?
What's that got to do with anything?
Because they're not measuring anything. They're making measurements and projecting them onto a reference ellipsoid, the same way you map a texture onto a 3D model in a video game.
So would that not be so? I've never even heard of a reference ellipsoid, but at a guess, I'm saying
WGS84 reference ellipsoid.
Right. So is that so? There is a static place that it can be measured against.
No, it's a reference ellipsoid. It's created to project measurements onto its surface. It could make the reference frickin' dolphin. Project measurements onto that surface. Project any surface onto any other surface, or map any surface onto any other surface. The way they map the measurements onto the globe surface is they curve plumb lines, which
they what?
Mr. Barron that you talked about. They curve the plumb line.
Sure they do.
You don't believe me?
How do you curve a plumb line?
Yeah, you tell me. They're doing geodetic surveying. And that's funny, you're Barron, and none of these other geodetic surveys know anything about it.
But
it's in the literature.
You seriously?
Yeah, it's in the literature.
It's in the literature. Hang on.
Yeah, it's in the geodetic surveying literature.
Hang on. So 1 minute, right? My diagram is a diagram. That's not relevant when it's of observations. But now you're saying it's in the literature. Have you ever watched a surveyor doing their work?
Dude, my friend, when he was 17-year-old and still in high school, surveyed.
Oh,
if you're putting them up on some fucking pedestal, good luck to you, because any freaking monkey can do that shit.
Was that the question I asked?
Yes, I have.
So you've seen what they do when they get over the... is it GOP or something, when they get over that marked position that's being put there, so they know exactly where the theodolite is being put.
You mean the control point?
Is that what it's called?
Geodetic control point?
Sure. Yep.
It's weird. You're in Australia. You guys use a completely different datum. In fact, one of the major guys that talks about deflection of the vertical and curvature of the plumb line is from Australia. His name is Featherstone. Publishes all the time.
Sure.
About this problem. It's called use and abuse of deflection of the vertical.
Right, but
the reciprocal zenith angle thing is a deflection of the vertical created by a curved plumb, created by what you would call lumpy gravity.
Sorry, what?
So hold on a second. I'm going to post curved plumb lines in the chat. Oh, there it is. So this diagram is straight out of the geodetic surveying. This is deflection of the vertical. This dashed line is the plumb line, the direction of gravity. But the problem is you got this reference ellipsoid. It has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees or you're going to get distortions. So they have to curve the plumb line. So that means horizontal, right, is not parallel to the surface of the earth, and vertical, the direction of gravity, is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth in geodetic surveying. So things like reciprocal zenith angles don't mean anything, would only mean something if you had a 90 degrees from the surface of the earth, which geodetic surveying disavows.
I'll have to take your word for that. I don't know enough about surveying.
Yeah, well, okay. A lot of people don't. It's a complex issue.
Yeah,
that's why it's a complex issue. It just is. Coordinates, maps, all that shit, they're complex issues.
Okay, so maps and stuff maybe not so complex. I'm just looking at that. That's really interesting stuff. I didn't know about this. Deflection of and the bent plumb line. Good information. I'll definitely go and have a look into that. I'm talking more about when somebody puts a theodolite up and they set it at exactly vertical, and in the distance they should be pointing at whatever like if their theodolite's at 5 foot, they should be looking at the distance 5 foot away. Yeah, in the distance. To say 5 miles away, it should be 5 foot away, and it's not. There's drop, and the drop it calculates exactly to the curvature of the Earth. They move their point to there
That's
to where
not true.
it is completely true.
No, it's not true at all.
It is completely true.
Okay, then there would be no such thing as measurement error.
Oh, there's
And it
refraction.
wouldn't
There's
even
refraction,
exist.
and you
Every
can't be
measurement
spot
would
on with
freaking
that.
match.
You can't be spot on with refraction, right? You can make an
Now
estimate
it's
at the time.
refraction. Is it curve or refraction? Which one is it?
Well, there's both. Do they have to be exclusive? Can you only have one?
Well, first thing, I already demonstrated that the plumb. So the first thing you do when you get a theodolite is you level the instrument. But leveling it means getting the plumb right. You're getting the vertical. That vertical is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in the first instance.
How so? How is that not perpendicular?
Because there's lumpy gravity. They say that the gravity's lumpy.
Not to that extent where you're setting up where you've got a thing that's got that has two axes of level, and you make it level. Like it's got a front and back level and a left and right level. You make them both level. It's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
Not according to geodetic surveying. They have something called the geoid. Have you heard of the geoid?
Yeah, I know that gravity isn't exactly perfect all over the planet, but do you really think that's enough to cause?
Yes.
It
is
8 inches per mile square every time.
Yeah,
it just
nobody measures 8 inches per mile squared.
I know they don't. I was using a flat Earth term. 1 degree per.
Yeah, nobody measures that though.
1 degree per 69 miles, whatever you want to, however you want to see it. That's what we see all the time, repeatedly. Okay.
You're just saying that, dude.
No, it's not.
That's not true, even remotely. If that was true, trigonometric leapfrog surveying wouldn't work. But it does.
What wouldn't work?
It's called trigonometric heighting.
Yep.
Also known as leapfrog surveying.
Yep, I can gather what that is.
That wouldn't work at all.
Why wouldn't that work?
Because you're just sighting in at 6 feet and just leapfrogging over and over and over again. You couldn't maintain that line.
Couldn't maintain what line?
The 6 foot line above the surface of the Earth, because the surface of the Earth would be curving down.
Right, and are you claiming that they do go in a straight line? They don't.
Yeah. I'm not claiming it. I wish Apocryphon, I'd pull him up. He was here. He does this for a living.
Sure, I'd really like to see that data because somebody's confusing something somewhere.
Leapfrog surveying is well known. It's called trigonometric heighting. Okay. Look, the idea that things don't get compressed down because of the meteorological conditions is silly. Okay. They don't sight in exactly where you said they do. And even you said there's refraction. We know things get compressed in the distance visually. We know this because there's something called the flattening of the sun. Okay. The sun gets compressed at the horizon, right? Swishes. Why is that?
No, I've never seen.
Right. I actually took some video last week. I got a windmill, so the windmill is cut off where you can't even see the hub of the windmill. I took a photo or a video 40 minutes later, and I can see the windmill clear as day completely.
Right.
Yeah. The point is that if you saw it, you'd go, hey man, I can't see that windmill because it's behind the curve of the Earth. But if you would have looked 40 minutes later, suddenly the Earth would have uncurved.
We've been over these kinds of topics 100 times, so refraction has lifted it up.
Okay. Why would you say refraction lifted it up?
Because that's how refraction works.
It is.
That's right.
And you know this how?
Through experimentation.
Okay. What experimentation?
Of demonstrating refraction in science class and seeing a bazillion videos of it.
Yeah, but that's not terrestrial refraction, okay? That's different. The air is a single medium, right? and the changes in the refractive index of air is in the 5th decimal place. So it isn't like air to glass or air to water.
Over
That's like
what
0.30.
distance?
We're talking like 0.1 million, dude. When I say in the 5th decimal place, so refraction is caused by two refracting mediums, and they have a different refractive index, and then it gets displaced when it transitions from one to the other. And the ratio of the difference of the refractive index determines how much it gets displaced. In air, if you change the temperature like 1 degree, it'll be, let's say, 1.00000.27 versus 1.0000029. Okay,
Right.
it's infinitesimal. It's an infinitesimal difference.
But it's not. Temperature affects the medium, but it's the medium that affects the refraction. So temperature isn't solely.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Okay, what you've heard and what you've been told. The fact is, there's no evidence for it, and in fact, all the empirical data taken to quantify this terrestrial refraction is against the claim that shit bends around the curve, that light bends around the curve and gets lifted up. You know, there actually is people that have tested this out there in the academia.
Right.
And I'll give you a specific one, right? So one, they did LiDAR measurements of a landslide done over a 24-hour period, and they measured the max deflection. They measured the deflection of the light as it arrived as an angle. So the highest deflections they measured during this 24-hour period was 0.0027 degrees. So at a 25 miles, that would be a displacement equal to 8 feet. You guys claim shit is lifted up miles and hundreds of feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no basis for that. None.
There is plenty of basis for it. I mean, you've seen it yourself. What's that footage of that lake with the shore shifting up and down? That's way more than the percentage you just quoted. You guys,
hundreds of feet.
You guys show that because it's over a relatively short distance.
Are you talking about Skunk Bay? Is that one?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. That might be it.
Yeah, but that's obviously that's caused by turbulence. That's obviously very turbulent meteorological effects, and that's rare. That's obviously not observed all the time. And that's a different thing. Watching the horizon shift is different than picking up from behind something. It's a little bit different, right?
So yeah. So.
And have you ever considered that there's
what do you mean it's very turbulent?
Effects?
I'm watching a really plain lake. There isn't even white caps on the
turbulence
on the lake.
No, it's called there's something called turbulence, right? Like when you see like a hot road and the heat is making it shimmer, and that's turbulence. When you see a star twinkle, that's turbulence.
So I'm watching the shoreline lift up.
Scintillation, technically.
I'm watching the shoreline lift up. What would be the equivalent of 20 or 30 meters? This shoreline, it covers the entire peninsula at some points. So the refraction covers the entire peninsula at some points. Man, that's huge. That is massive refraction. Like, what is this? What is the distance?
I see Skunk Bay.
It's huge. That is a massive amount of refraction over such a short distance. I googled Skunk Bay refraction.
Yeah. I got my own, dude. So, hold on. Did you post it in there? Because I'm gonna post one.
Oh no,
I'm gonna post.
Sure.
I'll do it.
Cool.
I got it.
Cool.
I got it ready. Everybody knows what the hell we're talking about. Nah, that is not moving 20 meters. That land isn't even 20, 60 feet tall. Across Skunk Bay. That land is like 30 feet tall, maybe. Maybe it moves 10 meters. I'll give you that. But that's nothing.
Over that distance. So what did you say was in the millionths of?
No, the difference in the refraction index of 1 degree temperature. This is probably a 20-degree temperature difference between the water's probably super cool and the air is probably very warm, or vice versa.
So, but it can happen.
Yeah, but you would see this moving up and down. This is obviously something's going on here. It's obvious.
Yeah, refraction's happening. That's what's going on.
You can see an inferior mirage. Right?
Whatever if you want to use names to try and obfuscate what's going on, that's fine. But
no, an inferior mirage is a double image, right? You can see an inferior mirage. I can clearly see it. It's not obfuscating. Okay? And there's other effects that we would see if terrestrial refraction was happening the way they said it is, especially for distances of hundreds of miles. So like Canigou, right? Some of the images of Canigou is 412 kilometers. Okay? It's a 10-hour drive.
Right.
Think about something that's 412 kilometers from you and seeing it through a camera. Okay? So over that long distance, there's other, if there was refraction lifting it up, you should see other things, namely something called chromatic aberration. That's how a prism works, right? Separates the colors of light. You had a lot of refraction happen picking it up, especially that long-ass optical path of 400 kilometers. You would see red on top and blue on the bottom. This does happen in astronomy, and you actually make correctors for this, for your telescope, called astronomical dispersion correctors. But we don't ever see this with land, ever.
I
mean, we just don't. And even in fact, there's one where the dude used an apochromatic telescope. An apochromatic telescope, it's designed so that this dispersion where you see the color banding doesn't happen, and he doesn't see it at all. So if it would happen, it would have to happen in the environment. Someone could always say it happened at the telescope, but he used the apochromatic telescope and it still didn't happen. So
I just posted 3 images there.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm looking at the sort of the white, looks like a Lego block building in the middle of it. If that's a normal building, to me that looks like a several-story building. I don't know what's there in that town. So, and then the second picture, even more so. Yeah, they look like multi-story buildings. Me. I could be wrong, but to me they look like multi-story buildings. And then the last picture, they're all gone.
Do you think you're behind the horizon? They're just compressed.
Yeah, I know.
All that visual information is squished. Yeah, it's just squished.
It's refraction lifting up the ground.
Which part is refraction lifting up the ground? The horizon is behind this.
Yeah, so it's lifting up the ground in between it. It's lifting up like the ocean. That's what it looks like to me. I can see, I've noticed, look, the mountains in the background don't seem to move very much at all. But it's not a very high observable either. So
well, all I see, from what I see, all I see is the image getting compressed and stretched like there's an inferior mirage in between here and there, in between the camera and there.
But it's not happening.
It's not unusual. Inferior mirages aren't unusual. They happen all the time. All you need is like a 10-degree temperature difference. But that's way different than lifting something up miles, especially if you're at elevated height, right? So the Canigou shots are from 9,000 feet. They're from the French Pyrenees to the French Alps, 9,000 feet to 13,000 feet.
And how big is the mountain that you're looking at? I don't know this photograph that you're talking about. We talk about Peak.
Yeah,
Peak Esparta,
they're 13,000 feet. Yeah, they're 13,000 feet. So they're looking from the French Pyrenees, which is like on the Spanish border, across what's called the Gulf of Lyon, which is like where Marseille and all that shit is in France, to the French Alps, which are all the way on the other side.
You know, my question was, when you look at the photograph, how big does the mountain look? Can you just see a little bit of it?
Well, they're tiny. They're far away, dude. They took one to like 400 fucking millimeter telescope, 800 millimeter telescope.
Right, so they're
far away.
Yeah, so you know they're on the ground, so to speak.
They're as far away as the ISS would be. Let's put it that way.
So is what you're seeing not passing through ground level refraction?
No, they're on top of a mountain.
Yeah, but you're
9,000 feet.
Yeah, let me see if I can find this picture so I can show you.
Hold on, dude. There's one of them. This next one, taken with an apochromatic telescope. Like that fucker. I think that fucking bad. God damn it. Okay, there.
I cannot.
So, yeah, so the important thing to notice is that from this position, the horizon should be 127 miles from the camera. That is in the ocean.
Right. So which picture am I looking at? Man? Oh, sorry. Okay, so this is
either one of them,
is it? Rightio.
Yeah, two of them. Well, I mean, one is in the same area. It's from a different mountains called Peak. What the hell's the name?
Bas de Crens.
Yeah.
I'm not really familiar with this photo, so I'm familiar with Peak Gaspard, though. Do you know that photograph?
One is Peak Finestral in the Pyrenees, which is, and the other one to Peak Gaspard, and the other one's Canigou to the other one, whatever the fuck the name of that is. So this is a mountain, the Peak Finestral is a mountain behind the Canigou Mountain. It's further away.
Right.
So I was able to get the weather conditions from when these pictures are possible. And it turns out that low humidity, high pressure, that's all it takes. So the humidity is down to like 30%, and the pressure is super high. So they got a high pressure system and low humidity. So there's a bunch of these. There's some taken in infrared. So the point is that, like, the thing to remember, like I said, the horizon is supposed to end in the water. Like, there should be like a well-defined water horizon and like some mountains sticking up from behind it. You can obviously see lights all the way on the other side, on the shore, which should be under the horizon, because the shore is something like 140 miles away.
Sure. So I'll just put in the pill, something that I have looked into a lot, because I don't know the
Okay.
mountain.
I'll check it.
One.
Really, the first time you seen that? It's pretty classic.
Yeah, no, I've heard him.
I'm
Just,
surprised.
but I'm looking at the world record photograph, so I have heard Canada. I've never.
Yeah, one of those is the world record photograph. Yeah. God damn, I gotta scroll down. I gotta sort this in better. You just posted something?
In the pill, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
So this would be my question to flat earthers. If we know the law of perspective, right? Double the distance, half the size.
Yeah.
So Peak Gaspard is 443 kilometers away.
Really? You do realize there's mountains in the foreground, right? That are something like 100 miles closer.
Whatever. Peak Gaspard is, let's just call it 4,000 meters for the sake of the conversation. We know that's not spot on, but 443 kilometers away, 4,000 meters tall. Right? To the left is Grand Ferrand, right, which is 3,000 meters, let's say. It's 2,758, but let's just say 3,000. And it's 392 kilometers away. So it's only 51 kilometers closer, yet it's 3.5 times the size of Peak Gaspard.
And?
Well, that's not perspective. Double the distance, half the size.
Yeah.
It would have to be 3.5 times further away to appear to be that size.
I want to take a look at this. Hold on. I'm going to show you something, but I just want to look at this. Is super fucking small. Well, you did hear me say that things get compressed with distance visually, right? Not only we know it, it's demonstrated by the flattening of the sun. And I can show you this specific place.
We're talking about
it happening.
We're talking about this.
I can show you it happening in this specific place.
What do you mean?
By comparing an infrared photograph with a visible light photograph, and one is compressed versus the other. Taken 5 minutes apart.
Right, I don't see point.
The point is that a naive saying, hey, perspective should do this, there's meteorological conditions. Perspective is just a rule of thumb.
Right, there's meteorological conditions like refraction.
Yeah. Well, I mean, refraction's an oversimplification.
But
it's not just refraction.
So meteorological conditions can work in your favour, but no other at no other time. You're in your favour that contradicts what the rest of science says.
No, because we can demonstrate our claims experimentally, whereas you can't demonstrate yours. That's the difference. You can't demonstrate something with experimentally of a curved surface being made to look flat, an object from behind a curved surface appearing in front of the horizon of that curved surface. For example, there's a video with a butane tank where they have a piece of clay and they take the butane and then the piece of clay lifts up and you can see more of it. Can you get the edge of that butane tank to be behind it? To be behind the piece of clay?
No, I can't. I'm not picturing what you're saying.
Well, there's a butane. They take a big butane tank, right? And they take like a piece of clay that's red, blue, and yellow, like different colors.
Yep.
And you can only see the very top of it. It's behind the edge of the top of the butane tank.
Right.
The butane tank's on its side, right?
Yep.
So it's a nice straight line.
Yep.
Like a curved surface, right? Nice curved horizon. They spray butane, which is a high refractive index. It's like 0.4, and it's freezing cold. So it goes up so you can see the yellow and the green.
So it lifted.
Right?
So it lifted the clay up.
That's right.
Thanks.
But the edge of that, the horizon, never changed. Never changed. Right? So you have to be able to make the horizon go behind the clay.
What?
The edge of the tank has to be able to get refraction, has to make the edge of the tank go behind the clay.
No, that's not right.
Okay. So when we do an observation of oil rigs at 10 miles away, when the horizon should be 1 mile away, right? And the horizon's beyond 10 miles, and the oil rigs are in front of that horizon. How did the horizon get from in front to behind?
Because the refraction's happening at the oil rig and lifting the oil.
Okay, so what
in your
lifting the oil rig,
when they did the
but it has to
butane, they put the cold onto the butane tank. Is that correct?
They've used cold butane, yeah.
Yeah, so the refraction is happening at the tank.
Yeah, right on the surface of the tank.
Yeah, I'm not.
They spray it.
I'm not
Okay, it's a liquid butane.
Yeah.
They spray it on the surface of the tank. Because it's so cold, it evaporates. Okay? Butane has a refractive
I know
index
how
of
it
something
works.
like
I'm not understanding why you think this is a point for you.
Because you have to move the edge of that butane tank behind the clay. Just like you move behind the oil rig.
No, you don't have to move it behind. So if you lifted up the bottom of if you actually physically lifted the clay up so you could almost see the bottom of it, when they put the butane stuff, when they made the tank cold and the refraction happened, you would see the bottom of the clay.
Okay, that's cool, but the edge of that tank is still always in front of that clay. It's never behind it.
No, but if you had the bottom of the clay only just out of sight, when you made the refraction happen, you would see the bottom of the clay.
So
ipso facto, you would see the bottom of the rig.
So you're saying that you could, if you had a higher refractive index medium, like freaking super cold butane, let's say it's negative 200 degrees.
No, if you just position the clay differently, because what was it to scale with what the Black Swan photograph was? No, it wasn't. They've just put a bit of clay there, and they're showing you how it lifts up. The fact that you can't see
there's no scale at which anybody's demonstrated. My point is, there's no demonstration that this is even possible.
It's a moot point. The fact that you can't see the bottom of the clay is just where they positioned the clay in the first place.
Listen. The Black Swan and the oil rigs isn't about the oil rigs being blocked. It's about the horizon being in front or behind the oil rig. They're supposed to be in front, but it's behind. It moved 10 miles. You understand? The horizon, whether blocked or not,
I don't know if you're intentionally
miles away,
misunderstanding this.
and instead it seemed farther than 10.
I don't know if you're intentionally misunderstanding it or what, but
the Black Swan, I helped create it.
Well done, good for you. So if they place the clay, right? So they've placed the clay too far. So when they make the refraction happen, it's too low for you to see the bottom of the clay. Whereas in the Black Swan, it's only just below the surface. So when the refraction happens, you can see the bottom of the oil rigs.
I'm not talking about the bottom of the oil rigs. I'm talking about the horizon distance.
If you can see the bottom of the oil rigs, right, then the horizon isn't in between you. The horizon is past the oil rigs.
Okay, that's fine. Say the horizon would be right at the bottom of the oil rigs. It doesn't matter. It should be in front of the oil rigs, period.
But it's refraction happening, and your experiment
proves line where the sky appears to meet the Earth should be 1 mile away. It's 10 miles away.
And no
one's been able to demonstrate that you can do this in any experiment, that you can move the edge of that butane tank further away, or uncurl the butane tank, or move the fucking surface around. No one's ever demonstrated that that's even possible.
That's ridiculous. You're being silly there saying that. because that's not what it's about.
Okay, show me. I'm
You've
open.
lifted the clay up. It shows that change.
More than lifting up, that's only one part of it. You have to move the horizon too.
By lifting it up, you are moving the horizon. If you could see the bottom of the, I think what you're picturing is that the butane tank is the horizon always, and the butane tank would have to physically move behind the clay. Now, if you lifted up that clay so you could see the bottom of
Visually,
right?
Move behind the clay. Visually move behind the clay.
If you lifted up the clay so you could see the bottom of it,
Yeah, don't make sense. Does
the
it?
horizon.
Basically, it's a paradox of what you've given us, right? You can have flat spots on the ball.
Yeah, I'm here. How come you measure spherical excess and we have observations that exceed the globe curvature? Does that mean your spherical excess wasn't factoring in refraction? Because if you're claiming to measure spherical excess based off of the tilt of the theodolite, well, how come we've got observations everywhere that exceed what that spherical excess would allow? Wouldn't you have such observations with your theodolite? Isn't it funny how the averaging method you use, the RMS root mean square, just happens to conform to a reference ellipsoid? Maybe it's because the source data was cherry-picked. And why would you expect to have spherical excess only on a geoid, where you have a deflection of the vertical? A deflection thus giving rise to flat spots on your globe and concave spots on your globe. And how do you tell the difference? Why is it always spherical excess when it shouldn't be? It's because you're not performing your own claim of geodetic surveying. Like, you should not be able to measure the reference ellipsoid because the reference ellipsoid neither conforms to the geoid nor the terrain.
Yeah, they're basically just getting some guesstimations, essentially. A bunch of guesswork. Getting some guesstimations and then mathematically making it work on their presupposed globe.
Right. And then make some faulty assumptions, ignorant ones. They assume that their measurements should conform to a reference ellipsoid, which is absolutely wrong. Your geoid conforms to a reference ellipsoid. You need to be coming out here and measuring the geoid, folks. If you are presenting claims of measuring the reference ellipsoid, you're doing it wrong by your own method. And this is because your geoid affects what is plumb and level. Locally, everywhere you go, it's going to be a little bit different by your claim. So when I'm watching a theodolite that's 69 miles away, what's level for me is not going to be the same level for somebody 69 miles away in conformance with the reference ellipsoid. It's going to have a geoidal variance. And ultimately what this presents is a situation where your very own claim to measurement is impossible to replicate reliably. It's impossible to show that it's a globe, because your own measurements need to be accounted for the deflection of the vertical and for astronomical refraction comporting to the geoid, as well as atmospheric refraction. This is not flat earthers saying it. But what's even worse than all of this is the theodolite is being claimed to produce a reliable measurement where it is plumb to level over a vast distance. That's a funny thing. Like, how much of a level do I need to gain a high enough resolution to minimize the tilt error? You know, if you have like a rifle scope and you spot a freaking deer half a mile away, and you so much as like have a gnat land on your fingers, you pull the trigger, you're going to be off. The further the distance means the higher precision it's required of your measuring device and your skill level to use it. And so let's say ideally you do have a perfectly level setup where you're plumb to level for a distance of 69 miles, but then by your own account, you don't know if you are accurate enough due to geoidal undulations, because there could be a local deflection of the vertical where you are, and there could be a local deflection of the vertical where the reciprocating theodolite is at the far end. It's looking back. Which means level isn't level, plumb isn't plumb. It just turns into this hot, holy mess.
Right, so DJ, I thought those pillars was just some like failed landscaping project for a golf course. And when you showed me that there are natural pillars all over the place and that they actually have place names after these natural pillar formations. And then when you look at these pillars and you see that they're obviously not natural with the high precision cut angles and spacing, it really is curious what on earth is going on.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, crazy stuff, isn't it? Yeah, so what's interesting, I thought, okay, like I saw it on a video I was watching, there was just a few pictures of them, and he said it was from 1998 or something, and then when I looked into it, I'm like, okay, it's not from 1998. So I looked up some images on Google, and there was some links to some Facebook groups about them, and people were saying it's this old the remains of an old distillery roadhouse type place from the 20s, from the Prohibition era. Anyway, then I looked that up. I looked where it is. Turns out that was nonsense. And some other people, were saying that it's from like the 70s, from a hotel that was meant to be getting built there, but they never ended up building the hotel. So I was like, okay, surely there's some pictures, of that part of the beach, being it's California coast and previous, or, sometime before 1980 at least, or something like that. Or sometimes, actually, I couldn't find any pictures of that before the 2000s, I don't think. I think 2011 or something was the only picture I could find. Anyway, I thought, okay, surely there's got to be some pictures from surveying sites and stuff like that, USGS or something from before the late 70s or whenever it was that they were meant to have put those pillars there. Can't find a single picture. It's kind of weird. So I just put the picture into ChatGPT. I'm like, what are these? And first it's like, bring it up, because I can't remember exactly what it said first. It said some crazy shit first. 1 second. Okay. All right, so I put a picture in. I said, what are we looking at? It says, what you're looking at are rock-cut architectural columns, not freestanding pillars that were later buried. In plain terms, these columns are carved directly out of bedrock as part of the facade. Anyway, it went on to go on for ages about how they match Roman, Hellenistic rock-cut temples, Nabatean sites like Petra, Greco-Roman, Eastern Mediterranean, blah blah blah. Anyway, so obviously that was incorrect. So I said, because I didn't tell it anything about the picture, so I said the structures are at the beach at Half Moon Bay, California, adjacent to the Carlton Ritz Hotel. Said thanks. Now that you've given the location, I can identify what you're looking at. The rock forms near Half Moon Bay, California, adjacent to the Ritz-Carlton, are ancient carved columns. Aren't ancient carved columns at all. They are natural sandstone formations shaped by wave erosion, wind and salt weathering, layered sedimentary bedding, differential erosion of harder and softer layers. The cliffs near Half Moon Bay are made of sandstone and siltstone layers that were deposited millions of years ago. Anyway, it went on about that, which is obviously incorrect as well. So I said, are you sure they seem to be from a construction in the past? Some say it was from the foundations of an older hotel that was never built. Can you go deep and to search and find that for me? It says, yes, there is a real historical explanation for the structures you're talking about at the beach near the Ritz-Carlton in Half Moon Bay. According to local history records, beachside columns and pilings that resemble ruins or foundation remnants are not ancient architecture or natural rock formations. They were part of a 1970s era foundation project for a hotel that was started and then abandoned. So after that, it doesn't really give any information about it. So I was asking it, like, I'd like to see photos from the 70s when they were built. And it says, yeah, I can't find any photographs or anything like that. It gave me a link to some places that I could go try searching, which is like the records from the I forget what it's called. I said it a minute ago. USGS, is that it? Yeah, USGS. Anyway, when I was looking through the historical records, I was trying to find some old pictures of that part of the coastline to see if they were there before the 70s. And what I found was, which I'll put it in the side chat. It's like, this is from a PDF. Okay, so I think it says 1965. And it says Pillar Point, Half Moon Bay. And Pillar Point isn't those exact structures. It's not far away. It's still in Half Moon Bay. So I went on to Google, typed in Pillar Point, and then here's like a little screenshot. So we got Pillar Point 7, Pillar Point Beach, Pillar Point Harbor. So it's like, that's interesting. I was like, why? Like, it was kind of like it was, that area is kind of called Pillar Point, the Pillar Point area. So I looked up like what is Pillar Point, and that's where it started giving me information about how there were big, giant, prominent pillars that were naturally formed, and they were there for a long time, it seems, because even on old maps, old Spanish maps, which I'm trying to find the old Spanish maps now. Yeah, they called it something to do with pillars as well. So that's where I'm up to. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it just seems a little strange that you'd have both coinciding at the same place, claims of natural formations of pillars and then artificial pillars.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's very strange. So they're mostly, yeah. Well, it says it said that the big pillars, the big prominent pillars at Pillar Point, have been eroded away or something like that. So they're no longer there. But and I can't find any pictures of them. But it just looks weird as well. Like, how did they push pillars into the side of the cliff like this back then? Yeah, it's interesting because I was watching a video yesterday about it was like the big giant train line that they built over to Florida Keys, I think. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, that blew my mind. And then the Fort Jefferson compound.
Yeah, so that train line, like they can't work out how they would have been able to build it because the materials that you needed, including the fresh water that you needed to mix all of that concrete and stuff like that, it was like just the logistics and stuff. It doesn't seem to match up. And then like pictures of it being constructed and stuff. Like there's pictures of it kind of like after construction. Like most of these old world pictures, it kind of looks like renovation more than construction. And then you look at old maps from like this, I think it's like the 1600s and stuff like that. That was all land where that railway is. It's all land. And it's almost like there was like they had to, like it took them, they reckon it only took them 7 years to build this railway. And it doesn't make sense that they would have been
No
able to
way.
build, that they would have been able to build it in 7 years, but they were saying like what makes more sense is that they would have been able to like excavate it over that 7 years and renovate it, and like revamp it or something like that, rather than actually build that crazy thing in 7 years.
Man, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
In the old Spanish colonial settlements of North America, particularly the American Southwest, is just strange to me. Because the history is like Cortez, who conquered the Aztecs, came up the California coast. This is in like the 1500s. And after the Jesuit order was underway, they started founding all kinds of missions all over the world to include the American Southwest. And the Jesuit order set up mining activities all over the Spanish Southwest. And all of this took place well before the quote-unquote gold rush of 1849. Easily 100 to 200 years of activity preceding this. What was the Spanish up to? They were part of they were the western branch of the Habsburg Empire. They owned all that American Southwest territory.
Wow.
So people feel like excavating out in the middle of nowhere and then find like walls and walls of bricks and brick structures. And they'd say, oh man, this just must be an old Spanish mine.
It's so crazy.
Right. So is it possible too? I mean, kind of weird, but like rail lines. So we've got railway lines all over America. Itself is a really interesting interesting bit of history just from the mainstream perspective how this came to be. But there's something about the rail lines. I mean, maybe these began under originally a mining operation way back when, not for trains, but for mining rail cars and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the gauge, the width of the rails conform to like Roman chariot standards.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. What is going on?
Man, it's so crazy. The
And then
more I
the
look into
Roman
this stuff, it's just
Dude, the Roman cement all over. Have you seen this stuff in America?
no.
Oh man, I got it. There's so Conspiracy R Us did this whole series on it. A series like you do a video and then a year later another video follow up. But so they're building structures around in America today that are built using a recipe from ancient Rome. But the issue is that recipe was supposedly lost during the time period that these structures went up and was rediscovered only much more recently in history. So where'd they get the recipe for the Roman cement?
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. I was just trying to look up the channel that you were talking about. Conspiracy R Us? Oh yeah, I found it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, he's got a few videos on this very topic. It's just crazy, dude.
What's up, Dave Hinkle? Good to see you, man.
Hey DJ Yoder, what's going on?
Not much, man. We just thought we'd liven up the room a bit because there's nobody in any channels anywhere.
Yeah, kind of hitting a little slow period here. Whatever.
Yep.
You're still trying to speak some truth, right?
Got that right.
Nothing to report here from Kentucky. It's a pretty shitty day, kind of rainy, but other than that, it's not a ball. So
It's still not a ball.
yeah,
Damn it.
it's never going to be a ball, man. I used to think it was a ball, but then I actually looked to see if it was, and it's not. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, there's not much we can do about that. Yeah, Yoda, this looks like a pretty trippy channel. Lots of interesting stuff I'm seeing. Yeah,
that's a good one.
I'm gonna make a. Yeah, I think I'm gonna combine the Flat Earth Central server as like a kind of like a 2-in-1 server. So it's gonna be about Flat Earth and also Old World and ancient history like megalithic, Old World stuff, that kind of thing as well. Because I think that'll help bring a lot of people in, and it's also a super interesting topic, and they're definitely connected. So I'm gonna make a second section that's just dedicated to Old World stuff, and have all the different channels with all different information and stuff like that as well. Might even change the name of it from Flat Earth Central to like I was thinking maybe Truth Central, or I don't know, maybe the name of my YouTube channel, which is Pickled Minds, or Critical Think. That was the three that I was contemplating.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed this topic, the Old World topic's kind of blowing up on YouTube recently. There's tons and tons of channels coming out, and they're getting tons of views. Which is good. it's a topic that's connected to flat Earth, I think. Or it's kind of like-minded, critical thinking people, at least.
I think the genesis of a lot of this came from that Philip Jurgen guy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Say that again. You're like cutting out a bit.
So there was a YouTuber. His name was Philip. He's from Moscow or something. Philip Jurgen, and he was pointing out how even in his own country, he was pointing out that old structures were buried under the earth, preserved by mud. And I think this kind of gave rise to the whole Tartarian mud flood movement that sprung up after it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. There was like a famous Russian, I forget his name, famous Russian historian. It's kind of like alternate history.
Yeah, Anatoly Fomenko.
Ah, that's the one. That's the one, yeah. I haven't looked into it much, but yeah, his name was mentioned a bunch when I was watching the documentary about the Great Wall of China deception. That's another trip, man, that Great Wall of China. Like over 13,000 miles long. I think the longest.
Gentleman trying to suggest that our historical narrative has been misrepresented to us. No way.
No way. No, definitely not. It's exactly like they teach us at the school.
Yeah, at some point you go from it's crazy to believe alternative history to it's crazy to believe in the mainstream history.
Yeah, that's where the craziness comes into it, for sure.
Or the same thing with America and Australia. You've got like all these amazing, beautiful, magnificent works of architecture going up almost all at the same time. And there'd be like 50 of these building projects attributed to one designer and his company.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? They do that a lot. There's always like some architect or someone who wasn't even an architect. They're like, this guy was like a doctor, but he also invented this and that and all of these different things, and it's crazy.
By the age of 24, he taught himself surveying and architecture design. Took his inspiration from Berlusconi in Rome.
Yeah, man, I was watching that exact thing yesterday about like some old world, like, or not old world, but some old aircrafts. Before it was like a steam powered 50 horsepower aircraft that could carry a dozen people in the 1800s. Wow. And it was like, yeah, he was a doctor and he also invented like, and there was just the biggest list of things you could ever imagine that this guy had invented. Like, how the hell could this guy invent all of these different things? Same with the architects, like you were saying, like that are responsible for designing these like grand structures. And it's like, oh, and they also design this one and that one and this one, and it's like, what?
Well, it looks like we got a few new people popping in. Oh, that's Professor Triangle. He's a flat earther. Never mind. Anyway. The subject you guys are talking about, very interesting as far as going back in history and what we've been misled about. And these buildings are right in people's faces that couldn't have been built by whatever, you know. But how do we verify any of that stuff? I hate to be Davey Downer, but, you know, how do you verify over even 40, 50 years ago?
Yeah, you can't verify it. It's just a big puzzle, and you can put little pieces together here and there. It's fascinating stuff to look into, but it's always going to be a level of speculation.
Yeah, exactly, DJ. I mean, speculating, it just seems like obviously that things were a lot different way back when than what we've been told. But I know that's pretty vague, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Even looking into people that are credited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe, like Pythagoras and people like that, once you start digging into the proof that they even existed, you can't really find anything. Even the historians agree that they can't confirm anything that we get taught in school about Pythagoras or that he even existed. They're like, yeah, someone named Pythagoras probably existed somewhere in Greece, but we can't confirm anything beyond that. It's all just stories. It's like they say, oh, the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures like Eratosthenes, Pythagoras.
Yeah, and then they attribute everything to them, just like these architects. Crazy.
But yeah, I get your point, Dave. But the thing is, we've already established empirically that it's absolutely not a globe. And that's the information we need to get to people, first and foremost. But I think digging into more things is very important to try to unlock more information. How did it what is this place? we know that it's not a globe. We know that it's a flat plane. We know that they've lied about history.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there, DJ. There's nothing wrong with trying to put the puzzle pieces together, and there is a lot of physical things right in our face, buildings and stuff like that are just impossible for it to be what they're telling us it is. But
yeah,
as far as figuring it all out, good luck. But there's nothing wrong with trying, right?
Exactly, man. What I find even more fascinating is the megalithic stuff. And there's no way we're going to work that out, but that stuff's just crazy. Giant megalithic structures and those big giant blocks that are like too big for modern machinery to lift and that kind of thing. Like, what the hell was going on back then?
I mean, it's not a bunch of Jews that just moved the blocks into place.
It's almost like they were harvesting some kind of energy from the atmosphere. But I'm not going to say the word ether, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get you for sure. Yep, something.
I would go out on sort of a limb and say it's at least obvious that they had something figured out back then that was hidden for whatever reason, and now we're trying to figure out what it is. Again, vague, but y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, look at this thing that Cyberfiller just put in the side chat. That's crazy. That's huge. It's also crazy that all this megalithic stuff's like freaking buried. Apparently they just found like another Mayan temple as well, like some crazy Mayan temple complex in the jungle just recently.
You know what I find weird too? Like how they find throughout Europe even, how they're like digging up old Roman villages. Like how does that just happen? How do you just like lose track of a Roman town?
Yeah.
Like Oh, geez, I'm standing on a mound of dirt, and there's like Roman villas underneath my house. Huh? Weird. You know that you lose the culture and history loses track of these places. Like you got to figure. I mean, being Roman towns, they had been on their own maps. They had been taxed. There are all these records all over the place. And there were people presumably living there. And you think that, like almost anywhere else, that people would just continuously live and expand and grow out from where they are. And when your house needs a new roof, you get a new roof laid in. You continue farming and tilling the land and so on and so forth. But no, I mean, in this case, you got Roman villas that are buried under the mud in Germany and England. And
Yeah, it's crazy. Apparently, like there's a big highway just near our house here in Poland. And when my wife was young, there was no highway here, and then they built the highway. When they dug up the ground to build the highway, they found all of these like ancient like artifacts under the ground and like sculptures, and they dated them to like 4,000 years old or something like that. And some of them look like freaking I don't know the name of it, but you know those dinosaurs with the long necks?
yeah.
Yeah, they look like them. And they were trying to like pass them off as like horses. They're like, no, these are just horses, but they look like those freaking weird dinosaurs with the long necks. You see them in some like ancient wall art depictions, like I forget which country, but yeah, there's just this particular. It's not like a big giant dinosaur or anything like that. It's like a sort of camel-sized thing with like with really long necks. Yeah. Anyway, it's just crazy. Like they just discover stuff. They had no idea any of that stuff was there. They dig up a highway and they just find all of this stuff.
If I remember my dinosaur education, I think you're talking about a brontosaurus. I could be wrong.
Check.
We've been joined by Nell. Do they want to talk? Hello, Nell. Are you there? They want to talk right now. Back to you, DJ.
Yeah, that's the one, Dave. Yeah, kind of like that. Yep.
So just that little piece of evidence you were talking about right there, you're saying they supposedly dated that to 4,000 years ago, but the dinosaur story is millions of years, right? And asteroids and all that crap. So
yep.
Totally out of whack.
Yep.
Just saying.
Yeah, that same type of dinosaur, the Brontosaurus type of dinosaur, there's like really like ancient artworks and cave art and stuff like that that's like really, really old that depicts them. And then there's tales of native cultures, like Aboriginal type cultures. I forget exactly which country. I'll ask my wife when she comes back upstairs. But yeah, they all reckon that they existed as well. Those same ones with the long necks. And there's reports of them being spotted deep in the jungle or something like that. Even just like a couple of 100 years ago. Anyway, I need to look into that one a bit more.
Yeah, obviously there could be all kinds of different kinds of creatures, different various sizes that they're extinct now for whatever reason, or who knows.
Yep.
We can't limit the creator to what he can create, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He can create DNA and he can create little insects and crap like that, so why not big things too? But anyway.
Yep.
I mean, there's so many different directions that we could go in this conversation, just because a lot of us have researched a lot over the years. But typically in here, like we can expand a little bit on Sundays, but typically in here we like to stick to the nature of the earth.
Mm-hmm. So, like, is it like a recurring sessions that you guys talk about stuff, or like?
Oh yeah, no, we probably have about 100 people a day coming in here, different people. Some people are repeat people, but we'll have anywhere from like 20 people one day, and then we'll have like just people all day long coming in and having conversations with them. And we live stream 24/7, just so you know. There's not always a bot in here, but whenever there's a conversation going on, there's a few of our guys that own these accounts that say YouTube on them, and they bring those bots in here to record and live stream out to YouTube. We do it for other people, as an outreach, so other people who are on YouTube can watch us and find us. But more importantly, like, you wouldn't believe how many people actually lie in these conversations, and we have to go back to the YouTube bot and screen record what they said, and then come back and show them what they said. So, and it's there for your protection too. If you think we're lying, you can go to the YouTube bot, rewind, and find out where we were lying at.
Hey, Sonic. So I kind of go by Occam's razor on things. So when I'm looking at the sun and moon, there's a couple things that I see them. They measure the same angular size. They cause objects to cast shadows that are the same size. They cross the sky at almost the same speed, and they leave the same analemma patterns over time. So what would you tell me to prove that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away from Earth than the moon?
Okay, so about the first, I said start point by point. So you mentioned the speed is the same for sun and moon in the sky, right? You mean during the day, right? So during the day, if you like during this day, like sun almost moves with the same speed as the moon, and this is not just for these two. Like during the night, all the stars and the moon and the sun, they all move with the same speed. Like that's why, because they're not moving. Actually, the Earth is rotating during the day. So, but in like a general, like larger scale, we also are rotating around the sun. So that's why the speed of sun is not exactly the same as the speed of the moon. And also, the moon is rotating around the Earth. So that's for the speed. So if the speed during the day looks the same because we are rotating, they're not moving. For the angular size, I don't have any reasoning why the angular sizes are the same. Like I don't think there's that much. It's more like a coincidence, which is fine that I say that. But angular sizes like just depend on the size and the distance. So it happens to be that the distance of the moon is such that the angular areas become the same. And there was another point you mentioned. What was the other one?
That if I have a tree out in the front of my house and the sun and moon are at 45 degrees angles in the sky, and if I measure the shadow that they cast at daytime and nighttime, they're almost identical, the same size on the ground.
The shadow of the moon and shadow of the sun, right?
Yeah. When the moon's light hits a tree, it'll cast a shadow of the tree on the ground, and during the day and during the night, that shadow is almost identically the same size.
Yeah. So let's say you have a light bulb in your room, and like you put it like an object on the table, and you cast the shadow with the flashlight, whatever. And as you move away the flashlight, the shadow becomes smaller, right? Because of the angular area, right?
No,
but as
the shadow will get larger. They don't get smaller. I've never seen a shadow decrease in size. You'll never cause your hand. You can never cause your hand to cast a shadow smaller than your hand. That's what I'm saying.
No, not a smaller. No, exactly, not smaller than your hand, but it's always bigger than your hand, right? But as you move with the flashlight, it becomes closer to your hand. So, but the thing is that when the flashlight is closed, the difference is large. So, like you move the flashlight a little bit, and the shadow decreases. The size of the shadow decreases a lot. But as you go away, the difference becomes less. So, the farther you go, the relation between the distance we travel and the way that shadow gets smaller is becoming smaller. And at the like a very large distance, almost infinity, let's say, not infinity, of course, but at a very large distance, you don't see the difference in the shadows based on the distance because they're so far away. Now, if you move this like sun like 1 kilometer away, you don't see change in the shadow because it's so far away that the shadow of your hand is almost, if it's also perpendicular, is almost the same size as your hand because it's so far away that the light rays you see, they're not angled, they're parallel. So you almost see light as a parallel lines. So all the shadows are the same size.
So if I like put a flashlight above my hand, 1 foot above my hand, and I look at the shadow of my hand on the ground, and then I do the same thing with a street light that's like 30 feet up, they're not going to be the same size, the shadow of my hand. I've done this.
Yeah, but if you continue, you said that it's not going to be smaller than your hand, right? The shadow is not going to be smaller than your hand, right? Always.
Right.
But it becomes smaller and smaller. It is always bigger than your hand size, but it's going to become smaller and smaller. So let's say I take the lamppost and move it like thousands of kilometers, like vertically. So it's like far, far away. The shadow still is bigger than your hand, right?
Yeah, so you think it'll be the same size as if the flashlight was a foot away? You can think it's possible for them to cast the same shadow size of my hand? Is that what you're saying?
No, but when the lamppost is 1,000 kilometers away, and when it's 2,000 kilometers away, the difference is very, 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 very small. Because as the farther you get, the difference in the distance, the difference in the shadows becomes smaller. It is still becoming smaller, but because as I said, it can't get smaller than your hand, it should change less and less. So it's not a linear thing. It's not that like, oh, if I moved it like 1 meter away, the shadow became like half. If I do it again, it's going to become half again. No, it's going to become like two-thirds. Like the ratio is going to be closer to 1 every time. So at the limit of very, very large distance, the ratio is almost 1. Did I make my point?
Sure, I got you. So I wanted to ask you a question after this one, but are you familiar with the Anum Lima patterns of the moon and sun over time?
I have to, and how do you spell it? I'm not sure if maybe I.
ANALEMMA. It's like the sun and moon. They'll create a figure 8 pattern in the sky when you do a time lapse. You take a picture every day at noon for like 6 months.
Back and forth. I know. Yeah. I know that. Yeah, I mentioned it when I was talking about Mars. I think similar to that. But yeah, go ahead.
So the sun and moon create the same Anum Lima patterns and basically pretty much the same size. So considering those 4 things I said to you, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away?
That's a very good point. Let me just look at the Anima. History, attribution, globe.
Yeah, like the moon will create that figure 8 Analema once a month. It'll do it like 12 or 13 times a year. And then the sun will do it once a year. But they're the same size.
Okay. What's the reason behind showing the position of the sun? I have to look up the moon one. Here is just the sun's declination to. Okay, let me just check the. This is just sun. I have to check the moon and Lima.
Because I'm a simple guy. I like Occam's razor, and those 4 things lead me to believe that these 2 objects are about the same size and crossing the sky at about the same speed.
Yeah. So the problem with that is that also you have eclipses, right?
Sure, you mean like when the moon turns red? Is that what you're talking about? An eclipse?
I care about the sun version. So the solar.
Well, there's problems with that, with the 2,000 mile wide moon only casting a 60 mile wide shadow on Earth. That's kind of that's not possible for something to cast a shadow that is about 20 times smaller than its size. It would, for example, that would be like me holding up a bowling ball and then having it cast a shadow the size of a marble on the ground.
Because it's so far away. Because it's so far away. It's all these values are astronomical, no pun intended.
Well, I mean, you're saying the light rays from the sun are parallel when during the solar eclipse. So then the moon should be casting a 2,000 mile wide shadow across Earth, but we only have a 60 mile wide path of totality.
So you have the sun, you have the moon.
But hold on, we got a little off in the weeds.
Yeah.
I was just, did you
okay.
check out the Analemma patterns?
I'm reading about this
you see how they create that same figure eight?
Yeah. So here it says that this is because of tilt in the axis of rotation of Earth. So again, this is something about the Earth rotation. So if it's going to affect everything we see in the sky the same, because it's about the Earth rotating differently. There's a tilt in the axis of rotation.
Okay, well, there's quite a few assumptions there that are unprovable: tilt and axis rotation. And you also said the moon was, or that we were rotating around the sun. That's three things you said that are all assumptions. But my question is, why should I believe that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away, considering the four things that I said that would lead me to believe just the opposite, that they're very similar in size and velocity across the sky?
Yeah. Okay. So you guys sent a lot of videos. I try to watch some of them. I'm gonna send just one video, and I would appreciate if you want to watch it. This interesting video is from a math guy. Is you know Terence Tao? He's like probably, I'm not gonna glaze him, but he's probably one of the smartest people alive. But he talks about distances in cosmos and how do we measure. And I know like you guys have problems with this type of reasoning, but I just would love you to also watch this one.
Fair enough, I'll watch it. But you don't actually have anything to prove then, right? You want me to watch a video? Is that what you're saying?
Guys, you sent me like 20 videos.
Did you see the one where he fucked up the math? Did you see the Terence Tao one where he fucked up the math when talking about Al-Biruni? It's pretty pretty hilarious.
Sonic, you're gonna love India.
Metal when I can't do geometry.
What are they talking about?
Yeah, in this little series he does about the heliocentric cosmology nonsense. So it's a whole series that he did. And in one of it, he talks about Al-Biruni measuring the radius, and he fucked up the geometry.
Terry Tao or
I'll find it. Yeah, Terence Tao. Yeah, guy you're idolizing.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Sonic: if the first cosmic rung is wrong, or is the rest of the cosmic ladder completely wrong?
Yeah, of course. It just breaks the. So yeah, all of this video is based also on the curvature of the Earth.
What's the first cosmic run?
It's the radius of the Earth, which also I have one for that. Have you guys probably heard of it? It's like the most famous one. I want to hear your opinion on that. But it's the angle of the shadow thing, that different places have different angle of the shadow. So if you assume that
about Eratosthenes.
Yeah, probably yes.
When Eratosthenes did the observation, was he on the same latitude or the same longitude?
I believe he did it in two cities on the same. I'm not sure what he did, but he was close to the value we have, and now we can also do that every position we want. Like we have the map, and we can look it online, like what are the angles of the sun at a given point, and we just can do it ourselves. But
yeah, they don't use a globe for that. No, they don't use a globe for that. There's a lot of things I've been listening for a while, and there's a lot of things you believe to be true which actually aren't true. So if you use like time and date or sun calc, there's no globe in the mathematics to figure out where the sun's position is.
No.
And in fact, latitude and longitude has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
So no, he mentioned the cosmic ladder, and he said, "What if the first step is wrong, so everything else is going to be wrong?" I said,
Radius that no one ever measured. Yeah, that so the first step isn't even known because no one's ever measured the radius.
So I'm saying you can measure it with the angle of the shadow, right?
Yeah, how are you going to measure the radius of the Earth from the angle of the shadow?
So you see the light.
You have to presuppose a couple things.
Okay, let's start. Okay, first.
Do you have to presuppose a couple things?
We talked about.
You have to presuppose a couple things, dude. Yes or no?
Can you talk in like a human? I'm getting
yes or no.
I'm getting it's obnoxious. Okay, what do you mean by that?
Do you have to presuppose things to measure a radius if you're just measuring? Because what you're actually measuring is right? The length of a shadow, and then calculating an angle that triangle creates, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But you have to assume certain things about the source of light.
Yeah. So okay, I'm gonna say I'm gonna say my assumption. I'm gonna say my reason for my assumption. So I'm gonna assume the light ray is casting. It has almost parallel light rays. And the reason for that is that the shadow argument, right? At the noon, if you look at the shadow of your hand, it's the same size as your hand.
That's circular reasoning, dude.
Yeah.
How is it
Here, I'm gonna show you an image. Put in you.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, you're saying the shadows demonstrate their parallel because they're different what angles? But that's the thing you're trying to prove in the first place.
No, guys.
I'm gonna show you a picture of my countertop in my kitchen, and I just want you to tell me whether or not my countertop is spherical or flat. Hold on, I'm almost got it.
Okay, that's interesting. I want to take a guess.
Here we go, right here. If you could do me a favor and tell me if because the shadows are 3 different lengths on my countertop.
Yeah.
We're presupposing my countertop is a sphere.
No.
Can you tell me the radius of my countertop?
Okay, the thing I said about the different sides of shadows, I was first saying that the light rays on the surface of the Earth on our scale of humans that we see are flat are also almost parallel because.
How do you know that?
Why would you?
Yeah, but how do you know that?
Okay. So I say it's parallel. Okay, so how do you know that like there's a relation between this as
that's not an answer, dude. How do you know they're parallel, bro?
I'm saying there is a relation between the distance and between the light rays being parallel and the relation between the shadow, right?
How do you know that? How do you know anything you're saying? You're just jumping assumption. You're piling assumption on assumption on assumption.
I can't go back. I can't draw lines and triangles and do some.
Yeah, that's great.
Crazy man.
Yeah, light's not rays, and the light doesn't pass through the air in a straight line, right?
No, if the air, like if you're at on the surface and you're looking at constant density, is not gonna refract, so it's fine. It's only when you are
constant density. Where's that at?
Up here.
I want to go do some laser tests there.
Yeah, you have to do laser tests. Yeah, but it's almost a line, right? Like when you point a laser at the back of your yard, like it's line, like it's already enough. So
look, all I'm saying is there's a lot of things that are happening here, right? So you're presupposing a lot. You're presupposing that the rays of light are parallel. And you're getting the distance. See, this is the problem with the cosmic distance ladder. You're getting the distance to the sun from the radius of the Earth, and you're getting the radius of the Earth from the distance of the sun. Circular logic. The rest of the cosmic distance ladder is built off this the astronomical unit, right? Parallax, size of the orbit, Cepheid variables, the redshift. All these things are built upon. They're founded on the radius, right? But that radius is not actually known. It's never been measured and can't even be measured in principle. Has to be assumed to exist. You have to assume the Earth's a ball and presuppose there's a radius.
Okay, can you say anything about Earth without pre-assumptions?
Yeah.
Okay, say something about Earth.
Earth looks flat.
Why?
Why? Doesn't matter why. That's what it looks like.
So you see something I think it's like, why do you think the light goes
This is
straight?
a qualitative description. I don't need to know why.
So you believe that qualitative description only, like there is no quantitative description that you can have about.
Well, we have that too. We have that as well. We can measure the surface of the Earth and see if it's curving, and if it's not a ball. It's pretty simple. Doesn't matter what the star, suns, moon, and the whole thing you've been talking about. I've been listening to 40 minutes of this puke, right? You talk about tilt of the Earth and orbits and distance of the sun. Yeah. I hate to tell you, no one in the history of mankind has ever observed an orbit of anything ever, not even once.
That's what they do.
Okay. Show me. Post the video of actual video of a full orbit right now. Post
orbit of the
anything,
like a planet.
Literally anything.
Okay, dude, lawyer, like you don't have to yell, okay?
Dude, I said anything.
I'm looking it up. Okay, you want to orbit of Mars, let's say, time lapse. Should be good, right?
Yeah, so you're going to show Mars orbiting the sun.
Okay, I'm not on the sun. That's the thing. I'm not on the Earth.
Where would you have to be to see that?
You never see it because you're on the.
Okay, exactly. That's what my point is. No one's ever actually observed an orbit, ever. No one's seen the Earth orbit the moon. No one's seen the Earth orbit the sun. No one's seen a planet orbit the sun. No one's seen a moon freaking orbit a planet. No one has ever seen and observed an orbit. Period.
I mean,
that's not an opinion.
Moons of Jupiter also orbit, but whatever.
But you don't see a full orbit, do you? You see you see lights pass in front of Jupiter and then disappear. You don't see them go back the other way. You don't see them go behind Jupiter, right? You only see them for a period of time going in one direction.
But again, it's
for all you know, they could be in a big circle in front of Jupiter. You have no idea.
Yeah, but it's like
the fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit. That's a fact. It's not my opinion. But you take it as holy writ that there are orbits. But science is empirical, right? It's based upon empirical observation.
Okay, have you looked at the rings of Saturn? They do that's also light, right? Although it looks like that's also light. I'm just gonna make sure like everything is just a light source on this model. Even
what model? We're not talking about models.
The flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model.
So what's
in fact, there's no globe Earth model.
So there's a model.
What we're talking about right now is a heliocentric model. Right?
Yeah.
Which is a model of planets and orbits and all that crap. All circling the sun or orbiting or making elliptical orbits around the sun. Except for the Earth is making a circle and the moon's making a circle around Earth, kind of weird. Those two things happen to be circles, but everything else is ellipses. But never mind that. The point is that the fundamental claims of the Keplerian model has never actually been observed, not even the first thing. Now, you can construct a mathematical model assuming that these things orbit the sun, but there's other ones. So Travis just posted epicycles. There's another one called Tycho Brahe's model, in which the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun, which also works. So for any data set, there's potentially an infinite number of models.
Yeah, that's correct. But there is like some I don't want to say philosophical, but there is some reasoning that people believe some. So let's say I'm on your house, like you use electricity, right? And if I ask you why do you use electricity, like how do you believe in electricity? Like how do you think this works? Like what's electricity? Like do you have explanation of electricity?
I have access to electricity.
Okay, what is electricity?
I'm not looking at my wire from a billion light years away.
No. So what's in your mind? what's in your wire? What's creating the current?
Well, technically, the electricity comes from outside the wire.
So what's in the wire?
There is no current in the wire; it's on the surface.
So what's on the surface? What's current? That's what I'm asking.
Electric. Well, depends.
Like on what?
What's current?
Pressure.
Yeah, what's current? Pressure of what? Do you feel the pressure?
Well, there's electrical potential created between a positive and a negative,
Mm-hmm.
and that creates a force. Well, this is just a model. So this model, it creates a force that makes all the electrons pull in one direction. Okay, and that flow creates a current. Now, the drift velocity of the electron is pretty slow, but it's the combined action of all the electrons, which are in the probably quadrillions in a 10-foot wire.
Yeah. Have you seen an electron?
No. What's that
How
got to
do you
do? You're making listen, okay? You're not going to construct this false equivalence nonsense. The fact is, no one's ever observed an orbit. Okay, people have observed direct electrons. We have access to the things you're talking about. We have physical access to them where we can touch them, manipulate them, do cause and effect experiments on them. You can't do any of that with the heliocentric model or any of the other models. They're purely observational. We're going to sit there and say X causes Y when we can't even do the experiment to figure this out. And you know what? Copernicus admitted this way back when. It's only the modern people that are denialists and
So
claim
you
they
say
have
that
causes.
So we also have our understanding of orbits is that the gravity.
What understanding? You don't understand anything. You don't understand anything. You just tell yourself you understand. You understand your own bullshit. That's what you understand. Or somebody else's
What do you
bullshit
mean by
because
that?
you didn't
What
invent
does
this
that
stuff.
mean? I didn't invent this stuff. You didn't invent this stuff. Like,
yeah, I know. That's what blows my mind is that you guys white knight for ideas that aren't even yours, which is crazy.
I spent my whole life with these ideas. That's the thing. I believe in them because I spent my life with them, and I
me too.
see how some of them explain some stuff and some of them they don't. But I think because the reason that we have electricity is that we believe in that the electrons exist, that the magnetic field exists, that the electric field exists, and we never see them.
We don't
Who
need
invented electricity?
electrons to have a theory of electricity. It predates when J.J. Thomson discovered the electron. We had whole theories. We had models of electricity way before. We don't need the electron for it.
So who invented
J.J. Thomson discovered the electron with a cold cathode back in the late 1800s.
But you need electric field and magnetic fields, right?
It's just a model. That's Maxwell's model.
Yeah, Maxwell's model. So he believed
there's other ones. There's other ones as well.
Yeah.
So there's the Weber model where there's no fields and it's all particles or whatever.
Yeah, there's Weber
charges.
Model. The problem with Weber model is that I'm not studying that, but I believe that it doesn't predict electromagnetic waves. For waves, you need fields. So radio waves.
It doesn't predict what? Doesn't
Waves.
predict radio waves?
Yeah.
Why would it?
So radio waves, light, all of these guys can be explained with electromagnetism. So that's how radios work. Right? You just have a wire that takes the oscillation of the field, which is the radio wave, and it becomes a current. And when you measure the current, you get the signal. So you need the EM theory. You need to believe that there's a field because you can send radio waves with it. You can listen to the radio with it. You never see it. You will never see the field.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There's more modern versions of it. Weaver's model has been worked on, so there's more modern iterations of it. I don't know where the state of that's at. A guy that's been working on is a physicist named Andre. What the fuck's his name? Andre Agassiz. He's a Portuguese physicist. He's written multiple volumes on this shit.
Sorry, man. Andre Agassi's a tennis player, Indio. All right.
Oh, no. Dude, fuck you, bro.
I can't believe he
It's the
fucking
same
got away
name,
with
dude. Telling you. Hold on, let me find.
Yeah,
I'll
remember,
tell you.
like if you read Maxwell's work, starting on like mainly he mentions like Weber economics predates Maxwell economics, and he actually like praises the model. He's like, it's a very nice mathematical theory, self-consistent. But Maxwell believed that he didn't like the idea of particles having action
Because he believed in an
on
ether.
each other. Yeah, and actually he believed in ether, and he wrote a theory based on ether, and now we don't believe ether in the physics
Yeah,
community.
so that's the funny thing is like now here we are, and right, all this came down to my whole point. Maxwell made a model.
Yeah.
Based upon a mechanical model of the ether. The model is correct.
Yes.
But nobody thinking that model is physically real anymore.
So we take the same idea, but without ether. So Maxwell couldn't imagine that it's possible to.
Doesn't the model's existence and then
ether.
but listen, because the model works and it's based upon a physical model of an ether, doesn't that prove an ether exists?
That's a very good point. But if you were Maxwell, you would believe ether exists.
I'm asking you, doesn't it prove ether exists because we have a model with it in it?
So
that makes accurate predictions?
It doesn't prove it.
Oh, why not?
It doesn't prove that the ether exists. But when you see the contradiction, it disproves the existence of something.
Okay, you're not getting it, dude. There's a model. The model has a mechanical model of the ether.
Yes.
The model works as in it makes accurate predictions, but you're saying even though the model has this component in it, the model making accurate predictions doesn't prove that the model's physically real, namely the ether part.
Yeah. So it turns
what do
out
you think I'm saying? I'm saying the exact same thing about the heliocentric model and the Tycho Brahe model and the epicycle model. Just because you have a geometric model that will predict where the planets look like in the sky doesn't make that model physically real. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing is that we are improving. We are getting closer. About the thing about Maxwell theory is that he didn't believe it makes sense without either, and now we're doing it without either. So it's like he built a car, and he believed that he needs car muffler for the car to work, and we remove that. We're like, oh no, you can actually.
Works. We've been told a big story about it, but it's not something that we can really confirm empirically. Now, if they say space is a vacuum, right? That's what they claim. They say it's the vacuum of space. But if we're in space, right, and we're on a globe, and we are covered in an atmosphere, right, that violates natural laws. It violates gas laws. You can't have an atmosphere, right, inside a vacuum surrounding a floating ball. So there's problems with the mainstream explanation to what space is. But yeah, I mean, I see the sun and the moon moving in the sky as well. So that's something to wonder about.
But we don't know if it's something that even can experience friction.
Yep. Yeah, what's the sun? What we can confirm about the sun is we see an apparent light in the sky. And it basically makes repeating paths each year.
Yeah, what about the moon? Does it make its own light? Yeah, I think.
I'm not sure. I can't confirm whether it does or whether it doesn't. It's pretty damn bright when it's a full moon. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we could only speculate about that. I think even though the moon is, it looks like the closest thing to us, just by looking at it, right? We can see the details and that kind of thing with our naked eye. I think it's one of the most mysterious things. I think there's a lot of unknowns about the moon. I mean, we even had scientists in the 60s claiming that nobody will ever be able to go to the moon and land on the moon because the moon is most definitely not solid, right? They say that it's plasma. And they say, yeah, we're absolutely certain about this. Now, I'm not saying I agree with that, but we've got mainstream scientists saying this in the 60s.
Yeah.
And then we have crazy phenomena like lunar waves. Lunar waves. I don't know if you've seen lunar waves, but it looks like a wave passes over the surface of the moon. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Recorded
yeah, it
on
is.
Telescope? Oh.
It's recorded. Yeah, I'm just gonna find some footage now and put a video in the side chat. All right, so here's
but
one.
Also, like the moon can be in crescent shape, where a quarter or a crescent of it is in light and the other is dark, whilst being in daytime. Yeah. Have you ever seen it? During daytime, the moon's shape being a crescent.
Sorry, say that again. I had an annoying YouTube ad playing that interrupted you.
Yeah, like during daytime, and you see the moon being half or quarter, quarter lit. So yeah, it makes sense for it having its own light. Because if it was being given light from the sun, I think it should be during daytime. The moon should be full moon or something like that. Is there an explanation against that?
Yeah, the globe has explanations galore, right? They have an explanation for most things, but explanations are just explanations, right? It's not necessarily true just because they can explain it using their own.
Oh, that's it. Lunar waves. Let me take a look at it. Let me just.
Yeah, check the lunar wave out. And there's also a lot of footage of the moon where the position of the sun and the position of the moon, they don't align with the lit section of the moon, right? The sun would have to be in a different place for the angle of the section of the moon that's lit up to be lit up. I'll post some footage of that as well.
Yeah, what do you think of the Artemis? I see they're trying to go to the moon again. You have any?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They've been saying that they're going to go back to the moon since the 70s, right? And they keep delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. So I don't know. They keep delaying this one as well, and I'm not really excited about it anymore. I know if they do say they go, the footage is going to be disappointing, like normal. Yeah, we'll have to check out, what comes in when they go, if they go. See what it looks like.
Yeah, just a minute. I'm watching the lunar waves video. I'll be back to your concentration. Just a minute.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you.
Hey.
Hey.
What's your name?
DJ.
Hi, DJ.
Hello there. What's your name?
My name is Sola. I am Egyptian. I'm 22 years old.
Okay, well, welcome to the channel.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And where are you from, DJ?
I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland.
Wow, I love Poland. But
Yeah, it's pretty cold at the moment.
I'm very cold, maybe. I feel scared about Australia.
Australia, it's not very scary. It really isn't.
I know that there are a lot of wild animals, snakes, big snakes, anaconda.
No, we don't have anacondas in Australia.
I don't know, but I saw that big snakes in houses.
Not very often. Maybe if you live in the, in the bush or something like that. But usually it would just be a python, and they're not dangerous.
I have phobia from snakes. I really don't love it. Never.
Yeah, I don't like snakes either. Yep.
Yeah. What's your religion? I'm Muslim.
I'm not really religious.
You have no religion?
That's correct.
Why?
Because I don't really feel the need to join a religion. I grew up Christian. I did grow up Christian, but if I had to pick a religion, I would probably pick Christianity myself. Yeah.
I think
I remain skeptical of all mainstream religions.
Okay, really, I love my religion. Christian good too, but I think my religion is the best.
Yeah, I think everyone thinks their own religion's the best one.
Really, yes.
Yeah.
Right. But the most right thing is the belief and love God.
Yeah, I believe that there is some kind of creator, like a god.
Yeah. That's good. You love songs, DJ? I think
Songs?
you love. Yeah.
Yeah, I like songs.
I'm so bad in English, so I just can song one. But it's all very old song, but I love it so much.
Yeah, what's the song?
That was I will remember. Such a night, a Russian long ago, he was big and strong, in his eyes a flaming glow. The people look at him with terror and fear, but to Moscow sheiks, he was such a lovely dear. He could preach the Bible like a preacher. I think my English is so bad.
No.
Thank
Not
you.
that much bad.
Clap. Yeah, very good. Boney M. I like Boney M.
I love them too much, very much. I love Billie Eilish. Isn't it lovely? La la. Lovely. Why all of them silence? Faisal, are you from KSA?
No, I'm from Pakistan.
Pakistan. I can speak Hindi very little.
Hindi.
Yeah. आपका
ask-
नाम है क्या?
मेरा नाम फैसल है आपका क्या नाम है
मेरा नाम सुहाइला.
सुहाइला और आप
Yes.
कहाँ से हो सऊदीया
English
कैसे?
kids.
No, I can't understand. I'm just know two sentences.
Okay, but I was asking about your country.
Khuda Hafiz or Allah Hafiz.
Nice.
Yes.
And where are you from?
I'm from Egypt, from beside pyramid and Sphinx.
Egypt, a Muslim, right?
Yeah, I'm Muslim. I love my religion very much.
Nice. I'm also Muslim.
Mashallah, mashallah.
MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. You know, good.
my.
I think you are reading Quran a lot.
Me? Yes, but
Have a beautiful accent, Arabian accent. Very good.
Thank you.
I will teach you Arabic if you want.
Sure. I would like to.
Okay, I'm with you.
What is this? I didn't get.
I'm a teacher for the very little age, 4 and 5 years.
Oh,
I think I will help you.
thank you.
Hey, so
Thank
sorry for
guys,
interrupting. So,
Is she
so
gonna-
sorry for interrupting, Faisal. So, do you teach the children
Yeah?
how the earth is? Do you teach the children how the earth is? The shape of the earth?
I can understand you.
The shape of the
Do you
earth?
teach the children about the shape of the earth? How does it look like? How do you teach the children?
I teach children Arabic, how to make plus equal. This thing is, I have bad English. I can't explain.
Okay. How do you teach them about the earth? How we live in? Do you teach that it's a globe? Do you teach them that we live in a round or?
Okay, can you write in chat?
I'm also unable to get it. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't know.
The room topic actually is what he's talking about. When you're teaching the children, do you teach them Earth globe or do you teach them Earth flat?
Okay, so she teaches them a language, not about play.
Yeah, language, Arabic language. How to write Arabic and read.
Fair enough. So what are you thinking? Earth flat or Earth globe?
It's round like globe.
Round like globe. Why do you think round like globe?
Don't know.
You don't know? You just went, you woke up this morning and went, yep, it's a globe. I don't know why, but I'm going to say that.
I don't know the meaning of the globe, but I would say it's round. It's kind of ball.
Yeah, why do you think that?
Because I've seen the videos of it.
You've seen videos of it. That's interesting. Have you ever seen the curvature? Have you ever? You haven't been to space. Have you ever seen the curvature for yourself outside?
Yes. I'm studying childhood education.
That's great. Now we're just playing catch up now. So except for your television, except for your that's pretty delayed. Except for your television, except for your mobile phone, and except for your computer, where have you seen the curvature?
There's a lot of things that I haven't seen, but I
study in my college.
don't have to prove it. Like the whole word says that it's globe.
You want me prove that?
Yeah, you can if you want. He says, so you believe it's a flat. It's something new for me. Like, how can someone in 2026 can say this? It's flat.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
so you don't want to answer
millions and millions of flat earthers now. Many millions. Right? Anybody that's looked into it and gone out and tested the earth knows that it's not a globe. Right? So what I can't believe is that people still believe it's a globe in 2026 when there's no evidence for it other than faith-based evidence from space agencies like NASA, who are clearly deceptive. What's that?
They cannot. I mean, like you don't believe in NASA too, like also.
No, I believe NASA exists as a disinformation agency, right? They are classified as a spy agency. Yeah, the U.S. government just reclassified NASA as an intelligence agency.
Whoa.
You can look it up.
New.
Yeah, if you type in spy agency, NASA, into Google, you'll see articles saying that Donald Trump just reclassified NASA as a spy agency, like the CIA or the FBI. Same kind of thing.
It changes everything now that they've been reclassified. All the globers can now become flat earthers without. We won't laugh at you now.
So what is the end point of the?
You were about you talking.
If you keep traveling, when will you end up? Where will you end up?
Keep traveling in which direction?
You'll be in a coffin. You'll be in a coffin, or you'll be in jail. One or the other.
Jail? Why jail?
Well, if you keep traveling in a straight line, you'll eventually be going south, right? And if you keep going south, you'll have to go past 60 degrees south, and then you'll be breaching the Antarctic Treaty, and you'll get locked up in jail, most likely, for trespassing without a permit beyond the 60 degrees south parallel.
Even the AI is saying it's globe, bro. Come on.
Yeah. My AI says that your AI is just regurgitating mainstream information. Do you think the AI has ever seen the Earth?
No way. It can give you a lot of proofs, though.
Really? Has it ever tested the Earth? Is the AI existing in reality? Does it have eyes? Has it tested anything, or is it just regurgitating whatever the mainstream information tells it to?
Memorize a lot of information than you.
Yeah, so it's like a really smart parrot. You know how a parrot just regurgitates information? Polly want a cracker, Earth is a globe, that kind of thing.
But after taking too much evidence, it can conclude that if it's a flat or globe.
Okay, so that's what we're interested in, the evidence. Do you know what empirical evidence is?
No.
Okay, it's the type of evidence that can be physically repeated, right? Tested in reality, in nature, right? Physical tests, physical experiments in the real world that can be repeated, and we get results verified empirically. So if we go out and test the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water, Okay, and we test the water for curvature, and we don't find any curvature over large distances, that would debunk the claim that Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Do you agree? Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting, though. I can look over it.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask my AI if the Earth is flat. It will say yes, the Earth is flat, and then I'll say, oh, how come other people's AIs are telling them that it's a globe? It will say, oh, because they haven't been provided any additional information. They've just been programmed with the mainstream information, and it's their job to repeat the mainstream information. So
my
it's not real. It's
AI says it's flat too. That's two AIs that say it's flat. Not only people, but now there's AIs going that direction.
Hello.
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 Yeah, so if anyone has any more questions, let us know, right? We've got real world evidence, empirical evidence validating that the Earth is not a globe.
Can you send me in DM?
Yeah, if you send me a friend request, I could do that.
Sure. DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Your name is DJ, right?
Yeah, it is.
I just send it your request.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Don't you guys think that if this conspiracy were, I mean, if it were actually true, that we would have seen something in those emails?
In what emails? The
Oh.
Epstein emails.
Yeah, of course.
Why would some Epstein emails say anything about the Earth being a?
Those are the elites. Those are the ones lying to us.
Why would they
Who's
use
the
email?
elites?
Weirdo. Hey, why would they use email?
What?
Don't you think if it was a ball,
You
you'd
want
be
me to
seeing
use
curvature
sign
outside by
language?
now?
Or should I talk louder? Why would they use email for stuff like that?
I mean, they use the email for use the email for like other incriminating stuff. So this isn't even incriminating. This is just if they were hiding this, they would just talk about it.
There's nothing to hide. You can just go to the ocean and the Earth is flat. The end.
You're claiming that NASA
You
is
can't
hiding.
argue with anybody. You cannot argue with anybody that sees the Earth is flat, can you?
Huh?
Wait, just a minute. How did they retrieve the emails? How did they find the emails? Did
AI makes
Epstein
them up.
print them in a document and put it in his file cabinet or what?
I don't know.
T-Dub, do you know?
Why do
how
you
they-
care anyway?
No, I'm just curious. Because if I have emails, I don't have emails in my hard disk.
We're only allowed to retain ours for 18 months, period.
Like, I mean, think about it. They were talking about stuff like the trans stuff before it became popular.
Yeah, that's great. What's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Like, seriously, dude.
You're saying that there's
Any fuckwit can send an email.
You're saying that there's a global conspiracy.
No, I'm not saying there's a global anything. I'm saying it's flat.
Conspiracy, dude.
You're saying that NASA
said anything
is
about a global conspiracy?
No, I never mentioned NASA.
You said NASA is a spy agency.
No,
NASA said they're a spy agency.
Okay, but you see my point though that they're
Donald Trump
at the end of the
Donald Trump, right, and the American government officially reclassified NASA as a spy agency. We're not saying that. That's what the U.S. government, right, that owns NASA
but
is saying.
Are you implying that they're lying to us? You're implying that everyone who claims.
Why would a spy agency tell you the truth?
Okay, so it follows that there should be some sort of evidence here that they're, I mean, there should be at least a trace of it. Something look at all these dumb fucks. Look at all these dumb fucks believing that the Earth is a globe when really it's just a fucking
let me point something out, right? So what's the radius value of the globe?
I forget. I have to Google it.
Yeah, how fast does the globe spin? How fast does the globe spin?
I don't know.
Google.
Yeah, so I mean, does it spin east to west or west to east?
So Google says 1,000 miles per hour.
So you guys, you're the perfect example of these people that you just mentioned, right? People just believe it's a globe. They don't know anything at all about it, right? They don't even know the absolute basics about it. They just believe it because that's what they were taught while they were growing up. Okay, it's just like a blind faith that people have, kind of like a tradition in a sense, similar to a religion in a way. And people defend it when they don't even know the basics about it, or they don't even know the alternative arguments.
No, I've spoken to you guys before, and where we ended up was it wasn't satisfactory either way, right? Like even like the flat Earth argument, all I'm saying is there should be some trace of like in the Epstein files. There has to be, right? Someone like Epstein.
Okay, I want to logically. Can you just link this shit together for me? How the fuck does some dickhead sending an email related to donuts and pistachio ice cream and fuck knows whatever else? How has that got anything to do with the shape of the ground? Please logically link that for us all.
Because if there's a global conspiracy, it should follow that the elites, the people who are hiding it from us, they should be talking.
They're not hiding anything. That's the problem.
They're not.
It's in plain sight. Get your ass and walk outside and have a look. Go and tell us where the curvature is.
To go to the ocean, or did you ignore me when I said you can just go look at it yourself?
I looked at it, but like. I don't know what to believe, man.
But what?
You guys haven't been up there. What? You guys haven't been up there either. Have you guys sent a balloon up there?
And you haven't been there either.
Right, but
so it's a poor argument. So you're arguing, you're carrying someone else's water source. Do you understand that?
You're making a claim that goes against the common consensus.
Also, consensus is actually, let's go against consensus now. Let's just do a quick survey. Let's go down the channel. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't know. 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't know. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Out of a panel, consensus would say the Earth's flat.
And not only that, and wow, if you think about it, right? Arguing from that position 300, 400, 500, 600 years ago, right? When it was kind of quote unquote mainstream or whatever, the world was flat. What was the argument that one solo guy?
They didn't have rockets. They didn't have rockets with high definition cameras.
Hang on, dude. Hang on. Right? Because you're arguing from like a consensus standpoint, right? Oh, you're the one going against the consensus, so you have to have the strong argument. Well, what was the strong argument back in the day when most people had a worldview of of an Earth that is flat, And then the one guy came in and said, "Oh, well, here's my strong argument that goes against the consensus and proves it's actually a ball."
Sure, but what I'm saying is, in recent times, back then.
Can you do us all a favor? Wow, can you do us all a favor? Can you do us all a favor and just answer the fucking question, please?
Yeah, I was answering it back then.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
There's a difference, right?
Yeah, okay, what's
in
the
modern
difference?
times, globalization. We have we can communicate with each other, from different cultures, different civilizations.
What?
So our ability to send an email, how does that prove the shape of the ground? So we're back to my question, which you still haven't answered.
Like the Indians have sent rockets up there to the moon. They would.
Globe.
You don't think that they would say
computer equal globe, dude? Computer
but wow.
That's not what I'm saying.
Wow. You realize you're jumping from different argument to different argument. Okay. I'm trying to show you that this argument from consensus horse shit, right, doesn't actually hold. Back then, unless you can show otherwise, they didn't actually successfully do that. They didn't actually have a strong argument that went against the consensus, right? Or did they? Because if that's the strongest one, then, you would think you'd be able to win that.
No, I'm saying context matters.
Okay, well, the context back then, watch this, right? The context back then was, holy shit, we think, everyone thinks the world is flat. That's the consensus. And here's this lone wolf that comes in and says, no, it's a ball. He's going up against the consensus. He's got to have the argument to win it, right? Sure. And apparently, according to you, he did, or they did, or whoever it was. So what was that strong argument that went against the consensus successfully?
Well, are you talking about Galileo? Because no one argued that the Earth was flat, and that was.
Are you sure about that? Oh, are you sure about that?
Not that
I'm aware of. How many ancient cultures are there that actually had a flat Earth worldview? Almost all of them. Okay.
Okay.
If not, basically all of them, plus or minus a few. So the consensus.
I don't doubt that, because that's what we see around us for sure. Yeah.
Well, that's the whole point. So my point here is, dude, the point here is that the consensus was one of a flat planar Earth, and here you are saying that the strong argument, the argument that needs to come to the forefront is one of that goes against the consensus. So I'm asking you, what was that argument that went against that consensus back then successfully, that then changed everybody's worldview with proof and shit?
Let me search it up. Okay, Aristotle. Ship sailing over the horizon disappear, fall first. That's what he said.
My God.
Dude, your AI just hallucinated the wrong answer.
What's the right answer? Who did it? And what they said?
Eratosthenes was the guy, not Aristotle.
Could you spell that name? What was it?
No, I'm not going to help you out.
Well, I thought we were having a discussion.
Well,
you
don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about the globe. What do you want to discuss?
Yeah. Eratosthenes was the person credited with working out calculating the circumference. Okay, Aristotle, maybe he said boats appear to go over the horizon, but they didn't have very good technology back then. They didn't have any knowledge of optics, right, or anything like that back then either. And now we have amazing technology. We can very easily confirm that boats going over the horizon is not a very good evidence for the Earth being a globe, because now we can just zoom back in and see the whole boat again most of the time, right? Sometimes we can have ocean swells or miraging effects. Okay, but most of the time, if a boat goes out, right, it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it'll look like it's gone. You can't see it at all. Then you can pull out an amazing zoom camera and zoom back in and see the whole big boat again, right? So, right, we can also replicate this on a small scale flat surface.
That's true. How like up
is
to
true,
what
I can-
scale? How far?
What did he say? Not true.
No,
Well,
I'm
if
asking.
you give yourself 30 seconds in the side chat, I know you like the sound of your voice. If you give yourself 30 seconds in the side chat, it's loading, and you can watch a little video where that's not true actually does happen.
Okay.
Maybe, here we go, loaded. It should appear for you anytime now. You can watch that. It goes for 11 minutes. You probably only need to see the first 20 seconds.
I didn't say that's not true. I was like, is that I asked if that were true.
Oh no, you clearly said that's not true.
All right. It appears to sink a little.
It appears it wasn't even in the frame to start off with. Rewind it back to the start. Couldn't see it at all. You know, it's behind the curve. Hello, McFly?
Wait, but wouldn't Globers just say that this is refraction?
What
Is that what you're supposed to say?
Well, I'm just I'm arguing both sides here. I'm arguing
You
for.
can't argue both sides. You don't even know
Why
your
not?
side.
Well, I do know my side. I know your side. I know your side can't answer why.
Actually, no, you don't know your side. Remember, you had to Google the radius, Google the spin speed, Google the direction it was spinning. You don't know your side. You made a clown show of yourself.
Why doesn't a balloon or why does a balloon pop when it goes up in the air like far enough? Why doesn't it just stop?
Explain why. Okay, so nobody disagrees that happens. Now explain how that proves the Earth's a globe.
sometimes. Hold on, that happens sometimes. They actually made Mylar balloons that only expand and then stop expanding, and the balloon doesn't go any higher. That's what happens when it doesn't blow up.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, but if you do send a balloon up to a certain height, like a weather balloon, and it pops, how does that prove that the Earth's a globe?
It proves that at a certain point, you reach outer space and there's no longer like the air pressure, right?
No. That's not even the claim by the mainstream. So that happens at about 120,000 feet. That's not claimed to be space.
No,
right? That's
it's
just
because of
due
air
to the pressure. It's
Yeah.
just because of the air pressure. Yeah. So how does that prove the Earth
If
is a
we
globe?
were in a container, the air pressure would, because of entropy, would start to, what's the word? Be more uniform.
Would just stay where it's at? You mean would just do what it does now? It would do what it does now if we were in a container.
Hey, one question. What is entropy?
He's asking you the question, guy who said entropy.
Go ahead and answer that.
Yeah.
It's when.
Let him Google it. Okay, give him a second.
Yeah, let me actually Google it.
No. If you don't know what it is, just say I don't know. Don't go Google it.
You use the term, dude.
Yeah, we want honesty. We want honesty in here. If you don't know something, like if we can just look things up.
By saying
if
I'm
you don't know what it is, just say I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's
already
fine.
an admission of ignorance.
Yeah, it is.
It's your homework.
Yes.
So why did
It's
you
your
bring it up
homework.
if you don't know what it means? Why did you bring it up?
Well, entropy is when things start to become more uniform, right? Like when you have like the universe, you have concentrations of activity, let's say. And entropy is the opposite of this, is when like particles start to disperse and become uniform throughout.
Okay.
Right?
So for example, if I have a car tire that's filled up with air, and then I put a hole in the car tire, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? The air is gonna violently leak out of the tire, right? Why is that happening?
Because there's a hole.
Yeah. Why? Why doesn't the air just stay in the tire?
Difference in.
Yeah. So why is
air
the high
pressure.
pressure going? Why is the high pressure going to the low pressure? Entropy, perhaps.
I don't know.
Yeah, so high pressure, that's always going to happen, right? If you open a pressurized system, the high pressure, like it's going to instantly fill the available space, because that's what happens with gases, right? So if I have a vacuum chamber next to a high pressure system, and then, you know, I release the valve that's separating the two pressure systems, the high pressure is instantly and violently going to fill the available space, which would be the lower pressure system. Similar example with the tire, or popping a balloon, or anything like that, or opening a soda can. Now, what they're telling us is that we have the high pressure system next to the extreme low pressure system of outer space, right, which is claimed to be a near vacuum, okay, without a physical barrier. So that actually breaks the second law of thermodynamics, right? It goes against entropy, right? It goes against gas laws, right? A whole list of gas laws, right? Laws of nature. So yeah, it's probably not a good argument for the globe. You know, when you say that, and also when you said that the pressure should be equal in a contained system, right? That would be in a static system, like a balloon or a car tire or something like that. This is completely different. This would be an extremely complex dynamic system where we have constant gas production and gas cycles and all sorts of cycles that are going on, nitrogen cycles and oxygen cycles, and it's like a crazy dynamic system with lots of energy exchange happening within the system. So it would be completely different to a static system like a balloon or something like that. And if gas is constantly being produced at the ground level, right, obviously there's going to be more pressure, more gas, where the gas is being produced constantly.
Sorry, I
You zoned out?
left. No, I accidentally left. Sorry, brother.
That's okay, man.
No, but I'm not arguing like out of bad faith here. I really literally why not? And saying
Right.
I'm gonna Google it is better than giving you a bullshit answer.
No. At least you admitted. That's fine. It's not a problem. Look, here's the thing. Okay, if the Earth's a globe, the water has to be curving. Most of the globe's covered in water. That's what they tell us. 71% is covered in water on the surface. That means we can calculate how much the water should be curving over distance. Okay, so if we get a 20-mile distance of water on the ocean or on a lake or something like that, okay, we can calculate that there should be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance. And if there's that much curvature, then there should be some byproducts of the curvature when you're testing over that distance. Okay, so you should have a horizon at a certain distance. At school, I remember them telling me that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean, the horizon's 3 miles away. Okay, so that's based on the geometry of the globe and gravity. Okay, so we can easily go and test that, right? Anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to become obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Like your boats over the horizon argument before. Now, what we can do is go out and test that, and this has been done thousands of times now, and we can't find any sign of that curvature over that 10-mile or 20-mile distance, for example. Okay, where we can zoom in and see boats, the entire boat, over 20 miles away, for example. Right, so we can consistently see much further than you would be able to see on a globe. So rather than having to rely on,
just really hard, because what you're saying, no, I'm not gonna try to argue the science of it. It's just really hard to believe that all these scientists around the world are just ignorant.
Well, they're not ignorant. They're probably smart people, and they're very good at remembering information that they learn in textbooks. Okay, that's how you get a good grade.
Like India. Okay, so India has nothing to do. They probably hate the Western world at this point,
No,
right?
they love the Western education system.
Where do you think they get their space ideas from?
Okay, China then. Let's talk about China then.
Get their space ideas from us too. Yep.
Okay, but it doesn't change the fact that we're talking about completely different civilizations, somehow all lying to us.
I don't think that they're lying. I think that most of them genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe, and most of them have probably never actually gone out and tested it. Okay, like when you talk about a scientist or a professor or someone like that. Because if you go and test it, you don't find any curvature. shush.
Like, how does satellites work? I heard from one of you guys. You guys said that it was just balloons. I find that really hard to believe.
Well, look, here's a great logical argument. Okay, if you can measure the surface of the plane that we live on, of the Earth that we live on, right? If you can consistently measure the surface to have no curvature, right? Let's use a smaller scale analogy, right? Let's say you measure the surface of a floor in the room of your house, okay, and you can validate that it's not curving, right? It's flat. It doesn't matter what's happening above that surface, right? If you can measure it, whatever happens above that surface is happening above a flat surface. Same with the Earth. If we can consistently validate that the Earth's not a globe by actually measuring the surface, right, over and over and over again, all these different locations, different distances, using all these different methods, laser tests, all sorts of different methods, right? Whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Okay, when it comes to satellites, it's another one of those things that you're not really going to be able to validate empirically. You can't go and measure and find a satellite, right? And if you go to Google and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, you're just going to get pages and pages of cartoons of satellites in space, right? Like, obviously cartoons, right? Not claimed to be photos, just tons of CGI images of satellites that look like they're in space. But the only footage that we actually have of satellites in the air is when they're attached to balloons. Okay, and these agencies have giant satellite balloon programs, like NASA. They have a giant stratospheric balloon program. Their first satellites were literally giant balloons, Mylar balloons, that could stay up in really high altitudes for years and years at a time. So we're not denying satellites in overall, but we do need to remember that 99% of all communication is just done via undersea cables. Only a tiny percentage is satellite communication.
Yeah, but it still exists, right? Like GPS.
Yeah, some kind of satellite technology exists. Yeah.
When you watch like these rockets fly up in the air and disappear, so in your worldview, these rockets would just like reach close to the container but never hit it, right? It would
No.
That would be the case.
Why would you say that? Whoever said that?
Well, I don't know. Don't you guys believe in a container?
No, you said a container. Rockets hit containers. Rockets go sideways and fall in the ocean. And then NASA ships, they have a Navy, they go out and get them. Called the recovery fleet.
I've never seen a rocket fly sideways on launch.
Wow, you've never seen a launch before. I'll watch any shuttle launch.
Earth is not flat, it's literally impossible.
Why? How is it impossible? That's a new one.
Yeah, it's impossible because physics and other stuff.
Physics. Physics says
Yeah.
it's flat. Yeah, physics says it's flat, not ball. What's wrong with you?
It can't be flat.
How does physics say it's a ball?
You just no. It's literally can't be flat. No, go
Why?
watch YouTube video why it can't be flat. Okay, I will
Can you
ask
answer
you.
why?
Stop.
You're just repeating yourself. We're trying to get out of you why it is impossible for the Earth to be flat.
Yeah, so it's impossible for the Earth to be exactly what you experience every single day of your life, because you've had your common sense replaced with a bunch of nonsense
Bro, you think
throughout your life.
Okay, thank you. I feel smart.
You feel smart, but this is the problem, right? It's a false sense of confidence right now, and we're about to show you that. Okay, so if you
Bro,
want
you
to talk
think
about
Earth
physics, do you want to talk
it's a
about the
flat?
physics of? You want to talk about the physics of water? Do you know anything about the physics of water? Do you know anything about physics in general, or do you just know the word physics? You know how to say the
I
word.
think our government is a Jew and they control us.
Wow, there we go.
Oh, wow,
Having
so
a
there you
meltdown
go.
already.
So, yeah, already having a meltdown.
Bro,
Okay, so if,
Earth literally have shadow on the moon.
oh
And
really?
this fucking moon around Earth.
So have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth yourself?
Bro, it's impossible because
No,
of
see,
physics.
this is where you guys shut down. You can't even
You
answer simple
literally
questions.
believe on the flat.
See, but you can't even answer a
bro.
simple question. This is a problem because I ask you a simple question and you can't answer it. Have
Okay,
you
bro.
seen?
Answer
Have you
why
seen?
why Earth is
You know,
flat.
to say, bro,
Answer.
like you're in the English hub. I'm going to give you a tip. It's very ugly sounding when foreign speakers say bro all the time. It's actually it's a sign of like low intellect as well. If you say bro every second word, it's like 70 IQ type, behavior.
If you think Earth is flat, maybe your IQ is literally like 50.
No. We went out and tested the Earth. We have empirical evidence. We can present it to you right now, but you probably won't be able to understand it. Oh, there we go with the bro again.
And you believe on flat Earth?
You don't know anything about flat Earth. I bet you don't know anything about the globe either. I could ask you basic questions and you won't be able to answer them.
Okay, ask me.
How many times does the Earth spin in one day? How many times does the Earth spin in one day?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm just trying before. Why I need to know this information to say to you?
Why are you
fucking
delaying
Earth? It's flat.
Holy crap!
How many hours is it? Whoa.
Bro, you said, why are you so stupid? What the hell?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, voice. 1, 2, 3,
Kid
4,
looked in the mirror
5,
and said, "Bro, why you so stupid?"
Because Earth is not flat. Kids on school know this.
You're saying that it's not flat, but you don't even know how it's a ball.
Your
You don't
mom
even know
is
how many
flat.
times it spins in one day.
A lot of people here.
Yeah. Not one globe evidence, though. Just coping. Just low IQ coping. That's all we're getting. Is anyone better at defending the globe than this lady?
They spins one
Does
time
anyone
per
here
day
on the
and
globe side?
orbit the
Sorry, how
sun
many?
one time
It's
per
high-pitched
year.
talking, dude.
That took you forever to type that out. My goodness.
Yeah.
You gotta learn how to Google
Obviously, you
faster than that.
couldn't answer the
How
question.
you
So
can
you actually
please-
had to look that up. That's hilarious. You didn't even know how many times the globe spins in one day.
Bro, stupid shit. I say it to you. One time per day and one time a year.
Obviously, you're reading this out.
She said
so
one
you had
time
to,
a
you
year?
looked it up.
What did she say?
It spins one time a day and one time a year.
Oh, that's what I thought she said. Oh, brother.
Hey, does
Come
the
on,
Earth
use this
spin?
voice chat.
Does the Earth spin
Smart
east to
and believe
west or
fucking
west to
Earth
east?
It's not.
You
It's
can't
not a
even
flat or
I'm
only
conversate.
flat person.
You can't look. You're kind of annoying because you can't even have a normal conversation, right? Like I speak,
Yeah,
and
because
you listen to what I
sounds
say,
like
and then
our
it's your turn to
government
speak.
are you
See,
and
this
they
is crazy.
control us like the stupid.
So that's not a sign of intelligence if you don't even know how to have a conversation, right? It's like I speak, you listen to what I said, and then you respond, and then I listen to what you said, and then it goes on from there. But you can't even do that. Right? So what's the point in keeping you unmuted? It seems kind of pointless. Right? Maybe you should stay on the globe side. Anne? You gonna try again? You gonna try to have a proper conversation now?
We can have how this shit in English conversation about why Earth is not flat.
I don't think you're capable of having a mature conversation, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I want to hear this. I want to hear why the Earth is not flat. Go ahead. Tell me why the Earth is not flat. Why water is not flat.
Because physics.
Because physics.
He said because physics.
What physics? What physics? What physics?
Listen.
Tell us about the physics.
Please, man, listen to me. I think our world it's a big Epstein Island.
An island? Dude, you got to be able to speak English to troll us.
Yeah, you should probably go to the beginner English
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Come here next year.
Speak English. I say to you,
Dude, you suck at English too.
It's a small version of Epstein Island.
That's probably your house, right? Not over here. We don't do that stuff. That's projection if I've ever heard it.
That's all Glober's.
It's funny that you have internet from your island that you grew up on, most likely.
Yeah.
You think it's the whole
daddy
world.
Epstein, I miss him.
Yeah, so you're kind of boring to talk to.
No, I'm not boring. I just want to talk in English because my daddy Epstein wants to.
All right, let's have an English lesson. You ready? Let's learn some English words. Let's learn some English words. Are you ready? I'm going to teach you some English. Ready?
No, sorry. Over princess. No.
Are you ready to learn some English words? 3 words.
Yeah, okay. What I need to learn?
So repeat after me, 1 word at a time. You ready? Let's go. Earth is flat.
Oh.
No.
What the hell?
Okay.
It's not what I said. I said flat.
He said flat. He didn't say no.
Opinion, Earth is flat make you like different, like alternative. Now I believe Earth is flat.
You said Earth is no, right? But what you were supposed to say was Earth
I don't
is
believe
flat.
Earth is flat. It's my new opinion.
Earth is flat.
Listen, Anne, let's do another sentence. The table is flat. Go ahead, Anne. Let's see how you say it.
Table, it's flat. Table, it's flat.
Okay. My TV is flat. Just go with it, guys.
My TV is flat.
Earth is flat.
The lake.
What?
The lake next to my house is flat.
The lake next to my house it's flat.
There you go. The ocean is flat.
So the ocean it's flat.
All oceans are flat.
All oceans are flat.
There you go, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Congratulations.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, now I believe Earth is flat. I go to tell my parents it's my new opinion.
You know, the next step is actually learn why it's flat.
Now you need to now you need to call your government and tell them that.
Okay, tell me please, teach me why Earth is flat.
Gemsy just told you. The water's flat.
Okay.
If the water's flat, then the picture's depicting curving water. That's not true, is it?
I believe you.
Well, I don't want you to believe us. You should go check for yourself. Because then if a flat earther tells you that unicorns exist, are you just going to believe them?
Okay, but
If I tell you that your bones are made of gold, are you going to try and slice your arm off to sell it for money?
no, bro, but maybe it's real, like how it's people name this tower, fuck, this, no, no, this tower, fuck, I don't know how to say it in English. Wait. Conspiracy theory, yeah, maybe it's a true and art is real flat, and this all due to make people think art is not a flat.
Well, can you prove that?
Why?
Well, if you're going to make a claim that there's some global conspiracy, shouldn't you be able to back that up?
Why you hate me?
Those words never crossed my lips.
Whoa, that's heavy duty.
I don't hate you.
I don't think anyone here hates you, right? Right? Maybe some people think you're annoying because you were just trolling and not taking the conversation seriously. But that's not hatred. Right? Most people just believe that the Earth is a globe because that's what they got told to believe. We actually went out and tested the Earth, okay, and we can prove that it's not a globe.
Okay, stop. It's real? How you can prove this?
We can go out and take long distance observations to try to find the curvature. Now, this is. Let me. Hold on a second.
Oh, sorry if I'm embarrassing us. I'm just wanted to have conversation. Sorry.
Yeah, so look, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat is not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface, right? Like you can have a flat surface on a lake, or you could have a flat surface on a table, right? That doesn't mean that you're saying you know what shape the lake is or what shape the table is. Okay, that's just describing the surface. Now, they tell us that the globe is covered in water. 70% of the globe is covered in water. Okay, that means that the water would have to be curving. When we go out and test the surface of the water for curvature, there is no curvature, right? The surface of the water is flat, right? Like on the lake.
Okay, yeah.
The surface of the water on the lake is flat. And then the surface of water on a sea is also flat. Okay,
yeah.
If the Earth is a globe, the water should be curving. And we can calculate exactly how much the water should be curving. Okay, and we can't find any evidence that it's curving, right? Other than believing pictures from space by NASA or something like that, right? Things that we can't really verify. Does that make sense?
I think it makes sense, yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you a photo in the side chat. Just a moment.
Okay.
Okay, so have a look at this picture. It's just uploading now. It'll be there in a second. Now, I want you to tell me if you think the water looks flat on this lake.
Okay.
Right? It looks like a mirror, right? It looks so flat, it's like a mirror.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, that water should be curving a certain distance, a certain amount over distance. Okay, we can calculate how much it should be curving. Do you know what I mean by curving? Bending?
Bro, sorry, I'm actually very stupid.
No, it's okay. It's probably just an English language barrier. That's all.
Okay, interesting. Maybe I need to stop make fun about flat Earth. This Earth people who believe in this because I didn't believe about all this government, how it's named. No, this shit about government and you, and it's become like a true like conspiracy theories about Islam, and it's literally true. Maybe flat Earth it's true too. I don't know.
Well, bro, Sauce, if you guys want to talk in the VC, you can. It's easier.
Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about gravity in the side chat here.
No, I mean, you're talking about gravity and those, huh?
And what is this Bremen? I mean, I can search it up, but if you want to explain it, what is this Bremen drop tower shit?
They just drop stuff in a vacuum.
And it's a really okay, and it shows that it's not 9.8.
Well, do you know what the independent variable was for that experiment?
No, what was it?
It was the gas. That's what they varied to get objects to fall at roughly the same speed.
Let me search it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's not what we're asking for, bro. We're asking for validation, reproduction of this idea that you can contain any given amount of gas without a physical barrier, without physical containment. Because that's what you're claiming. I don't give a shit about your scale. That's your claim. That's your burden to bear. It's not my problem.
And don't forget, bro, we're also on the Earth, which is supposedly capable of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So you don't have to scale anything. Just use the gravity on Earth. We just need one experiment. That's it. That would prove it.
You believe in pseudoscience, bro.
Yeah, look at the Professor Triangle. Posted up a great GIF in the side chat. This experiment's done on Earth where the gases in that container are affected by Earth's gravity. There's a claim that Earth's gravity is capable of pressurizing that gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So what happens if you look at it? It's showing that gravity cannot. It proved the null. Gravity is incapable of pressurizing gas adjacent to an area of lower pressure. The only thing is that barrier separating the two halves. It's crazy.
Bro, I don't fucking understand what this Bremen drop tower shit is supposed to be about. What they were doing in there. And how it supposedly disproves gravity.
Well, this cause and effect.
Prove that things don't drop at the same rate in a vacuum. Once we get people to stop believing in everything, they won't keep saying, I just don't believe and can't believe this and that is I don't believe it. You don't believe this and that. Once we get them to stop believing in shit, they won't use that word anymore.
Yeah. So observe the effect, invent the cause. Right? There's a little meme that Jim Bob made with the cartoon head of Einstein. It says, observe the effect, invent the cause. That's science. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim Bob. That's not actually science. It's pseudoscience. Observe the effect. Test the cause. That would be science. But I know Jim Bob was being sarcastic. Because that's what these days, that's what they're calling science. As long as it can explain something. Oh, but we used it to predict something and it was true. And good for you. Thanks for affirming the consequent and misleading the entire human race.
Because if we claim that unicorns with wings cause wind, the next day it's windy, therefore a unicorn with wings caused that wind. Boom, science.
So over fences, I'm reading this up and I don't see anywhere where it says that things aren't falling at a constant rate. It says the opposite, that it is predictable that things will fall at 4.74 seconds of microgravity, whatever that means, at a 110-meter drop. Where are you seeing that this is variable?
pretty quiet in here. Everyone knows that the Earth is flat, right?
There's a bit of action in the text chat.
You're citing the Bremen drop tower, but the video you posted, is this the capsule in the tower?
I don't know enough about it to talk about it. It's,
Sorry,
it's a
I'm
capsule.
talking to fences.
All right, yeah. But I'm just, what I know is that it's a capsule inside the tower, and within that capsule, there's compartments for different elements. So they drop the whole thing and then watch what the elements do within that capsule.
Yeah,
within
it's
their
very sus,
individual
but
compartments.
But this is like one. This has to be like. You know how big this is? If this were the case, why is it just one video and this video is like so disliked?
It's a good question. I don't know what claims are being made in association with the drop tower.
It's just an observation where the elements fell
They're
at
not
different
dropping at the
rates, I
same
guess.
speed. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see more footage. I'm gonna keep looking.
Well, what I'm told is that the individual who performed that test was had access to the tower restricted afterwards. Basically banned from there. So I heard. I don't know the details of why.
Well, yeah, this needs to be because this is a. If I were to steel man your position, this is a big problem for me.
Someone catch me up here. What is our position? What was there a claim being made?
The gravity doesn't exist.
No, that wasn't actually the claim being made. The claim was that you couldn't prove gravity as a cause. And the Bremen drop tower is just to demonstrate that 9.8 is an average. It's not it makes no claim for or against gravity. And yeah, it is my understanding that the people who performed that test were banned after. I was trying to find the article about it, and I could not.
Yeah, because I mean, if like this, you need to disprove gravity, right? Because
No.
Not at all.
No. We don't even know what gravity is at this point. So if somebody is making a positive claim about gravity, we would have to see what it is and how it is proven. We're just being, silent here and hoping that somebody one day will prove to us what gravity is and what it is. What it is and how it works.
Well, because the claim is usually like the reason why air is being held here in Earth or on Earth is because of gravity, right? So I guess I mean that's what people say, right?
Well, I mean, gas is not being held here. Gas is not being held here by gravity. There's no evidence or experiment to validate that. So that's a claim. What we would need to see if there was going to be an experiment done is to have gas be affected by whatever gravity might be, and that would be your independent variable. So gravity would be the cause of gas being held, but gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So it's kind of a non-claim at this point, right?
let me construct that sentence better. Give me a second.
Okay.
For that claim.
Okay, I've found a link using with the Wayback Machine regarding the test. Don't know if that helps. I'll look for more information. Hang on. So our friend Niall Bow from the home server posted that 23 days ago regarding the Bremen drop tower test. I think that's supposed to be something from the person, the testers, the researchers.
While it's quiet, I just wanted to address something that he said, which I found interesting. But it it's kind of fascinating to hear the incredulity in his voice about something that contradicts something he'd learned, and him thinking that this should have been groundbreaking and this should have transformed everything. And this is just one little gravity test, quote unquote. I mean, it's just an observation, but you know what I'm saying. But yet, flat Earth proof is literally everywhere around them. And they don't see how that's contradictory.
Sorry, I was in the middle of your fuck. I accidentally closed it. You were referring to me, right?
Yeah, I was just talking about how you were kind of incredulous about the Bremen Tower, experiment. Well, experiment. It's an observation, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting how you kind of latched onto that because it's really not that important.
It kind of is.
No, it really isn't, because it doesn't prove or disprove anything, except for the fact that 9.8 is an average, which we already knew.
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't
why?
change your bendy space-time or anything. It doesn't make the Earth a sphere or a flat. It's kind of irrelevant.
I mean, I don't have to call it gravity, but the fact that there is this average, that says something.
Well,
like, because
you realize
you guys say that things fall because of differences in density, right? Things fall
density and
rise.
buoyancy, not everything falls, right?
Right. But there's no drag here or any difference in density. Yet there exists this.
Well, there is. There are different elements. Did you look at the stuff I posted to you?
Someone remind me, is the Bremen drop tower, is that in vacuum?
Yes.
Right. So yeah, the medium has changed. You went from, an air density medium of who knows what it might be, atmospheric pressure there, let's say 14 psi. Now you've brought it down to some kind of vacuum, which would be, in some range of negative 4. So you've changed the medium. So now we can get a better accuracy of as little air as possible as a medium. What is the speed or the rate at which these elements will fall in a zero medium type situation or minimal medium type situation? If we change this and we filled that tower full of water, now we're really going to see some stuff. Where will our 9.8 meters per second go? Squared.
No, but the point is that there exists this force, like, regardless of the medium. I mean, if there isn't like air resistance, or if it's in a vacuum, and that says something, right? It says that there's some force that's pulling.
No, it doesn't say that, because now, what if I change the medium again and I fill this tower full of mercury? Every one of those elements will rise. Where's this force at all of a sudden?
Yeah, it's being overridden or overcome by
what force is being overridden? That's the question I'm asking you. If you're going to say that there's a force, I want you to prove to me the force itself.
Let's call it whatever it is. All I'm saying is this phenomenon of like 9.8 average, whatever it is.
Yeah, in a vacuum.
Yes.
Okay, now let's put water. Is it still 9.8 meters per second per second?
No.
Okay, so there's no force. This is an average in a vacuum. If we change the medium, everything changes. There's no force. We have a relationship with objects within a medium. And if you change the density of the object or the medium or both, you're going to have different vectors, up or down. That's what we have.
But
it doesn't prove any forces. It's just an observation.
If you were to weigh this liquid, right? That's where the force would be, right? Because
are we going to weigh the liquid in air? Let's say we have a cup and we weigh a liquid like water or mercury or whatever you want it to be. In air, it's going to have a weight. Now, if we weigh these objects in a pool, the weight changes. Weight is arbitrary. It's basically a standard based on what things weigh in air. Everything is medium and density, like medium density and object density dependent. There is no force. It's arbitrary, essentially.
Fall at 9.8 average.
Because you change the medium. Do they fall at 9.8 in water?
I assume if you have two things of the exact same density, they would fall at the same rate in water. Yes.
No. If we do this test in water, is it still going to be 9.8 meters per second with whatever element you want to choose? Is it going to be the same or different, water or air?
But we know why, because of buoyancy.
What's buoyancy?
The water's pushing up at the...
Okay, I want you to demonstrate that, because that's a claim. Now you're saying water is pushing things upward. I've never seen water push anything. Pressure is equal all the way around the object when it's in water. Every side, every vector. There's no pushing.
Okay, call it what you will, but when I go to swim, I feel a force pushing at me.
Really? I don't feel any forces. You might want to get that checked out.
You just sink?
Yeah. If I push all the air outside of my lungs, I'll sink. If I take air in, I stay on top. Density, medium relationship. There's no pushing. There's just a relationship between the two. There's no forces. If things go down in air, should I be saying that the air is pushing them down?
No, but there is air resistance. It is trying to push it up.
I'm not saying that there isn't resistance, but if you're saying that the vector in water is basically because the water is pushing the object up, I can make the same argument and say that air is pushing things down. It's totally incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. Besides, currently, the rhetoric about gravity is it's not even a force to begin with. It's the bending and warping of space-time. And I haven't seen any samples of space-time bending to really see that that has any merit.
Do you know, have you read about LIGO? I haven't. I just quickly saw something about it, but have you?
Yeah, I've heard about LIGO. No, I don't subscribe to it. I've heard about it. The thing I would need for that to be, it's just another affirming the consequent, fallacious rhetoric. Well, I need to actually see the space-time. Where's the space-time at? It's supposed to be some kind of fabric that bends. I don't know if it's cotton or invisible cotton or non-material cotton. It could be, non-material polyester. I'm not really sure. But where's this fabric at that people are conjuring up?
But you get my point, right? Like if things move in the air because of buoyancy and difference in density, and there's no external force outside of that, why do things fall in a vacuum?
They don't fall. In a vacuum? No, because you removed the medium. Like I said, if we just keep screwing around with the medium, we can get things to go up and down.
Right. So without a medium, there isn't buoyancy, right?
So if you take the medium out, a solid object in nothing will go down. Why? If you add a medium, I don't know. If I change the medium, like let's say we fill it with mercury, those objects go up. Let me ask you the question, why?
Because of the same thing, the same things we believe in, right? I mean, buoyancy and difference in density, but you're unable to answer why without the medium things fall. Einstein came up with something, whether or not it's bullshit, it's an answer.
No, it isn't. You're just saying, I want to select the one situation where things go down and then call that gravity. And I'm saying, well, that's essentially cherry picking your evidence. Because you're ignoring the fact that if I fill that thing with mercury and things go up, you're like, yeah, never mind all that shit. What about when it goes down with nothing in there?
I said I agree with you. It's buoyancy and...
Okay.
Yeah.
The problem is that when you use the term buoyancy, you're begging the question of gravity. And I don't want you to beg the question of gravity. I want you to show me what gravity is.
How am I begging the question?
Because buoyancy, within the definition of buoyancy and how it's demonstrated, here's the idea. Gravity is pulling fluid underneath things and it's forcing them up. And like I told you before, I can do the same thing and say if things go down, it's because the air is pushing those things down.
Well, I think
even though if you...
It's
well, a mixture of what?
Gravity and the other things we talked about, like the difference.
What's gravity?
Like I said, we don't know what gravity is, right? We don't. But this phenomenon,
none of us do.
This phenomena is repeatable by all of us.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. The phenomena that you're talking about is if in air I drop stuff, it goes down. You can, but if I drop, let's say, a helium balloon, then what happens to it? It goes up. And you'll say, oh, well, that's because of the buoyancy. The gravity is sucking somehow the air around the balloon under it, and then it goes up. But you're begging the question of the gravity. What is it?
I'm not even going that far. I'm just saying that this phenomena, whatever you want to call it, it exists, right? You can't.
Okay, so stuff going up is a phenomena, right? The phenomena is the helium balloon goes upward.
Stuff falling down in a vacuum where there doesn't exist a medium. So basically, it supports this this external force. It shows that it's like whatever it is, right? This
I get it.
Thing that's pushing down.
I know
everything.
Yep. So you're cherry picking your evidence, and I'm not going to allow you to do that. In a vacuum, things go down. Duh. That's the observation. Now you tell me why.
It's not.
You tell me why.
How are you making it so obvious? What? Duh. What?
You tell me why. Obviously that's the observation. The observation is things go down in a vacuum. Even though nature abhors a vacuum, we have to build these extremely large, thick containers to try to keep some of the air out of the volume. So nature abhors a vacuum. I love how we use vacuums to, test things where in real life scenarios, this basically doesn't exist. But anyways, let's just talk about the air. So some things go down in the air. We don't even have to use the vacuum. Sometimes things go down in the air. Sometimes. So can you give me a cause for that? And if you can, we will test it in an experiment. It will be our independent variable. So what is gravity? What is the thing making the other stuff go down? You call it gravity. I want to know what it is.
Well, you know, I can't tell you that. Not even the smartest people in the world can tell you that. We're still.
Well, then if they can't tell us, why are they just making shit up when we have stuff going up and down depending on the medium? Maybe it's just a medium density relationship, right? The density of the medium relative to the density of the object, and that's what determines it. That's what we can observe. And by the way, I'm still not proposing a cause. I just know that if I change the density of the medium relative to the density of the object, I can change its vector. But I'm not saying that density is a cause. Density is just a description. The ultimate answer is that we don't actually know why these things do what they do. It almost seems like a law of nature in the same way that entropy is a law of nature. And the first law, right, where matter cannot be created or destroyed, it just kind of changes state. These seems like laws of nature that we can't really find the cause of.
Hold on. Let me
And
just
that's
try to
okay.
understand. Let me just try to understand like your position here fully. So you're okay with things falling down in a vacuum at a constant rate, but you're just the problem comes when I start.
It's not constant. It's average.
Constant rate.
Right, but
It's average.
It's because from what I see, it's because of it's within the bounds of error in the experiment. It's real.
No, it's an average. So you have.
I'm saying the variability is very tiny.
I don't care what you think. We do have variances within the speed of descent. So we've calculated an average, but we do have differences. You've decided, oh, I don't care. It's not enough. Well, hey, what if we make that tower 10 times higher? Then that difference becomes quite large.
Okay, let's say there is this variability. I'm not going to argue that. That's not even my point. So, sure, things fall at this average rate, right? So you're fine with that, but you're not fine with when you introduce a medium. Like I don't see how that follows. If there isn't a medium and things fall, it should be the same.
There is a medium. Vacuum still has a medium.
What's the medium?
The low air pressure that it still has. That's why it still reads on the gauge.
Right.
Exactly. Look. Air is a very light medium. Okay, most things are more dense than the air, so they're going to sink through it because the air obviously can't support them. Okay, a vacuum is just even making that even less dense of a medium, right? So you're removing most of the air out. Okay, so it's just an even less dense medium now. Okay, so most things are going to fall at approximately the same rate in a vacuum. But you know what completely debunks that claim that you're making about gravity, right? The mainstream claim of gravity is gas, the motion of gas. Right? You could put what do you think gas does? Do you think if you put gas in a vacuum chamber, it's all going to fall down at 9.81 meters per second squared or thereabouts? Absolutely not. Mic check.
I'm searching it up.
Oh, okay. We'll search up the definition of gas particle movement, right? It will tell you what gas particles do.
So, if we were to drop a balloon in this tower, balloon filled with helium, why does it fall at 9.8 average?
It won't do that. It will pop. It will expand and it will pop. And also the balloon, right? So that the balloon itself, okay, is something that, like, if you just drop the balloon, okay, without anything in it, it's going to drop, right? Like the balloon itself has weight.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. This is also a point that I like to bring up as well, right? Nothing actually just falls by itself, right? You know, a force has to be applied to the item. Okay, so think if you put something in a vacuum chamber, right, it's just going to sit on the bottom of the vacuum chamber forever. Okay, it's never ever going to move. If you come along, this is also a point that I like to bring up as well, right? Nothing actually just. I can hear myself echoing. Right. So nothing falls by itself, right? Nothing in nature just falls. Okay, everything needs to have energy input into it. Everything needs to be displaced in one way or another for it to actually fall down. I would say that it's just reorganizing itself, okay, in terms of relative density. Okay, so if you pick up something in a vacuum chamber, you've input energy into that, right? You've given it kinetic energy, potential energy. So it's just going to reseek equilibrium or reseek its natural place of rest, which it was already at before you disturbed it. Okay, you've exchanged energy, you've forced it out of equilibrium, right? Same with pushing a tennis ball down underwater, right? You're giving it potential energy and it's going to reseek equilibrium. Once you release it, it's going to go up. On a globe, you need to have gravity, you need to have some kind of downward force or pseudo force, right? That's going to enable you to have a globe, to be able to explain things like, why doesn't everything just fly off into space, for example? Like all of the air entropy should take place and all of the air should instantly fill the available space in the space vacuum, but that doesn't happen because you need to have this force. Or why doesn't all of the oceans boil? Because that's what water does in a vacuum, right? And how can you have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball, right? Gravity, gravity, gravity. You guys need to have this explanation. Okay, if you think of the Earth as a flat, stationary, contained system, we don't really have that issue where all of these things would happen. Okay, we just have a relative density relationship. And then what it's going to boil down to is why are there two primary directions, up and down? Okay, these are the two directions things will go. If something's more dense, right, and you drop it, it's going to go perfectly down in a straight line. Same direction for every single person on the Earth. Down is just one direction for everyone. And then up, right? So you'll have a room and there's no air and you light an incense stick. It's going to go up in a perfect straight line. Okay, so there's two primary directions that exist. Nobody knows exactly why. Okay, why is down, down, and why is up, up? We can easily explain why things rise or sink, but why is down, down, and why is up, up? No one knows that. And even, like you said before, even the experts on the globe side, right, they say the same thing. Right, like why does that fall down? Right, that's what you'll often hear them say. They'll drop something. They're like, why does that fall down? We have no idea. But if you want to also claim a globe, right, then you need to have an explanation. You need to have the bending and warping of space-time, or you need to have the mass attracting mass or something like that. But we can easily debunk those because the surface of the water that covers most of the surface of the globe, if the globe were to exist, 71% would be water, and that would have to be curving, right? All the water would have to be level in terms of what level would mean to a globe earther, as everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe, including the water. So the water would be curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, and we can calculate that, say, over 20 miles, there would be roughly 266 foot of curvature over that distance. And if that's not there, right, then that would debunk the globe and gravity. And that's what we can validate every single time we go out into reality and we conduct empirical tests, okay, we can never find any curvature.
It all comes down to gravity, and like it does.
Well, it all comes down to whether the curving water, right? That's what it's going to come down to. Testing the water, because that's the thing we can test.
No, but
so even the scientists on your side say
people are going to say they're going to say because of how massive this scale is, we cannot we cannot just say for sure, because the scientists, let's say those fucking scientists, man, they're gonna claim air fucking refraction, whatever, and there's nothing I can do to disprove that.
No. There is actually. Okay, so you need to study refraction. You can't just say refraction and that's going to make the Earth curvature never ever able to be detected. That's not what refraction is even claimed to do amongst the subject matter experts on refraction, like Andrew Thomas Young, for example. Okay,
So what they're
experts
saying
don't
is
say,
that
they don't just, that's something that anti-flat earthers say as a coping mechanism to all of these thousands of observations that we're able to present. They'll just say, oh, refraction, and then you say, oh, okay, define refraction, and then they'll just start butchering it. Okay, because they don't know what they're talking about when they say that word. It's like a word they learn how to say, and they think that it's going to make the flat water go away. It's not going to. Okay, so look, you can't just say refraction. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over X distance. Okay, and if the Earth's a globe, it has to be there. Okay, they tell us the exact size, and these curvature formulas are used by universities. Okay, I remember learning at school, right? They said if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon has to be at 3 miles away. It's a physical geometric horizon, and it's at a certain distance physically depending on the height of the observer. And it's a byproduct of the Earth being a globe, right? In that sense. Okay, it has to be there. And anything that goes beyond it has to be hidden behind the curvature, depending on how high it is, right? The bottom portion would have to be missing. The water that's beyond the 3 mile horizon shouldn't be seen. That's what the horizon would be on a globe, right? The line in which, just say you're looking over water, the line in which the water and the sky would meet. Okay, so that's the maximum, that line is the maximum distance you can see the water. Now, to claim refraction is just making it look flat over 20 miles in these weather conditions, right? And then we can go to a different 20-mile observation point, right, in a different country, completely different weather conditions, completely different refraction, temperatures, everything like that. And once again, we can see 20 miles. We can see an object in totality 20 miles away. Then we'll go do a 15-mile test over a frozen lake. Then we'll go do a 25-mile test over a warm lake, right? So we can do it over and over and over again in all of these different weather conditions. There's no possible way that light refraction is going to make it look flat in all of these situations and completely hide the curvature, okay? Because it checks out as flat every single observation. And we can see not just a little bit further, but orders of magnitude further, like thousands and thousands of percent further. Okay, so standard refraction would allow you to see 7 to 16% further. Okay, so if the horizon's at 3 miles and you apply standard refraction, it'll be at, say, 3 point something miles, right? And then you apply heavy refraction, and maybe that'll be 20 or 30%, something like that. Okay, that'll make it 4 miles, 5 miles away, something like that, right? Not much further, really, but because we're seeing the horizon, say, 20 miles away.
Well, okay,
so that's
you're citing all of this, and there's no way for me to verify, but I believe you. All I'm saying is it's very easily provable, this flat Earth theory. Like, you just have to show that planes these days, they're very they're affordable to a certain extent. One of you guys could just get a plane, fly in a certain direction, do not change directions, and just keep going, and you shouldn't be back where you're at, right?
It's impossible, and no one's ever done that. No one's ever done that.
I know,
and
but
it's not possible to do because we have fuel issues, we have jet streams, we have wind currents. Okay, how it's impossible to suggest such a thing, right? Wouldn't it be better to just test for the curvature that would have to be there? Right? We can account for refraction to a certain extent, It's not that hard, right?
All
So
I'm
we can
saying is
negate
like
that.
refraction.
We can
like,
negate that extreme.
All these things like
No,
refraction,
refractions.
whatever.
It's super simple.
No, I'm saying that
super
you're
simple
testing,
to understand.
You're testing this in like a very uncontrolled environment. We're talking about the fucking real world where like you can't even like, right? Like you can't you can use these refraction formulas, but like the air behaves vastly different from one place to another. It's very
Okay, so how
uncontrolled.
come the laser hits the target in all of these different places?
I'm not
Okay, so
trying
that's
to.
what that's
I'm
what
just
the
saying-
point is. Hold
I'm
on,
just
that's the
saying
point
it's
here.
easier to-
If the air is
easier to
different
control.
in all of these different places, then how come the laser always hits the target when we do laser tests in all of these different places?
I'm not knowledgeable enough to argue this point. All I'm saying is that it's not like it's not like it is in a normal experiment where things are controlled, right? This isn't. So what can we do? We can compromise. Let's fucking just
No, we
use
can
our
use
brain.
weather stations and we can control for that. That's been done. We can use temperature. We can use temperature gauges, right? Pressure gauges, that kind of thing, and see what's going on with the vertical refractive index, the temperature gradient between point A and point B, and we can dismiss that refraction could possibly be an excuse for what we're seeing. Even mainstream physics teachers, for example, like I can show you a clip right now of a physics teacher, a physics professor, okay, telling you that, yeah, refraction is something that happens. Okay, he says it's 7 to 10%. If you can show me an observation that exceeds 7 to 10%, further than we'd be able to see on a globe, then we would not be able to explain that using refraction. Okay, whenever we go out in reality, it's thousands and thousands of percent that we can see further. So even the expert on the globe side, who is being intellectually honest and basically repeating the mainstream literature, okay, even he said, no, you can't explain these observations with refraction. Okay, you need to learn about refraction. It's not that difficult either. I mean, go and just learn about it from the globe side, right? Go on Andrew Thomas Young's website, right? It's a .edu website. He's like the leading subject matter expert, and just learn the basics about how atmospheric refraction is claimed to work on a globe.
Sure, but how do you guys explain like how am I able to from America go to the eastern side of India and the western side of India from the same, depending on where I leave, east or west?
Okay, so like you could go to the bank in your town from the different directions very easily.
you guys have your own maps,
let's say the Earth. Look, let's just to give you a thought experiment. Let's say you have a lake, okay, a giant lake, and then you've got different islands inside the lake, right? Land popping out of the water at different locations. Okay, you could take a different route, right? You could go a different way around the lake and get to the east side of this island, or then you could attack the shoreline from the west side of the island if you went a different way to it. That's perfectly able to be explained on a flat surface. Makes more sense on a flat surface.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to circumnavigate a different way. But yet, like
you could go east to west. East and west are circles, right? So people have done east to west circumnavigations. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation. So east and west are just circles around a north pole, whether the Earth's a globe or whether the Earth's flat. Okay, so east is a circle, west is a circle. Yeah, I made a diagram. Check this out. 1 second. Most people don't think about the cardinal directions that much until they get into this conversation. So, just a second. All right, here we go. Okay, so this is on a globe, right? It's just uploading. Okay, so this is just going to show planes going around in a circle. Okay, you can see the north, right, at the North Pole. It's almost there. All right, so those planes are going east. They're going perfectly due east, right there. Right, and they're going to go back around to where they started again. Now, if you flatten that surface out, keep the N there. Okay, the compass is going to point to the N. Right, flatten that out. It's just going to be the same thing. You're going to go around in a circle. Now, you could go the other way in a circle.
Exactly. You're imagining latitudes as great circles, but they're not.
Yeah, so think about
So,
this, what you wouldn't be able to do.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Timo, go ahead.
But so if I were a pilot, then in this case, on my compass, it should be constantly changing, right? Because I'm not going in the same direction. I'm
No, you would, if you wanted to go like east or west, you would have to keep adjusting the trajectory of the boat or the plane towards
But
the
does that
left.
actually
If
happen?
you're going east, yeah, that actually happens. It's the same thing on a globe. I just showed you a picture of a globe and planes going east. So you can look that up on ChatGPT or whatever, right, or Google. Just say east and west circles. It's going to say, yeah, of course.
Just posted a plane flying west for you. You can see how it has to nudge.
They're basically
nudging to the right.
Yeah, they're basically latitudes, like east and west. The only place where east west is a great circle is the equator on your globe. And a great circle would cut the globe in half, right?
And I really wish I could just fuck all this fucking magnetism bullshit and just have this like local compass that tells me my local orientation and just fucking point me in one direction and I keep going. And that's it. That's all you gotta do, right?
Yeah, this is the problem. It's no one's ever done it because it's impossible to do that. Okay, so if you go on foot, you're going to run into obstacles, okay, including when you get to the shoreline and you get to an ocean, okay, so then you'd have to change that, okay, but you're not even going to go in a straight line across a vast distance of land either, okay, and what direction are you going to go? Okay, so if you're going east, you're going to be going in a circle. Even though the Earth's really big, it's going to seem like you're kind of going in a straight line, but you are going to have to keep making slight adjustments. And if you keep going east, you're going to end up back where you started again eventually, because you just went in a circle, because that's what east is a big circle around the north, right? So just imagine that you were just 1 mile away from the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole, okay, and you had a compass, right? The compass is pointing towards the north. Now, if you go east and you want to keep going east, you're going to have to noticeably keep turning to the left to stay going east, okay? And then after a certain amount of miles, you're just going to come back to where you started again. Right? Picture you're just 1 meter away, right? Or 10 foot away or something from the North Pole. You're just going to go around in a tiny little circle. And then you went east. You circumnavigated east. Right? Keep scaling that out, and it's going to be less of a turn, but you're still going to have to turn. It's always going to be a circle. Same on a flat surface. That's all I'm saying. This is what you wouldn't be able to do if the Earth was flat. Okay, have a look at the diagram that I posted. Now turn those planes to the longitude lines. Okay, there, and just say you want to go, instead of going east-west, now you want to go north-south and come back to the north, right? You want to start at the north, follow one of those lines towards the south, and then come back around and come back to where you started. That wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth. Okay, tons of people have done the east-west circumnavigation because that's possible on both. Okay, but not one person's ever done the north-south circumnavigation. People have done pole-to-pole circumnavigations where they've gone from the North Pole to the South Pole, but then they turn around, right, and then they kind of come back up again. They don't keep going and keep going around the globe and come back to the other side because it's not a globe.
What would if there's one thing that would prove to you that it's a globe, what would it be?
Yeah, curving, the water curving. It's the easiest thing that anyone could go and replicate, right? You could just have a 10-mile lake. Okay, prove to me that there's 66 foot of curvature over that 10-mile body of water. Because every single test shows that there's zero curvature. Okay, we can account for refraction. Okay, we can take the temperature of the water. We can take the temperature of the air. We can set up weather stations. We can see that, okay, it's impossible for some crazy refraction conditions to be present. Okay, it's like meteorologically impossible because we don't have any conditions that could make the light bend in such a way that it would just make all of the water appear flat and completely hide the curvature and make things that should be hidden behind the horizon completely visible. Okay, like someone standing on the other side of the 10-mile lake, right? If you think the Earth's a globe, you have to think that that person's not even really there, right? You can zoom into them, they can wave to you, they can turn a torch on, you can see them flashing it on and off, they can give you the finger, right? And if you're on a globe, you think, oh, wow, that person's not really there. Just say hypothetically, you could shoot a projectile at them of some kind. It would go straight through them because they're not really there. Really, they're hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by over 50 foot, 5-story building. Okay, but you can see them there because of some magical refraction. It's not possible to explain away all of these observations with refraction.
Right. At this point, you'd be arguing for a larger ball anyway. I mean, right? It's such a big ball.
This
And
is
then
the
that's
thing.
going to throw all your cosmology out, right? Like, you're going to have to restructure the entire cosmological model because the radius value is of Earth, the claimed one, is the bottom rung of the cosmic distance ladder. It's going to dictate all your distances to all your celestial objects, their sizes, etc., etc.
I know it's a meme here, but like really, if the one best way to do it is to just go to space, right? I know that's a meme, but realistically speaking, if in the future it becomes commercially available, that would be
This is the problem though. Like I mean, I know you're not meaning to do it, you're not being dishonest, but it's called an appeal to the future fallacy. Right? Maybe in the future you could do this or that. Okay, but you would have to even prove that.
I'm not appealing to that. I'm just saying I really, really hope that we can see that.
Well, until then, the water is measuring flat. Okay, and we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. And then no one can prove that outer space is scientifically possible to exist, right? To have a space vacuum next to a gas pressure system, to have burning balls of plasma gas in a space vacuum, all of this kind of thing is just something that only exists as a concept, mathematical concept.
Have you looked at how much it would cost to make a rocket, like a small rocket?
Yeah, there's laws, right? So this is what they do. Have you seen The Truman Show?
No. What is that?
Yeah, there's a cool movie anyway. Just look, so there's limitations to how high you can go, and there's limitations to how far you can go across the Earth. Okay, the limitation that you can freely explore in the south is 60 degrees south. To go beyond that, you need a crazy permit that has all of these terms and conditions and rules that go along with it that make it near impossible to freely to go and explore. Super expensive, and you're not allowed to carry fuel past a certain point, all of these things, right? And then there's something that prevents people from going up high as well. Okay, so it's called the OST, the Outer Space Treaty, right? That's another thing like the Antarctic Treaty that forbids people from sending up their own satellites or their own rockets or anything like that, or anything past a certain altitude. In fact, you're not even allowed to film past a certain altitude. You're not even allowed to send up a camera past a certain altitude.
Oh, hold on. It says this is like the opposite of what you're describing. It says the Outer Space Treaty of 1967 is an agreement for space law establishing that outer space is free for exploration by all nations, cannot be claimed as territory, and must be used for peaceful purposes. That's saying that we can.
No, you're not a nation, are you? You're a civilian.
Sure, but I mean, just go to some like bumfuck, I don't know, Zimbabwe. Who gives a fuck? And then just.
Okay, well, Zimbabwe's never done anything like that. So what the Outer Space Treaty tells you is that you're not allowed to send up anything past a certain height. You're not allowed to film past a certain height. And if you want to do anything like that, you have to get permission, just like the Exploring South thing. You need to get strict permits by the government. And guess what? Nobody has ever sent up a rocket past the permitted height without a permit. Okay, no one has ever filmed past a certain height without a permit. No one has ever independently launched a satellite into space or anything like that. No one's ever done this because you're not allowed to do it. If you want to do something like that, you have to basically hitch a ride with NASA or hitch a ride with some government-funded space agency that has these permits, that has the clearance to do that. Okay, you can't check any of these things for yourself. If you look further into the Outer Space Treaty, it will tell you all of this. It was made in 1967 as well.
So, fun fact, last weekend I went down to Cocoa Beach, Florida, right past the Space Force facility. And not much was going on there, so they're busy wasting, taxpayer dollars or whatever doing nothing. But very interesting little compound or facility. I don't know why I didn't take a picture, but I was right across the street from it for about an hour. We were at the beach. But anyway, yeah, what a stupid thing.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'll read out a little bit of information real quick about this outer space treaty. Okay, so basically, governments made it illegal to independently go to space through the International Space Treaty. Created in the 1960s, the treaty was written by the same nations that control all high-altitude rocket activity today. It gives governments full authority over every launch, flight corridor, and so-called space boundary. No private person is allowed to fire a rocket past certain altitudes without state approval, and approval is never given unless the mission is run by the same agencies that police the sky. That is why every so-called private space company is actually state-supervised, state-licensed, and state-monitored. Not a single independent person has ever sent a rocket, a satellite, or a human anywhere near the claimed heights, because the moment you get too high, you're most likely intercepted, shut down, simply not allowed to launch in the first place. All launches people hear about come from the same controlled pads, with the same oversight, under the same legal system that prevents anyone from verifying anything for themselves. That's how the system was built, and that's why nobody outside the approved circle has ever gone high enough to challenge it.
Right. I mean, you can't even fly a drone around like that high without special permissions and licenses and stuff like that. You think they're going to let you get something, try and attempt to get something to space?
Yeah, but you guys
Right.
live in
Good luck.
the West, where like jurisdiction is really strict. I'm talking about like some fucking country that barely has human rights. Who gives a fuck? Just like they don't have time to enforce these laws.
Yeah, well, no one's ever done that. Right? Good luck trying. This is the problem. You're probably not going to be able to do anything like that. It's not as simple as you sound. Like what you're saying sounds simple in theory. Same with the circumnavigation thing. In practice, it's not simple.
It definitely isn't simple, but it's
Try make a big vacuum chamber and have a rocket fly in a vacuum. Find me a video of a rocket working in a vacuum. I can't find one. You'd think there would be thousands of them if, because anyone can get a vacuum chamber. Okay, but when you try to show a rocket propelling forward in a vacuum, you're going to find a bunch of failed attempts or
Well,
attempts
the same, if I could have combustion happen in a capsule, and it spits out fucking like the mess it makes, that would be effectively the same thing, right? But it would have
well,
to.
no, it's not going to start moving until usually these are done in small vacuum chambers. So once it starts ejecting gas into the chamber, okay, it's not going to be a vacuum any longer. So as soon as it loses its vacuum, right, then it'll start moving because it has something to push off. Or if the force of the little rocket hits the edge, right, it hits like the edge of the vacuum chamber, then it has something to push off of. Can you see what Triggering Triangle just put in the side chat? There's an example of it. Right, so it's not until it shoots out enough gas, right, it loses its vacuum, and then the force of it actually hitting the wall, okay,
No, that's interesting.
it's able to eventually start to move. Yeah, there's lots of videos of these, like this is how it happens. You know, and then you'll find some video like by Action Lab or something like that where they put a can in a vacuum and then it explodes and the shit goes everywhere. And they're like, look, it works. You can have a rocket in a vacuum. It's like, you just kind of exploded a soda can in a tiny little vacuum chamber. It's not really great evidence.
I mean, the action to the opposite action should be instantaneous. Right? According to Newton, right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Well, sorry. Didn't happen.
Well, I mean, the difference in like mass probably plays a part here, right?
No, it should have
generated
an
by
immediate reaction.
So look, let's take it back down to Earth for a second. Okay, when we've got teams of field engineers and PhDs and all these people going out with these extremely expensive high-powered laser beams, and they're shooting them over large distances, okay, and the laser beams are hitting their targets. Okay, these professionals are accounting for refraction. They're accounting for the, what would cause refraction. Okay, but the laser beams are always hitting their targets. Okay, and there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature stopping that from happening. Now, why do you think they're always hitting their targets? Okay, completely different weather conditions, different locations, salt lakes, frozen lakes, warm lakes, cold lakes, ocean, all sorts of different locations, right? Hitting their target every single time. You think that somehow refraction is magically making the laser beam bend around the curvature of the Earth hundreds of feet just to hit the target somehow in all of these different weather conditions. And you know where that falls apart? We have side views of the laser test as well. Okay, so we can take, for example, 8K images of the whole side view of the entire laser transit using a rectilinear lens. And then we can compress that image horizontally, and see if the laser is actually bending. Okay, and it turns out that it's not. It's not doing that. Okay, so we can see the laser going straight across the horizontal water and hitting the target. So it's not possible to claim that refraction is magically making this thing hit the target every single time. It's a cop-out.
Yeah, no, that's definitely sus for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did this, it doesn't make any sense because the Great Salt Lake, one of these videos, the Great Salt Lake is fucking massive and it should show curvature, yet the laser you can see this laser from the other side of if we were to believe like the size of the globe as stated on Google. So I don't know, for sure that's sus, but.
So this is also another thing. When we have heavy refraction, really heavy refraction, we have really heavy distortion. Okay, we have a messy scene. We have miraging effects start to take place. Right, here's an example. Okay, so just under what Overfence has just posted. Right, this is what happens to a laser beam if you have crazy refraction. Right, that's showing basically a Fata Morgana mirage of a laser beam. Okay, obviously the person that made this test decided not to do it on this day, right? Because there was some crazy conditions that caused this to happen. But they went back on a different day where there wasn't these refractive conditions. They basically had the same ground temperature and the same air temperature. And then all of a sudden we have a perfectly straight laser. Okay, and he took side views of it, showing that it's not curving. Right, here's a side view. Right, this is the same location, but on a different day. So this guy spent about $40,000 doing this test, by the way. This is a smart guy. Comes in here sometimes. His name's Lanolin. Very knowledgeable on optics and lasers and things like that.
Question is this. So this is like the entirety of the Great Salt Lake horizontally?
No, this is not the Great Salt Lake. This is done on a frozen lake in Alaska. Right. So if you want to talk about the Great Salt Lake one, I've got a lot of information about that one. Right. And what I think is even better than the laser test on the Great Salt Lake one is just the observation that's made on that day. Okay, so look, here's some laser footage from the Great Salt Lake test, 21-mile one. Right, so. Okay, we can see the beam going straight. We can see a tiny little bit of divergence of the beam. Okay, but if you see in the second picture, we can clearly see the beam from 21 miles away. Okay, not only can we see the beam, but we can even see the beam reflecting off the water at the source.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that reflection, the law of reflection would also debunk the Earth curvature, because that laser source, right, and that reflection should be over a hill, right, on the other side of a hill of water. Over this distance, there's 293 foot of curvature, a skyscraper.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Even Google itself says from an average standing height, the horizon is only about 3 miles away.
Yep. Yeah, check this out.
Stop using Google, dude.
Well, in this case, I should, right? Because it's supporting your position. This is it's contradicting.
Yeah. Look, check this
I'm just
out.
saying, in general, you're getting the wrong information all the time from Google, unless you know what the right answer is. Pointless.
Just a second. I'm going to post. This is where the horizon should be. Okay, so this is a 21-mile observation, Great Salt Lake. That's where see, I drew a black line. That's 2.7 miles away using the distance markation tool. Okay, and just a second. Right, so this is the path of the observation. Okay, so this is what it looks like on the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So just a second, my internet's really shitty, so it takes a while to upload these.
And we're talking like same altitude on both start and end?
Yeah, it's exactly, yep. Right, so this is the, that's the shoreline there. So this is what he's zooming across to on the other side, 21 miles away. This is the camera setup that he's using here. Okay, so it's just set up at 5 foot above the surface of the water. Right, and he's zooming in across all the way to the other side. So have a look at the shoreline. Okay, so he's just that's the target. Okay, that shoreline. You can see in the background, you can see the big white smokestack as well, just as a landmark. Okay, now, this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Right, he did the observation during the daytime and during the nighttime. Because sometimes if globe earthers say, oh, it's refraction, the refraction, this would have to be the most extreme, craziest refraction you could ever imagine to flatten out an entire scene like this over 21 miles. Okay, but he did it at nighttime and during the day to show that it doesn't change. When you've got completely different temperatures and pressures, daytime and nighttime, it looks exactly the same. So there's 2 shots of that same shoreline from 21 miles away. Daytime, nighttime, you can see the shoreline, you can see the lights, you can see the water reflecting the lights, you can see the entirety of the White Tower. Okay, that shoreline that you can see should be 293 foot below the curvature of the Earth, and that horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. Okay, so you should just be able to see the horizon line at 2.7 miles. You shouldn't be able to see any of the shoreline or any of those lights or any of the shoreline, like the beach or anything on the other side. You should just be able to see the a portion of the White Tower. Okay, the bottom, I think the bottom 100 foot or something like that of the tower should be hidden behind the horizon. And the shoreline should be 223 foot below the horizon. Right, so here's just a couple more images quickly. All right, so here's the close-up. Sorry, here's the... just give me a second. Okay, so this is the nighttime observation from 21 miles away, and this is what it looks like close-up. Okay, we can see, starting from the bottom, we can see the shoreline, like the beach. Okay, and you can notice on the beach in the close-up picture that there's actually like these little puddles, kind of like a little stream on the beach. And then you look at the image above it, we can see the water reflecting, right? So that's those little puddles reflecting the water, reflecting on the water on the shoreline. Then we can see the bank, the black bank that's at the bottom of the tower. We can see that in both images super clearly. And then we can see the entirety of the tower. So there's no obstruction.
How do we know that this? I mean, okay. So if I were to play devil's advocate, maybe this is just like a unnaturally flat area, right? Because nobody claims.
Well, that's why we're using water. That's why we're using water. So gravity pulls everything towards the center of the globe, right? That's what it does. So if gravity is real, all of the water has to be pulled towards the center of the globe. If the Earth's a globe, anyone will tell you this. Any AI, any scientist that thinks the Earth's a globe, they're going to tell you that the water has to be curving. You can't have a 20-mile flat surface of water anywhere on the Earth if the Earth's a globe and gravity is real. Right? Everything has to be pulled towards the center. That's why they call it water level. Right? They call it mean sea level, or in a lake, they just call it water level because the water is level. Right? On a globe, level means everything equal distant from the center of the globe. So it has to be curving. Any 20-mile body of water anywhere on the globe, doesn't matter the altitude, whether it's at sea level or a lake up in a mountain or anything like that, it has to be curving at approximately 266 feet over 20 miles if the Earth's a globe. If it's not, then that's impossible. That debunks gravity. It debunks the whole globe heliocentric model, basically. And the thing is, right, like if you're saying that this is just some magical flat spot of water, we've got hundreds of these. Like I can show you one from Canada right now, where he puts the camera just 3 inches above the surface of the water, and you can see 14 miles away. You can see a peninsula 14 miles away. Perfectly clear conditions, completely nice, smooth lake.
Have you guys tried to debunk this yourselves? You know, like looking for like I'm trying to look for a response video to this from a credible source.
Yeah, well,
you can debunk this yourself, bro. Sorry, DJ.
That's a good point. Oh, you're right, man. Look, that's all I was going to say is we've had all sorts of people trying to debunk it. The only way that they can debunk it, we've had physicists come in here. We've had satellite engineers. We have Josh Ingersoll, who's like a high-level satellite engineer, come in here almost daily, right? He has no explanation for this. We have physicists, right, like Phil Bell. Okay, he's a actual physicist. You can look him up. We've got math professors like Matthew Weathers coming in here almost on the daily. Right? They can't debunk these. Right? There is no way to debunk this. Right? Even if you look at the mainstream literature about refraction from the subject matter experts on the globe side, they will tell you that refraction is something to take into account, but it's just a small difference. It can account for only a little bit because this is how refraction is claimed to work. Okay? When you have a layer of cooler air down lower and warmer air above it, the light will deviate towards the cooler air because the cooler air is more dense than the warmer air. Okay, when that happens, it will displace the thing you're looking at a little bit in the distance. Okay, and then sometimes you can have the opposite of that. Sometimes you can have warmer air down lower and then cooler air above it. Okay, and then it will displace the object downward, right? It just depends, upward refraction or downward refraction. Okay, but even physics teachers and things like that, they'll tell you that it's just a small difference, right? So it's like 7 to 10%. That's what surveyors and things like that use. Okay, they'll just use, they won't know what's going on with the refraction. They'll just apply a standard refraction calculation, 7/6R, and then just go with that, right? They're just kind of guessing. Okay, and then they say extreme refraction's like 30% or something like that. Okay, we're seeing thousands and thousands and thousands of percent beyond where you should be able to see.
Fuck refraction at this point, right? Like 4 miles.
Well, that's the only. The only.
4 miles I can see a horizon. Hell no, brother. I feel like it has to be if the Earth was a globe and this is refraction. It may the next best possible answer is that the the radius of the Earth is not accurate.
Yeah, so the radius of the Earth, okay, would have to be so big for this observation to work on a globe that it would be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Right? So big that the radius would extend beyond what the distance to the moon, right? The Earth would be so big that all of the mathematics, all of the rocket mathematics, all of the whole heliocentric model would be completely debunked. Okay, what about the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole on a globe that has not a radius of 3959 miles, but a radius of 250,000 miles or something like that, right? Nothing works on that. And we're not detecting any curvature to say that the radius could even be bigger. Right? We're just detecting complete flatness. And it's not just one test, it's hundreds, if not thousands of tests that are being done now. So just quickly, I'm going to upload a clip from a physics teacher, a physics professor, Dr. Matthew Jelovic. He's also a very, very high-level engineer as well. He's got a whole stack of credentials. Now, he's having a debate with some flat earthers, and he's talking about refraction. Okay, he's saying that I'll show you the video. And if you could watch the clip, I'd really appreciate it. It's two clips. They go for about 10-15 seconds each. So I'll just find
real quick,
it.
why is this fucking clip of the Great Salt Lake on like Rumble or some shit? Or isn't it on YouTube?
Well, it's on YouTube, it's on Odyssey, it's on Rumble. You know, this guy's uploaded it all over the place.
But like on YouTube,
I guess it matters
there's
where
barely
it's
any
at.
comments.
It
doesn't
matters
matter
where it's
No, it
uploaded
doesn't-
to now.
No, it doesn't matter. But it does say something, right? It says that either YouTube shadow banning it or
No, it's on YouTube. I can give you the YouTube link if you want.
no, but like something this big.
Yeah. So this has been shadow banned for years. And just recently, these shadow bans have been basically lifted a little bit. So now you could probably find it. If you typed in Taboo Conspiracy, 21 mile Salt Lake observation, it will probably come up as the first result on YouTube. Whereas in like 6 months ago, a year ago, it wouldn't come up at all. It would be just a playlist of propaganda that would come up. But now it's starting to get out there a bit because platforms like X and TikTok, right, they're not censoring flat Earth information, and they're getting millions and millions of views on the flat Earth videos, right? And YouTube's losing a lot of business and a lot of revenue, ad revenue and things like that. So now YouTube's having to get on board and lift the censorship on this topic, because this is a crazy hot topic, right? Like if you look at the statistics on this server, this is an English teaching server, okay, with nearly 400,000 members now. And guess what the top channel is in the entire server? Flat Earth channel by a long shot.
Can you link me said video with millions of views or something? I just want a video where there's like people actually talking on it and not just
Dude,
like,
really? You need something with millions of views now?
No, I don't. But yes, also yes. It's I know. I will go check it out myself, but
Yeah, I can probably find you some videos with millions of views, but look, you're going to get a lot of videos getting a lot of views now. But the TikTok standard of flat earthers, right, they're not very good. I'll just give you a heads up, right? You're going to get a lot of flat earthers that are going to be making arguments that most people here wouldn't agree with, right? They're going to be talking about ice walls and lands beyond the ice wall and stuff like that. There's still some really good ones on there. Like if you go on TikTok, type in Angels of Light, right? An Australian guy. He's on there debating all the time, and he does a pretty good job. He gets millions of views. He's got tons of videos that got more than 1 million views.
All right.
But just quickly, right here is the physicist or the physics professor. Okay, in the side chat there, 2 clips. If you want to just check that out quickly, just even if you just watch one of them.
Yeah.
Why would a flat Earth video that debunks the globe get millions of views? If it did, don't you think there'd be a different story going on right now?
Wait, say what? Sorry.
Never mind.
The amount of views is
telling him how to debunk what he's saying. That's why he wants a lot of views.
It's not necessarily the amount of views, but okay, I'm not saying that that's a bulletproof indication of, like, you know, that it's the truth, but
Right.
it would mean that many eyes have looked at it, and many eyes would have been given the chance to critique it. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. So I want to address something with you, even though I know you're looking at probably a bunch of stuff, videos and whatever. So the amount of views is kind of like this double-edged sword. And like you said, it doesn't indicate anything. So let's say that you put something out that's controversial. Everybody who opposes it will watch it and then comment on it with their own point of view. And then if it's controversial, and a lot of people that want to think critically will also view it and then comment or think about it in the way that maybe affirms their bias. So the amount of views is nothing to us. That's why most of us here, at least as far as 24/7 is concerned, are going to impress upon you to essentially let the earth tell you what it is. What people say, amount of views, videos, all that crap, is really neither here nor there, because the earth is not going to lie to you. Reality won't lie. We can use cameras, instruments, measure it, make observations, and then let your eyeballs and the instruments tell the story.
The thing
And
is, bro,
essentially
reality lies all the time. That's why there's like fucking our brains are fucked. That's why there's like optical illusions and fucking that's why we have measurement tools, right?
Exactly. So that's why the measurement tools are the thing that we're going to probably rely on the most. And since people like surveyors, and I always kind of go back to this thing, and I don't know if anybody hates this or not, but the surveyors do this daily. People that are supposed to measure the earth, they are referencing and measuring the earth as flat in all of their measurements every time, every day. The navigators, measuring and referencing the earth flat, and their distances between points are in straight lines every day. So if people are using the earth and referencing it as a flat and stationary earth, the amount of likes and views is sort of meaningless. You know what I mean?
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to watch the video at all?
I saw the clip, but I wasn't sure what he
watch the second one as well.
Okay.
Right. So look, hold on a second. Okay. So basically, the flat earthers say that they're going to show him some long distance observations that debunk the globe, and then he brings up refraction. Okay. Right, now you can watch the clip.
Hold up, just for context, this guy that's speaking, is he a flat earther? No, right? He's a physicist.
No. He's a globe earther. He's debating against two flat earthers at the moment in this debate.
It cuts off at but. What was he what was he gonna say?
Yeah, so if you want, you can when you're free later, you can click on watch the full video, right? Just from these links. You can watch it's like a 3-hour debate or something like that.
Did you clip that?
Yeah, I clipped those two clips, yeah. I guess he didn't say anything important after but. Otherwise, I would have left it in there. You can check out what he says after that.
Here.
I think what happened was after he said but, one of the flat earthers interrupted him and said something stupid. So I kind of cut it off there.
I'm gonna watch this whole video.
Yeah. Check it out. These two flat earthers, right? They're not like Flat Earth Dave, right? David Weiss. He's, in my opinion, he's not got the best arguments for flat Earth. He makes some claims that are kind of silly, but he also makes a lot of great points as well. And Angels of Light's better than Dave Weiss. They do an okay job. Right? The Globe Earth is very polite as well. It's a good discussion. It's worth watching.
No, I mean, I have to give it to you guys, right? This is, even from my first day here, I've been here like 3 times now, right? This was the thing that stumped me from the beginning.
Yeah, that's what got me on board as well.
This and the camera. Okay, the footage of the camera going up in space, I can kind of see a curvature just a little bit, but I expected to see way more.
Yeah, and lenses. Once you learn a bit about lenses, you'll realize that lenses have something called barrel distortion, and when the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving, convex, right? And then when it goes below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other way.
Yeah.
So you've got to take that into account as well. Most of the time they're using wide-angle lenses because they want to get a wide-angle shot, and it's going to make the horizon not what it seems.
Yeah, but still, at that height, it shouldn't, you should see it clearly. It shouldn't be.
Well, it's interesting. You get contradictions amongst the mainstream. Like we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? He hates flat Earth. Okay, he's a physicist. You'd probably know who he is. Yeah. And he came out. He did like a seminar, or in a seminar after the Red Bull jump. Okay, the Red Bull space jump. Do you know that one?
Yes.
Felix. Yeah. So he jumped out of a capsule at 129,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and everyone was like, "Oh, look, you can see the curvature of the Earth." So that pissed off Neil deGrasse Tyson because it's misinformation, and he went out and he said, "Look," he says, "you don't see the curvature of the Earth from 2 millimeters above, like this beach ball." He came out on stage with a beach ball. He's saying, "Look, on this scale, right, you would be like 2 millimeters above this beach ball. Okay, that's not very high," and he said it's not high enough to see the curve. He said from that height, you would just see a completely flat horizon. Okay, then after that, Richard Branson did the Virgin Galactic space flight, okay, which once again pissed off Neil deGrasse Tyson because they're calling it a space flight. And he says, look, it's false advertising. These people use marketing tactics to try to make it sound like they're going to space and they're going up to this crazy height, and they use fisheye lenses to make it look like they're higher than what they really are. He said, you wouldn't see any curvature from this height. I did the calculations, right? And he's talking about 300,000 feet now. Right? A plane flies at 30,000, 40,000 feet, right? This Richard Branson thing went up to 300,000 feet. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Now, I'm not saying that's true or false. I'm saying that even the globe side's saying that you wouldn't see it.
He did say that. So yeah, that's something. That's a point in the graph for me.
Yeah. What do you think about the Apollo missions? Real or fake?
I don't know. At this point, like I wasn't kidding like about this whole Epstein shit, because I truly believe lots of secrets have been exposed through this like email dump, right? And so I don't know, dude. I can't trust the government anymore.
Exactly. Like Shakespeare said, the world's a stage, and the more you look into this stuff, you'll find that the information that they release to the public is pretty much controlled, right? They'll just release information that they want.
Yeah, but
Maybe a lot of these things they use as a distraction, right, to keep people arguing amongst themselves and to think that the government's releasing
But
this information because they're so trustworthy.
But this is contained within a nation, right? That's I can see that. But this whole flat Earth thing, this has like
they're not lying, man. They're not lying. Look, the people that are writing the emails on the lists that you're talking about probably have no idea that the Earth's not a globe. They probably genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe, right? Like Hillary Clinton or Epstein or people that work for the government or the military. They probably 100% genuinely believe that they live on a spinning ball in space. Okay, they've probably never tested it.
Yeah, but
they probably always just assumed it as fact.
It's that it's not only America that has claimed to have gone into space, right? It's a few nations. And bro, fucking gangsters can barely keep their fellow gangsters from ratting on them. How do you keep something like this a secret? Like, how do you I'm not saying that they're lying, but then there's people in these space programs that surely they must know.
Well, they're buddies when it comes to space, aren't they? Right? Like the Russians.
Freemason anyway to be in NASA's space program.
Yeah, but fuck NASA. There's like other space programs, like the one.
Yeah. Like the Russians have a space station as well, and they just so happen to share it with NASA. With America, they're arch enemies, and they work together when it comes to space. Now,
they're also Freemasons in Russia.
Everywhere. Yeah, you got to be part of the club if you want to get into these situations, these alleged situations where they're talking about space. Now, okay, so they seem to be best friends when it comes to space travel. They seem to be working together, right? A lot of the conflicts that they have, how real are they, right? If the world's a stage, right, maybe they kind of working with each other, or maybe, right, mafia doesn't dob in mafia, right, to the general public, to the customers, right? They're not going to say, this other mafia agency is doing illegal crimes, right? They're not going to do that. But also, there was a space race, an alleged space race, right, between the Soviets and the Americans. Mm-hmm. Okay, and the footage that the Soviets have, or the footage that China has, or the footage that India has, is even worse quality than the NASA footage, which is terrible quality. Okay, so if they say, NASA was faking it, then people would be like, hey, well, hold on. Their footage looks way better than the footage that we've been given. But look, there have been people that have called bullshit on the moon missions from the Russian government, right? So the head of the Russian space agency, I forget his name, some Russian name, right? He said that they faked the moon landings. And then you've got a Russian cosmonaut that said recently, if anyone tells you that man has gone to space,
that claim is not. That claim isn't like sufficient enough for a flat earther. It should have been, they never went to space in the first place. Space doesn't fucking exist.
Yeah. So, they're not going to put that on the news, are they? But look at this, right? So just have a look at the footage. Look at the quality of the footage that NASA's giving us from the 60s and the 70s, right, as evidence that they were on the moon. Okay, I can't take this footage seriously, and I'm surprised that people defend this footage because it looks like a little paper mache, tinfoil and curtain rods hanging by strings in some little studio. Okay, it looks like Thunderbirds or something like that. I can't take this footage seriously, but this is actual footage of the moon landing, right? The lunar module in space. They say that this is real. Can you see it?
Yeah, I've never seen this footage before. It's
crazy that people take this footage seriously. Most people haven't seen it though. Okay, you can find this exact footage. This is just footage that's been clipped from NASA's official YouTube channel on YouTube.
What is filming? From where?
Oh, I don't know, man. That's the problem with half of this footage. You're like, well, what the hell's filming this? I think it's attaching to the lunar. This is like the lunar. I forget the names of them precisely, but this is one of the lunar devices reattaching, right? So the astronauts left the moon, and then this is like reattaching to the main shuttle or craft, or not shuttle, but it's reattaching to the lunar module or something like that.
Yep, the orbiter. Yep. So they got the lunar lander. Reconnecting with the lunar orbiter.
Yep. Just the motion of it, right? Just look at the motion, the way it moves. It's it doesn't look realistic. Now, here's a couple of other ones that are just ridiculous looking. Okay, so
but it's so unrealistic that you can almost say that, oh, it's because of fucking space shenanigans. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way they would be like, oh yeah, people are gonna fucking believe this. Look at how unrealistic this looks.
People believe it, right? We had Josh Ingersoll, right, a satellite engineer that works for Amazon and SpaceX and has this crazy list of credentials. He defends this footage. He says that it looks completely realistic. Same with this one. Look at the one that Over Fences just posted. Right, so this is meant to be all of the astronauts. Okay, so there's a bunch of Freemason astronauts wearing nappies inside this little thing here. They did. They wore nappies, right? They've just left their 100 bags of shit on the moon that they said that they left on the moon. They've jumped back in this little ship, okay, put their nappies on, and then this is meant to be them taking off, right? So this is before the above video where it reattaches. Okay, so this is Apollo 17, and this is them taking off from the moon, and there's no one left on the moon, but somehow they managed to time the camera perfectly that they left on the moon to film them, right, to pan up and to film it going up. And then you've got the sparkles.
They literally
right?
say it's a live stream from the moon.
Yeah. Sup, Larry? All right.
I'm having a good day. Carry on.
Awesome. All right, so one more, and then I'm going to go on mute. All right, so here's another one. All right, think about gravity for a second. Forget the fact that it looks completely fake and ridiculous. So just a second. All right, so this is my third favorite one. Okay, have a look at the little satellite dish or whatever it is on the left-hand side at the top. Watch what happens. It's like the sticky tape comes loose or something like that, and it just starts dangling.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
We hear you, brother.
Okay. Good.
Welcome to the channel. Do you know that the Earth is flat?
Yes. It's flat.
Yes. Well, good. If you know that, welcome to those who think critically and scrutinize information they're given, no matter the source.
How do you know that the Earth's flat?
I experience it that way, Larry.
Not you, sir. The new guy.
Oh. Did he leave? He left. Wait. BB Love, was that you, brother?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm not leaving. I'm
Okay. Larry's going to ask you a few questions. I will step aside.
Well, I don't have long, but they should be easy questions. If you know the Earth is flat, how do you know it? What's your three best evidences?
What was the question? Just repeat it again, please.
You said that you know the Earth is flat. How do you know that? What is your three best evidences?
No, I don't have any evidence. I'm just listening. I'm just hearing you speaking, listening to you speaking about flat Earth. I don't have evidence about a flat Earth, and I'm not believing in that. I'm not believing that. Okay.
Okay, so you believe what you see on TV? The Earth being a globe?
No, I'm not. I'm not even believing square, square, square Earth or flat Earth. I'm not.
What is
Who gives a
square
shit?
Earth?
Even okay.
What is square Earth?
Let me ask you a question. I don't know.
Me neither. What is your question? Make it quick. I don't have long.
Okay. What is your evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, yeah. When you go outside, you go to a large body of water, and the life is cold.
What? Where are you, bro? Everyone here is silent. Sacco, speak.
Yeah. Look, the people here are listening, right? But not everyone can talk at the same time. So we're here listening to your conversation with Larry. With
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, okay. We speak one by one.
Right on.
Is there more than?
Just
Is
like
there
any
more?
normal people, you just speak one at a time, like normal people do. You know what I mean? Like the normal people.
Yeah, it sounds like Larry got a call, so Larry had to dip off. But what he was basically saying is that bodies of water, like lake and oceans, they're observed and measured flat. That's the physical nature of water, yeah? You understand that? I'll give you a moment to
How can I know? How could I know who's gonna talk?
Well, I just talked. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you.
Okay, well, that's how you know who's going to talk. They talk.
Okay, he was asking me a question and I answered. Then I gave him a question. Then he didn't respond. So
He
I'm
went
waiting
for a
for the
call.
next question.
Yeah. No, he
Is
went
there a
for a
next
call.
question?
What he was saying to you is that bodies of water are flat.
The bodies of water are flat.
Yes, correct.
The bodies of water are flat.
Yes.
I'm not
Any
believing in
body of
that, and
water.
I'm leaving.
That was it. That's all she wrote. R.I.P. One and done. A one-hitter quitter. That's what we like to see. That was easy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. Has anybody heard from Dave?
Look, you guys better start talking, or I'm going to make you listen to the audio book of King's Dethrone. How's that? What speakers do we have here that will greet people when they come in? Because I can't do it at the moment. I'm kind of busy. Heavy machinery happening. So
Okay, I joined in. T-Dub, go ahead and start reading King's the Throne. You have me anticipating it. You actually going to read it yourself? I must not be his mic. Any new people on here? Anybody want to discuss the nature of reality, the shape of the earth? What is it? Is it a ball?
Sorry, Dave. Yeah, no, I would. You know, I'll turn this car around.
Go ahead, man. Chapter 1.
You are fake
It's
news.
actually a good book.
No, I was just trying to encourage some talk with a bit of threat, but no one took the bait. Just a bit busy at the moment, just doing some work. So
You're good. I just thought I'd come in and give you help about reading the book.
I think Morgul's got a couple of audio books he reads out, so I could just start playing his, or Eric DeBay or something.
Yeah, I hate to admit it, but like a few times back in 2016 or whatever, I used to go to sleep listening to Eric DeBay read books. King's the Throne was one of them. He can put you to sleep in a heartbeat. Anyway, let's check out the panel here. Anybody new on here? Got anything to say about the Earth being a spinning ball? And going to supply any evidence for that? Go ahead. Spinning ball Earth is what we're looking for. Anybody? Bueller? All right, we've been joined by Batul. What say you, if anything? You've joined a voice channel, might as well use your voice. Just saying. Hello, Eddie Daddy. Welcome to the channel. What say you?
Uh-huh.
Hello?
Is someone talking?
Yeah, they're trying to
I'm
get you to
talking.
talk also.
Can you hear me? My name's Dave. Can you hear me? You want to try, Jimmy?
I don't know. He hasn't said anything yet.
I hear him mumbling or something. Now he's back on mute. Alrighty then.
Well, Eddie,
Still
what
looking
we're
for that.
looking for is proof that the Earth has curvature. That way we can validate whether or not it is a sphere.
That is correct, sir. You are correct. We need empirical evidence that's repeatable, that we can go do ourselves and test for the curvature. And every time we've gone outside to do for that, it's not there. It's not our fault. Just looking through the panel here, I can only stay on here a few minutes, but don't see any other new people right now. If I've overlooked you and you want to say hi, now's a good time. Say hi. Go ahead.
She seemed.
Yeah, I see them. Hello, Shessie. Welcome to the channel. Do you have any questions? Yes, you don't want to talk. You know, you have joined a voice channel. It is okay to use your voice if you want. All right. This has been Dead Air Dave. Back to you guys.
Hä? Ich rede, aber ich höre keinen. Warte, ich muss laut machen. Hallo?
What? Was that English? Are you talking English?
Yeah, I can't speak English, bro.
Okay, what did you say?
What did I say? I did say nothing, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you have a question about the topic.
A question about what?
The topic.
Do you know you joined the Flat Earth room?
Yeah, and you asked me if I have a like a topic to talk about or what?
No. The
Go
topic is
ahead,
the
Jim.
Earth flat or a sphere? Right? You would then have a question like, how do you know it's a sphere? Or how do you know it's flat? Can you explain to me how you know it's flat? Or how do you know it's a sphere? Something like that.
I'm again at this. Oh shit. I just wanted to talk to some people like random stuff, and it's again that question: is the Earth flat or is it round, bro? Bro, stop arguing about it. Nobody knows it, I guess, and no one's
No,
telling the
right?
truth.
Because
But
if it's a
still,
sphere, then you'd know that there was a curve that was measured. And if it was flat, you'd know that there was no curvature measured.
yeah. But did you measure it? Did you measure it?
Yes, I have
No.
measured it.
But also a meteorite, or how it's called in English, I don't know, meteorite, came straight to our planet, and then the dinosaurs died. Or who knows, bro? Bro,
No,
just,
that's not the
just,
same, right? Because
eh,
if you're talking about
yeah, it's not the
dinosaurs,
same. It's not the same, but I'm talking about the meteorite, bro. I'm talking about the meteorite.
measuring
Where
the
it's
ground,
from, bro.
it's something that you can do right now.
Bro, no, there in
Bro, yes, you
like
can go outside, touch
oh,
grass, and
hey,
measure
bro,
the ground,
quiet,
and then
quiet,
find out whether or not the
be
ground
quiet,
is
be
moving or
quiet.
not.
Yeah, then, bro, shut the fuck up. Let me
No,
talk
dude.
my
If you
sentence,
want to,
or shut up, bro.
circular thing.
You're
Talk about
interrupting me.
things that
You're interrupting
actually
me,
prove that
bro.
the ground is curved or not.
You are interrupting me. Don't you understand that? That's
Yeah,
disrespectful.
I do
And that's why
understand.
I won't talk to you
I
about
was
it
talking to you as
anymore, about anything. So, bro, just show other people some respect if they tell you like their opinion about whatever. So just be quiet and listen. Don't
okay. So
interrupt them.
you want to reset
And
right now?
after, and wait, hold on,
Totally
bro, hold on.
conversation reset. I'll let you speak.
Bro,
Go
you're
ahead.
fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid, bro. You listening to me?
He just said he wanted to reset and let you speak. So go ahead and speak, Eddie. Go ahead.
He can't. He don't know how. His teenager hormones. They won't let him.
Did he leave? He's gone.
Yeah,
Okay. He was making some good points for the globe there. Not. Anyway.
Hey, as soon as you start speaking, I'm going to interrupt you. And then while I interrupt you, I'm gonna complain that you're interrupting me.
Yeah. I'm going to interrupt you by complaining about interrupting you while I'm interrupting you. Pretty good plan.
Good stuff.
People get on these Discord calls. They just think it's totally unrelated to being a human being. Just why can't they just have normal conversations? Do you ever talk over people when you're face to face with them? Not unless you're mad and have an argument or something. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
You listen to the other person, then you respond to them, and you have a conversation. Is it that hard? God.
Yes.
It ain't rocket science, right, Jimmy?
No, it's really not. my favorite part is when we're talking about, well, what am I supposed to talk about? Well, you can ask a question about how do you know it's flat or a sphere, and then he's like, asteroid from space kills all the dinosaurs. Is that a proof of a shape? How would that prove whether the Earth was flat or a sphere? It doesn't. Why would that be brought up?
Almost every normie or just the average human being, as soon as they start thinking about a globe, their mind just immediately goes to space. You know, they figure that's where the proof's at. I don't know the logic behind that, but I mean, I guess I used to do it too when I believed in the globe, you know. We got NASA pictures and all that shit, right? I thought we had NASA pictures, but anyway.
Oh yeah, I love that show. Best science fiction around.
What was that quote from Captain Kirk about it's hard to tell the difference between science and real science and science fiction? I know I butchered it, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he said there's none. It's the same. Now, was he saying, lending validity to science fiction, right? Or was he discrediting the so claimed to be science by saying it's just
If
fiction?
I remember the way he said it, it sounded like he was just discrediting science because he was basically saying that shit's made up. He didn't come out and say that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, he's got. I don't know if he hosted some interview show at one point or something, but he's like, I've seen some clips where he's in the interviewer chair, and then he's got the interviewee, and like Neil deGrasse, and he's grilling them. He's like, "Come on, you're telling me that the black holes, blah 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 blah." He's like, with his incredulity, he's like, totally giving it to him. He's like, "Come on, man." I can't remember the exact context, but I just remember him just questioning them with disbelief.
Yeah, I mean, he did speak up for common sense on a few things. I mean, I don't think he was actually, it doesn't seem like he was actively being part of the deception, but who knows? Good old James T. Kirk, whatever. He boldly went where no men have gone before. He sought out new civilization.
Right. Isn't that a telling statement when no one or no man has gone before, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's been there because it doesn't exist. It's just a made-up fantasy. But he recently was interviewed by someone on a podcast, and he was questioned about his previous comments to do with flat Earth, right? And he said, "I've still yet to see any globe evidence." And he says, "Yeah, it's flat." Yeah, and he went on some little ramble, sounded strange about trees or something. But he voiced his views about flat Earth. Yeah.
That whole stunt about him going up in the Elon or whoever's ship he went up in. You put a 90-year-old guy into space. What is the point of that? I mean, come on. Is he still alive?
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. He spoke about about the blackness and all that, but he didn't really say that. He didn't talk about seeing any curvature or anything like that.
It wasn't like Katy Perry, we saw the curve and all that, or whatever she said. I don't even know what she said.
Yeah, even the Globers didn't buy that shit.
That was on par with Elon. That whole stunt was. That car in space in 2018, that was hilarious.
Well, when Katy Perry and that came back down, apparently, right? There was supposed to be this ceremonial opening of the door to let them out, right? And
Yeah, I
Bezos
remember
was going to come over with his special key and unlock it and everything because that's the only way to get them out, right? And then the door, when they're standing there waiting, and the door opens.
It looked like they popped it open from the inside while he was fucking with the key, right?
Yeah, I don't even think he was near the door. He might have been. I don't know. Memory's a bit fuzzy, but I just remember that the woman came over and she's had words with them through the door. They've shut it again, right? You're messing it up.
You're up. I'm supposed to open it with this. Shut the damn door. Yeah, space is so real, isn't it? Oh my God.
I mean, yeah, it is just a big show. That's all it is. It's just entertainment. Nobody's going and reading any thesis or paperwork that the so-called ISS astronauts have from their experiments and whatever they claim to be doing up there. What he does, all they do is appeal to the footage where they're playing guitar, running around in gorilla suits, juggling some eggs, brushing their teeth. It's just ridiculous.
Playing with water bubbles or whatever else they're doing.
Right,
we have been joined by a new person, but I don't want to say their whole name. Let's call him Protect. Hello, Protect. Got any questions for T-Dub here?
Yeah. So the world is flat, you're saying?
The Earth represents itself as a level topographical plane. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
How you know that?
I looked at it. I investigated it.
That's all you gotta
Properly
do.
considered the natural physics of how water behaves. You want this T-Dub? I can't stay on here. It looks like he's going to talk.
It's all right. We're familiar with Mush Kane. That's his other.
Oh, is it Mush
AKA.
Kane?
Yeah.
I thought I was about to go through the whole thing with him, but yeah, okay.
I recognize your voice now. I should have. My bad. I let some slip. So you seem like a closet flat earther to me. I'm just saying that's speculation. You don't want to come out and say that you gave up on the globe, but you can see how pitiful this globe thing is, right?
Well, no, I agree with some things. I disagree with others. I wouldn't say that I know that the Earth is one way or the other, but I got opinions.
That's fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that stance. I'm just speculating a little bit. I'm trying to get a little rise out of you. I can't stay on here long anyway. I've heard you talk enough where you seem like you're taking the subject seriously and you're actually contemplating some of the stuff that's being presented to you, right? At the very least.
Yeah, that's why I like coming in here. I like taking it serious,
That's fair enough, man. As long as people just aren't in here to ridicule us and they actually want to maybe learn something or actually contemplate and think about their reality some, those people are welcome, You seem like one of them people. Anyway. Anybody else new on here? Before I take off here. There's got to be a spinning ball dweller amongst this panel somewhere.
The way I like to think about it is I like thinking from first principles. So I think this is like a really good place to do that. Just throw away all preconceived notions and kind of start from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely get on board with that because first principles, you can't go wrong. You're building your base of knowledge from things that you're 100% know. And a lot of people can't go 100% on a lot of stuff anymore. kind of sad. We have been joined by Shishi. Let's see if they want to talk. Hello, Shishi. T-Dub has questions for you. They have the right to remain silent. Do they have the ability? It seems so. All right, everybody enjoy the day, night, or whatever you're in on the level plane of existence. This is Dead Air Dave checking out for now.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks for dropping by.
Yep. Back at you, Tito. Everybody have a good one.
We got Brown. Brown Recluse is back.
What's up, T-Dubs?
And is this a new round or a new fight?
I mean, in fairness, I was just coming to listen, but if there's something you want to talk about, I'm here.
That's all good, man. Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here. Anyway, I gotta go. Gotta go do a bit more work. I'll be back in a bit. Hopefully, we can get some conversation going. All right, you guys asked for it.
Nice.
You guys are too weird.
Why? What's up?
Yo. Like, all of you are quiet? Oh my god, what?
No, we're waiting on you.
What is this?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Are you using Breast to Talk in Discord?
No, I'm using
You just
press
like
on and off. I'm just opening and closing my mic.
It's kind of crazy.
Wait, so there's a program on Discord that allows you to mute yourself and unmute yourself, and it's crazy that he's using it?
No, you're using it like too many times like that. What is the
Wait,
matter
do you
with
just
doing
like
something like
leave?
that?
Do you just leave your mic open all the time?
Yeah.
That's rude.
Oh, why it's rude? I close it when I just need to close it. Like, why?
Yeah,
Why
we
not
don't want to hear
okay?
you breathing, farting, burping, people talking in the background, your TV or
No,
radio,
no. I have a good
machinery,
microphone, bro.
cars.
It's not catching me farting as you.
Well, maybe some of us aren't as fortunate.
Do you have anything to bring to the conversation about the topic?
He bring farting on the conversation.
It's not part of the conversation, right? So we're here to answer whether or not the Earth is flat or a sphere, right? And
It's sphere,
if you
bro,
don't
for
have a
real. Like,
question,
do you think like
okay.
Earth is flat?
I don't think it. I know it because I measured it. It's like I measured my height. I know how tall I am. I don't believe how tall I am. I don't think how tall I am.
So, don't believe how tall you are?
No. Do you believe how tall you are?
I
Do you click your heels and then maybe you get taller? I'm
yeah,
taller.
I
I'm
don't need
taller.
to
I'm
do
taller.
this. No, I'm not this kind of person.
Okay, so then you measured your height. Now you know how tall you are, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, well, that's how it is about the Earth. We measured the Earth. We tried to look for curvature because they said that it was a sphere. We didn't find any curvature, so the Earth is flat. We know it. We
Well,
don't
we
believe
saw
it.
it's
We don't think
flat,
it.
and it's
Yes.
like moving around the sun. The
No.
sun is moving
The Earth is
around the Earth.
stationary. Do you ever feel the Earth move?
Yeah, like, are you seeing the
When?
sun, bro? Are
Okay,
you seeing the
no.
sunset?
You're not
Are you seeing
feeling
the
the Earth
day?
move. You're looking at the sun and you see the sun move. The sun is not the Earth, bro.
No, both of them are moving.
Okay, so do you feel the
Do you
ground
know like
moving?
how like it's coming summer, winter, spring, autumn?
As the sun moves, okay? Have you felt the Earth move?
Yeah, yeah. Look at the sky, bro.
Looking at the sun is not feeling the Earth.
So for real,
Are
you
you
thought like
wrong?
Earth is flat? Are you? Wait, I swear you're kidding. You are for real?
Is this what you want to do? You get put into a corner and then now you want to reset the conversation and then act like you're flabbergasted that somebody has something to talk about.
Whoa, so you for real defending the flat Earth? It's kind of
It's
weird.
not a defending.
No, bro, it's not flat.
What is it?
It's a sphere
How do you know that?
from NASA.
So somebody else told you.
NASA told me. They have a picture of
And you
Earth.
believe it. Are you going to check and verify?
Yeah, so like there weren't AI in that time.
So you're not going to check and verify.
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe the Earth is a sphere.
You don't
Right, so you don't know it. So you borrow. No, because you're trying to rest on the claimed knowledge of somebody else. So it's not your direct experience. It's not your knowledge. It's somebody else's, right?
This is crazy. Oh my god. You guys
No,
are
seriously, answer the question. Address that, because that's not your knowledge, is it? Is it your knowledge?
Oh, I'm saying business, bro. No.
Did you have the experience? Did you have the experience?
Do you
Answer
have
the
the
question.
experience?
Did you have the experience of Earth being
Why
a
are you
globe?
asking me? Are you asking yourself, bro?
So you didn't, right?
What do you mean I don't have like experience? No.
You appealed to somebody else's claim of knowledge, not your
no,
own.
for real.
Not
For real,
your own.
What do you mean, bro?
It's not your claim. It's somebody else's. They told you a story and showed you some pretty pictures, and you chose
wait.
to
I'm Egyptian,
believe
bro.
it.
I study astronomy. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
What about
somebody
astronomy?
else gave you the story of the sky and now you believe it. You didn't check, you didn't verify.
No,
you
I
just,
checked, guys. I checked.
when did you check and see if the Earth was a sphere? And how'd you do that?
When I was young, guys, like from like 10 years before.
Yeah, when? How?
What are you doing? What are you mean, about? Look at the sea, bro.
What about the sea? Because when I look at the sea, I see water, and water is flat
Yeah,
and level
but it's
on the
not
surface.
flat. It's don't have like surface. Like, look,
Yeah,
it's
water is
kinda
flat and level
here.
on its surface. Water,
If it's a
looking over
flat,
water
the sea will like fall away. You know,
if the Earth is a sphere.
like our flat Earth will like spill water to the space.
So you're just another mindless robot that sees shit on the internet. And yeah, that's it. You can't come
No,
up
what?
with
You
anything
just think
unique.
shit, bro. You have Jimmy Neutron in your profile. What are you talking about?
And you're lost and confused as to why I'm asking you, how do you know the Earth's a sphere?
And how you know the Earth is flat? It's
It's an
triangle, bro.
oblong sphere. It's an oblong sphere.
How do you know that?
It's more shaped like an egg.
How do you know that?
Yeah, he's right.
Because you could tell if you're on the top floor of the Wiz Khalifa, you can see the curvature of the Earth. And wait a minute. And during Ramadan, hold on. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, man. And let me
Yes
finish.
or no, have you
Let
been
me
there?
finish. No, let me fucking finish.
Have you
Shut your
been
face
there?
and let me finish. Let me see if
Have
this is
you
correct.
been there? Is this a place you've been to?
During Ramadan, if you're on the higher
Is it a place you've been to?
during Ramadan,
bro.
Cool.
During Ramadan, during Ramadan, I'll answer your
Have you
question
been
after
there
I
during
finish my
Ramadan
statement.
and checked for yourself?
Let me finish my statement and don't be
Did you get
rude.
to the top and eat a
If
steak
you're
at the middle of
you're
the
such
night?
a smart guy, you wouldn't be fucking rude. You would listen.
Yeah, if you just
You would
answered the
listen first.
question, I
You
wouldn't
would
have
listen.
to repeat
No,
myself.
let me finish my statement, then maybe I'll
Okay.
answer your dumbass
Finish
question.
your story, and then maybe I'll answer your dumbass question.
So during Ramadan, the people on higher floors get a because after at sunset, then that's when you can eat. So they get a notification of the sunset on higher floors on one time, and the lower floors they get another notification of the time of the sunset at the lower floors. So that tells me that there's a circumference because the sun, the way it sets, if it was flat, then there wouldn't be notifications of when you can eat, when you can do this. That's just one
Okay.
example.
Have you been there? Have you experienced that?
No, I haven't experienced that.
Well,
No.
then why is this your proof if you're relying on somebody else to tell you
You could
something
go,
happened somewhere else?
dummy. It's
No,
not somewhere.
not
It's
dummy.
it's
This
on the
is
actual.
you
It's in the
giving
actual
me
hotel
an
site.
explanation
It's
from
on the
somewhere
site.
you've never been,
It's on
from
the
a
site.
happening that you've
It's on the.
never
I
experienced,
don't have to go there
and
to
you
know
say this is
facts.
the only way.
I don't have to go there to know facts.
Have you measured the curvature of the Earth?
No, I haven't measured the curvature of the Earth.
So you believe that them saying, well, it's nighttime. Oh, it's nighttime at different times on a different vertical
No,
from
the
a
sun
single
sets.
location. That
It
means
sets.
that the
You
Earth
know
has
that.
a
You know
circumference.
that in between stage where the sun, you could see it and then it disappears. That tells you that there's a curve. Now, why are there
Okay.
two different
Now,
times
how
on a
far away
higher,
is the
higher,
horizon
on a
on
higher,
the sphere
on
you
a
believe?
higher level
Because that'll
of
tell
the
you how far
hotel?
away the horizon is where objects begin
You
to
know
disappear
that
because of the sphere. You
if
know.
the Earth is not a sphere, it's oblong. It's like shaped like an
How
egg
do you know?
due to the moon.
Again,
The years of the
the
moon, the
moon.
gravitational
Looking at the
pull
moon
back and
shows you the
forth.
ground as a sphere.
Yeah. But if you think it's flat like a frisbee,
Looking at the ceiling fan tells me that the floor
I
of my
mean,
house is a
where do
sphere
these idiots
because
come
the
from,
ceiling
bro?
fan's been in a circle.
Like, where do these people come from thinking that the sphere is flat like a frisbee, bro?
Okay, no, we're not making a shape claim. We're giving you a surface description.
No, no, maybe you're not, but the guy who is interrupting me and has no
No, he's
common
not.
sense.
He's not making a shape claim. No, he's not making a shape claim. He's
No, I
giving you
didn't
a
say he was
surface
making a shape
description.
claim. I didn't say he was
Yes, you
making a
did.
shape claim.
You said a
I just
frisbee.
said that.
Frisbees have a shape.
No, what I'm saying is, from listening to this person, this is the type of something that he would say, shaped like a
No,
frisbee.
you weren't listening. You were not listening. You were talking over the top of him. I was listening to you talk over the top of him when he was attempting.
over the
Yes,
top of him.
like you're doing
I was
right now. Exactly like you're doing right now. Because you're not here to listen. You're not here to receive information. You are just simply here to preach at people and call them stupid for not believing what you believe.
No, it's not
Get
what I
out of
believe.
here.
It's facts. It's facts.
Oh, show us how it's a fact. Show us how it's a fact then.
I just explained to you one fact.
Wait, yeah, what's the fact?
Oh my God, you weren't listening, dumbass.
What's the fact?
No,
That there's a
you
sunset.
gave me.
People, the Earth is flat. Oh man, you guys are like mega morons, man.
No, if the ground is flat and you have the Tower Khalifa and you can stand on the tower at different levels and have different times of darkness appear, then how is that meaning that that flat ground is a sphere? Because if you measure the ground measures flat, and then, hey, there's a building with different times appearing because the light end up, remaining on a location at a different vertical longer than at a lower vertical, then how does that make the flat ground sphere?
Hey, balance, bro.
Hello? Okay, I guess no one's active right now. What's up, T-Dub? I hope you're well. Let's see. Yaga, I hope you're well. Who else do I recognize? I don't have a lot of time, so basically here, what's up? Um, I'm watching football. I'm not a big fan of football, but basically I'm just watching it tonight. I wanted to say hello. I don't know if anybody's listening, but Flat Earth. Hashtag Flat Earth bitches.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.